It's preparing. Great, so we're live on YouTube right now. Lisa, I'll hand it over to you.
Hi, my name is Peter Bishop. I'm here to tell you about the future, not what is going to happen. I don't know that, but rather how to think about the future so you can get ready for change and even help to shape it. But can we really teach how to learn about the future? You think about the future all the time, but is there a way to think about it? There is. There are many ways, in fact, some better than others. Along with my friends, I've created a series of videos to share what I know about thinking about the future, about how to get ready for change, and even how to influence it when we can. I can do that because I was a professor of future studies at the University of Houston. We offered the first degree in future studies, and we graduated hundreds of students, many of whom became professional futurists. But I'm not here to turn you into a professional futurist. I'm here to share what I believe everyone should know about the future. Just like you don't have to be a journalist to be a writer or a mathematician to use numbers, you can anticipate and influence the future without being a futurist. In fact, you do it already. You've just never thought about it that way. No one was able to learn about the future this way 50 years ago. People were thinking and writing and even making movies about the future at that time. But no one had to do it better than what they did naturally until this field came along. A lot of adults are learning how to think about the future today, and I'm teaching them too. But I believe that everyone should learn about the future when they are still in school. So we have made a set of videos that teach what we believe everyone should know about the future. After all, we are all on a journey into the future. Just like an explorer needs tools to tell where they are and what direction they are heading, we need thinking tools to help us navigate the future as safely and as successfully as possible. I was an explorer once at sea in a relatively small boat. I sailed with a friend out of Houston, Texas, and across the Gulf of Mexico to the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. The boat was small for that voyage, but it was heavy and as safe as a boat can be for the open ocean. In fact, this might even be the same boat, still pale blue and still in Texas. That trip was a long time ago, but I still have two tools I used to get to Mexico and back. This is our compass. You may have used a compass before. You hold it in your hand like this, and it tells the direction you are headed, so you can see if you are headed in the right direction or not. But you probably haven't used this, a sextant. Didn't use one before I took this trip. It measures how high above the horizon the sun, the moon, or a star is. Sailors use sextants to tell where they were before GPS. So with a boat, a map, a sextant, and a compass, I I was able to navigate over 500 miles across the ocean to get back to Houston. I'm really proud that I made that trip and that I returned safely. We are all on a journey today, not over the ocean, but through time. Each day we are one more day into the future. Each year, one more year. A lot of our movement is directed by other people, and we are subject to unseen forces. But we are not just passengers either. No, we have to make decisions and take action to get where we are going safely and successfully. I had to use the currents and the winds, which I couldn't control. I had to steer around reefs and buoys and other ships, just like we steer around obstacles in life. In the same way, we use the changes going on in the world to help us move toward our destination. These two tools, the compass and the sextant, will be our images for navigating with and through change into the future. So let's get to it. I'm Peter Bishop with Teach the Future, where we are sharing how to navigate the future with young people around the world.
Hello and welcome everyone. We are going to get started here. Thank you all for being here. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome to World Futures Day. And now we have our presenters. I'm going to get ready to present Samuel and Alice. Yes.
Cool. Am I okay to take it away, Lisa?
Yes. So now we have Sam Wixon, dedicated to unlocking Mataruka for innovative solutions to the challenges that face Maori. As a social innovator at Tokana Raki, Sam uses collaborative processes to design equitable systems. From his work on Te Korokoreka to Teketa o Tangora, a 3D printed POA-inspired solution for Kaimona storage, Sam has always been passionate about weaving Mataruka and modern innovations to create a brighter future for Atora. We also have Alice Dimon. Alice is a social innovator designing solutions for a more equitable future for Maori. Alice works at Tokana Teraki Maori Futures Makers as a project manager, leading projects to find solutions to complex social challenges, such as racism, inequity, mana tuhak, and te tiriti partnership. And I'm gonna now definitely hand it over to Alice and Sam, so you both can correct this most lovely, beautiful language that I may have missed, but please take the stage.
Thank you, Lisa. Tēnā rawa atu koutou. E ngā waka huri noa I te ao, nai a te reo o mihi, e re kauana ki a koutou, he muka puna ahau o kaitahu kāti mamoe me waitaha no Aotearoa ahau ko Alice Diamond tōku ingoa. Wonderful effort, Lisa. I would have probably been kinder to you had I known you were going to read that out loud and not put so much te reo Māori into it. But hello, everyone. It's great to have you here. My name is Alice Diamond, and I hail from a tribe in the South Island of New Zealand called Ngaitahu. And I'm here representing an organisation called Tokana Te Raki, alongside my colleague, Sam Wixon. Good evening here from New Zealand. It's 5 p.m. on a Friday, and we're excited to wrap up the week with this webinar. If I can see some people are putting their saying who they are in the chat, we'd love to hear who you are, where you're from, where you're dialing in from today. In the chat, if you would like to introduce yourselves in there, and it's always lovely to see people's faces. So if you would like to, we'd love to see your faces. If you would like to have your camera on. So here in Aotearoa, we always have a process or a way that we like to start meetings or start processes of working with one another. So to start us off, we're gonna do that, and it's called a karakia. A karakia is a way is kind of known as an incantation, and it's a way to prepare to spend our time together, to do the prepare to do the work we're here to do today, and to really rid ourselves of any distractions. So Sam, I'll get you to go over to the next slide. So I'll do our karakia, and then I'll say it in English as well, and then we'll be ready to kick off today. So, whakatau mai te wairua, whakawātea mai te hinengaro, whakarite mai te tinana, kia e ai ngā mahi, si hei mauri ora. So settle the spirit, clear the mind, prepare the body to achieve what needs to be achieved. Behold the breath of life. So we're ready to talk about what we're here to talk about today, which is how to elevate Indigenous thought and process to create a more equitable future. So what we're going to do today is we're going to just start by introducing who we are as an organisation, who Tōkana Tiraki is, and the type of future making that we do. And then we're going to share what our Indigenous Futures process tool is that we've come up with, that we've developed to ensure that we're designing a future that is equitable and a future that hopefully will be better for our Indigenous people. And then what we're going to do is we're going to share a mural board, and we're going to use that to have a little bit of a play with the tool and use it kind of in its most simple format as a reflection tool. So who are we as Tōkana Tiraki? So Tōkana Tiraki, we're an organisation that sits under the guidance and authority of our tribal entity, Te Rūnanga o Ngaitahu. And we use social innovation and futures blended to blend research data and the voices of our people to navigate and imagine better futures. And what we're looking to do is try to unweave broken systems that don't work for our people, and then reweave systems that hopefully ensure that everyone has the opportunity to thrive in their lives. And we do this all with the goal that's very aligned with the goal of Teach the Future, in that we like to try to empower our young people to enable that long-term transformation. So we are a team of young people. We work with young people a lot so that we're both equipping the next generation with the skills to be able to create next generation solutions. And I will pass it over to Sam, who's going to introduce himself now.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko ai au he uri no Kaitahu, Kāti Māmoe, Waitaha, me Moriori, ko Sam Wixon tōku ingoa. Hello everyone, my name is Sam, and like Alice, I hail from a tribe from the South Island of New Zealand called Ngaitahu, but also hail from a tribe to the Chatham Islands, which is just out east of New Zealand, called Moriori, as well as another tribe from the Wellington and the top of the South Island called Ngāti Toa. So talking about Tōkana Tiraki and what we do, it's good to look to a bit of our work and what we do on a day-to-day. So as an organisation, we work across a range of projects focused on creating better futures for our whānau, for the families that we're connected to as part of our tribe. And in doing that, we work across a range of areas, from working on government initiatives to projects within our tribal organisation, as well as finding areas of need through our research that we'll then delve into further. And so a few examples of projects that we currently work on is at the moment we're working on a project called Mōka Uri, which is about developing a 25-year vision for 2050 for our tribe. And in doing that, we're helping to decide what path we want to take for our people into the future and then work out how we can reach there. And you can learn more about that if you follow that link, mokauri.co.nz. We've also got a project currently working on identifying the levers for change for an anti-racist future. And so in doing so, looking at what are our systems and structures like, and how can we work with people and work with different communities in ways to what we talk about as unweaving broken systems and reweaving better, more equitable systems. And so as part of that, we've been developing a toolkit that we like to use to unweave racism and reweave better systems. And at the moment, we've got a focus in the health sector. We also do a lot of work focused on preparing our young people with the skills that they need to deal with the ever-changing future that we face. And so we work across throughout all of our projects. We try to make sure that we engage our Indigenous young people in what we work on. But in particular, we have some streams of work we run where we go to our what we call marae, which is our sort of traditional villages and meeting places, where we bring together our young Indigenous people and work with them to upskill their capabilities. And I'll pass back to Alice.
Cool. So before we start, we just wanted to say, so Māori Future Making, Tokona Taraki, we're a Māori Futures agency, but what is Māori Future Making or Indigenous Future Making? So for us, it's about that drive towards a better and more equitable future for all Indigenous people around the globe, but specifically Māori and Aotearoa. And Indigenous Futures work to us is the movement towards a future that is driven by ancestral wisdom and the knowledge of those who came before and building on that knowledge. So therefore, it means that in our futures work and our foresight work, we always acknowledge and build on the past. So the work of our ancestors, but we are not bound by that. So we can imagine a more desirable future. So when we started doing this Māori future making work at Tokona Taraki, we decided that what we needed was a kawa or a process that could help us to do our future making work. So a kawa in our world is a set of processes, protocols, or practices to guide how we interact and collaborate with others. So I'm sure probably in your cultures, you have a lot of unspoken protocols that guide the way that you interact with each other and that you go about your day. So just like how you have that kawa, we needed a way, a tool, a process, a protocol to guide our future making work. And our experience is that while most people want to make the world a better place, that often we lack the confidence, resources, capabilities, skills to know how to do so, to know how to turn our aspirations for that change into action. So what we see is there's this real opportunity, especially to work with our own people, to empower and equip them with a new kind of approach to solve those really grand, complex social challenges, and do that in a way that's grounded in their own culture and histories and sense of place. So part of that vision that we had was to therefore create Te Kore Koreka. And so Te Kore Koreka is our kawa, therefore, for Māori future making. So there are some key things to know about Te Kore Koreka. The first is that it aims, it's a tool that aims for creating a better future. And we think that the way to do that is to aim for radical transformation and not just small improvements. So the world that we want is radically different to the world that we're currently heading towards. So we wanted a tool that would help us kind of step outside of the everyday, step outside of the norm, and imagine a radically different future. So this tool asks us to therefore draw on the past and to just use that to determine the future that we want. And what we did is we went away and we had conversations with our people, we had conversations with our tribal leaders about what could be a process that could guide our future making work. And that's when we came up with Te Kore Koreka. And what we're going to do now is we're going to play a short video that will explain how the tool of Te Kore Koreka came to be, including introducing the historical manuscript of one of our ancestors that this kind of knowledge was drawn from. And in the video, they also pay attention to the fact that they also introduce the 4 realms that make up Te Kore Koreka. So we'll go to that video now.
Te kawa o Te Kore Koreka is based on a famous karakia by one of our kaitahu, Tipuna and Tohuka Mateaha Tiramorehu. In 1849, he recorded in this karakia, Kaya Te Pō, 4 realms. Te Aotearoa, the day, Te Kore, the nothingness, Te Pō, the darkness, and Te Aomarama, the new day. Te Kore Koreka was crafted from our kaitahu creation story. It is a great process to help whānau, teams, organisations, anyone who's wanting to evolve a new way of doing things. The 4 realms of Te Kore Koreka help you experience Indigenous knowledge within a new frame of reference.
In developing Te Kore Koreka, we started by studying this powerful karakia, by considering each of the realms independently, and then understanding how they interrelated to each other. We explored the space between each of these realms so we could better understand the transitions between them. And finally, we considered the realms as one complete cyclical system. And it's from this wānaka that Te Kore Koreka emerged.
Te Kore Koreka is a way for us to connect with our mātauraka of our tipuna and to reclaim the future-making mindsets of our tipuna. It seeks to give purpose to our current knowledge and to help us navigate into the future.
As well as being a powerful conceptual framework, Te Kore Koreka is also a practical guide to help us in our future-making mahi. Each realm has its own kaupapa and tikanga to help guide us in maximising the potential from that realm. This helps us be more aware of what realm we might currently be in and helps us to anticipate what are the changes we might need to make to move forward. As we move through the kawa, we gain more insight and understanding.
To think intergenerationally requires us to think beyond ourselves, beyond the people that we know, beyond our time. It requires us to think into the future and to consider the legacy that we bequeath to the future generations, to our tamariki, to our mokopuna. Because it is intergenerational, it also means that we need to think about the legacy we have inherited from our tipuna. That legacy encapsulates our tikanga, our whakaaro, our belief systems, our understanding of who we are as a people. That legacy has shaped who we are, and in turn, it is the legacy that we pass down to those future generations to help shape their understanding of who they are. It is our language, it is our culture, it is our identity, it is our place, it is our future.
Future making is not new to Māori. The words we use to describe this process may be new, but the concepts and wisdom are not. It takes courage to imagine a new future, to learn from your past, to understand your present, and to commit to a deliberate course of action to move you from your current reality to a better one. Thank you for taking this journey with us through Te Kore Koreka. We hope it gives you more insight in terms of our kawa and our vision. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Cool. So as Hana and Eru spoke about in the video, Te Kore Koreka is a way for us to reconnect with our Indigenous knowledge systems and to really reclaim that future-making mindset of our ancestors. In the video, they introduced the concept of having 4 realms, and that those 4 realms present a story of creation that is cyclical rather than linear. And that represents the understanding of that our ancestors had of how time and creation worked. So when European ethnographers came to New Zealand, they filtered the understanding of our ancestors' time through their own cultural lens and assumed that, similar to European cosmology, that we had a very similar process of this kind of understanding of a genesis or a big bang. But actually, the concept of creation and time in a whakaaro Māori or a Māori way of thinking is that time is cyclical and it moves around through these different realms of te ao, te kore, te pō. So our traditional wisdom therefore saw that past, present, and future are actually intertwined and are a unified whole. And life is this kind of continuous cosmic cycle through different forms of chaos to order and from decay to new life. So we're constantly moving through this continuous cosmic movement of time and creation, and therefore it has no restrictions, and past is therefore central to and shapes both the present and the future. So therefore, te korikoreka, or the way that we do our future work, is that we don't just make progress by moving forward, but we build upon the knowledge and the strengths of everything that came before, and always know that the cycle of movement is going to continue to happen, and therefore that we will continue to go through a process of decay and new life. Practically, so it's really got like an ancestral or a spiritual grounding, but practically it also means that we can just apply the lessons from the past to the challenges that we're going to face or the opportunities the next generation will face. So I'm going to pass it to Sam now, who's going to talk a little bit more about the origins.
So as we've mentioned throughout this presentation so far, and you will have heard mentioned in the story, te korikoreka, this process has come from our creation story. And so as part of it, like many other cultures throughout the world who experienced forms of colonization, knowledge and the loss of knowledge was a really big issue through the process of colonization. And we were fortunate enough that one of our ancestors by the name of Matiaha Tere Morehu had a lot of foresight and future thinking about the preservation of knowledge for future generations. And so this process has been based off a recording of our creation stories that was created by Matiaha Tere Morehu in 1849. And he did so sending a letter to a Christian missionary detailing a creation story, and mentioned in this letter that he had fears that his people were losing knowledge of our history. And so what we're going to share next is a video of this karakia, of this incantation through which the knowledge of our creation story is held. And then I'll unpack it a bit further as we begin to consider what that creative process means in our work.
Kaia te pō, te tīmata taka mai o te waiata taka mai o te atua. Nā te pō ko te ao. Nā te ao ko te ao mārama. Nā te ao mārama ko te ao tūroa. Nā te ao tūroa ko te kore te whiwhia. Nā te kore te whiwhia ko te kore te rāwea. Nā te kore te rāwea ko te kore te tā maua. Nā te kore te tā maua ko te kore matua. Nā te kore matua ko te māku. Ka moe ia māhura nui a te a ka puta ko raki. Ka moe ia poko haru a te pō ka puta ko auraki. Ko raka māmao, tāna ko tā whiri mātea. Ko te aita ko te takata ki te whai au ki te ao mārama. Ki te ao tūroa e tūnei. Tihei mauri o rā.
So within this karakia, this incantation that holds some of the knowledge of our creation story, we can see the highlighting of that cyclical, the cycle of time and space that Alice was talking about. And as Alice mentioned, moving through these phases of te kore, te pō, and te ao, and cycling through them. And if you look at the words here of that karakia, you can see that cycle as it happens. So we start in te pō as the starting place for where the gods sung the world into being. And from there, we shift into these different phases of te ao. And from those phases of te ao, we shift into te kore, this sort of void, and move through different phases of this void. And it's from this that we begin to see life emerging, and we have this moment of conception and then separation, and this leads to the existence of our humanity and of the world. And so to go into a bit more detail, when we use Te Kore Koreka as a process, we talk about 4 realms, and these realms we talk about are Te Aotearoa, which you can see here in the 4th line, Te Kore being these spaces here, this void, and then we talk about Te Pō, and back to Te Ao Marama, referencing the beginning of the new cycle into the space of Te Ao again. So to go into a bit more detail, Te Aotearoa we talk about as being the current state. So a literal translation of the words Te Aotearoa could mean the long-standing world. So often this is about things that are existing, but may no longer sort of meet the needs of the current world. So you can think of this as a space of decay and aging, and this drives us to want to seek change and seek renewal. So Te Aotearoa is for us a space of creating knowledge of the things we're doing and reviewing what's currently going on. And it's from this space of decay that we end up in te kore. And te kore can be translated to sort of a void of nothingness. But within a void of nothingness, there is also limitless potential. So this is where we feed on the nutrients left behind from the past, and we focus on the origins of who we are, of what we want to achieve, and what speaks to our hearts and to our minds. And this is a space of seeking purpose and drive, and considering the goals and changes we want to achieve. So te kore, this void, is where we lay the foundations to envision a new and better future. And in our creation story, this is where the very first semblances of life and existence emerge from. So te kore we talk about as being our space, our realm of seeking, reflecting, and building understanding. And it's from this space of te kore that we cycle through to te pō. Te pō can be translated to the darkness or the night. And this is where the new life begins to develop. So we talk about the te pō being a space for boundless dreaming and for innovative imagination. So this is where we explore the possibilities of the future. And we do this through processes of ideation, consolidation, and prototyping. But we ground this in the understandings we've gained from te kore, from the past. And in our creation stories, this is where the new life for future generations was developed and where it began to emerge and flourish. And so te pō we talk about being our realm of imagining, designing, and making. And lastly, this takes us to te ao marama. So we're back into the space of te ao, but we're now into a future state. So te ao marama can be translated to a new world of light and life. So this is where we go from turning the ideas, the dreams from te pō into reality. So te ao marama is where we set plans, organize ourselves, implement new systems or programs. And for us, Te Ao Marama is a realm about achieving and implementing and celebrating. And this is where we bring new innovations into the world.
Cool. So in a moment, we're going to head into the activity, but what we just wanted to say is why we think this is all important and why we believe elevating Indigenous thought and process will ensure that we are designing a future that works for Indigenous people. So as many of you probably are aware of, for many years, Indigenous ways of knowing and thinking and doing have been excluded from the decision-making process and therefore from the future-making process. And from our experience working with people to create tools and resources that reflect their culture, and then using those processes to tackle grand complex challenges, it can have a really profound impact. So not only does it therefore give us a better chance of creating solutions that are grounded in diverse and different perspectives, but it also boosts the confidence of the Indigenous people that you're working with and their kind of sense of purpose that their culture and perspectives can make a real difference in creating that better future. So before we head into the activity, we'd just like to open it up in the chat. If you would like to put anything in the chat in terms of any thoughts that are maybe coming up for you, any offerings you have, or any feedback, we'd just like to hear from you. And we also just want to acknowledge that this knowledge, although it's come from this specific karakia or incantation from one of our ancestors, it's very similar to other cultural knowledge around New Zealand and other knowledge around the Pacific and then also around the globe. So if anyone has anything that they would like to put in the chat from their own cultural reference, we'd love to hear it. Cool. How can we begin incorporating this today, Lisa? We will start to incorporate it in a moment. We're all going to have a chance to have a play around, and then we can talk a little bit more about how maybe you could use it in your own future making work as well. So what we're going to do before we move into what we're going to do now is we're going to move into an activity, and what it requires is everyone to have access to something called a mural board. So if you haven't used a mural board, it's very similar to all other kind of interactive whiteboards. Sam's just put it in the chat now. So if you would like to open that up on your desktop, and then Sam's also going to make share his own screen so that you could also see it on the shared screen as well. If you don't want to necessarily interact yourself, if you're on your phone or if it's a little bit hard, then we also make sure we have the shared screen as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to all have a go at using the tool in its kind of most simple format, which is as a reflection tool. So for this exercise, we're just going to ask that you reflect on something in your lives. So it could be a project or something you're working on, a particular situation, an event that you might want to gain kind of new understanding or new perspectives about. And it can be anything. It can be something personal, professional, something in your family life. We just want you to think about kind of what that thing is. And then you're going to use that thing, hold it in your mind as we move through the different realms. As we move through the different realms, Sam is going to help kind of drive us. So he's going to potentially pull you towards him so he can kind of click a button and it'll make sure that your screen goes to the space that we want you to be in. So hopefully we've kind of got enough people on there now. I can see some things buzzing around. And what we're going to do is we're going to move through the 4 realms. So we have about maybe 15 minutes left. So we're going to do this reasonably quickly, but we just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to try it out for yourselves. So we've had our karakia from Mātia Hatero Mōrehu, and so we're in Te Ao Tūroa. And like we said, Te Ao Tūroa is the realm of knowing, doing, and reviewing. So it's our everyday state, it's our current state, and it's the realm that's really tangible. It's those things that we can see, touch, and measure. So in this realm, we really just want to surface the kind of current reality. So really surface the current situation. So all we want you to do is choose a post-it note and name some of the things that are happening in your situation. So maybe name some of the actions that are going on or are currently being planned, as well as any context that might be relevant. So it might be that you have a project that's funded by this organization and the project dates are from this date to this date, as well as anything that just feels like contextually important to your project. So it could be something like, this is the first time we'll be gathering in person since COVID. So just what is going on, what actions are being taken. So just start to name some things on a post-it note. If you'd like to, you feel free to just do it in your own time as well on a piece of paper if it's easier to use than Mural. Oh, we'll give you about 30 more seconds. So just anything that you want to say about the current situation. So it could be naming specific events, places, people, dates. Okay, so hopefully you've managed to write something down either on a notepad or on the mural board. So now it's time to move to the next realm, which is the realm of te kore. So we think that transitioning between realms requires a mental shift. So it requires some attention. And the shift between te Aotearoa can often be hard to Te Kore because, sorry, it often can happen because of something that has maybe happened to bring you out of that sort of unconscious state or state of just doing things how they usually are done into Te Kore, which is kind of moving into this mental state of reflection and thinking about how things are done. And you can also choose to intentionally make that shift. So rather than being kind of thrown into a space of reflection through something that happens to you, like kind of losing, maybe it could be something like losing your job or having a surprise situation happen that you weren't expecting, or maybe moving cities. It might be something that you intentionally decide to do because it just feels like things in the current state just aren't working for you, and therefore you need to move into that space of reflection. So we do that kind of intentional shift through karakia, so through incantations again. So I'll just say this and then we're going to move into Te Kore. So nā te ao tūrua ko Te Kore, tokona te ao tūrua kia tū, tokona te ao tūrua kia ora, tukuna te ao tūrua kia moe, tukuna te ao tūrua kia tupu. Kia tukutuku anō ai te ao tūrua, nau mai te kore, ka pau te kore, hui e tā iki e.
Well, we'll now be shifting into our realm of Te Kore. So, as we mentioned earlier, Te Kore is our void of nothingness, but also of limitless potential. And it's within Te Kore that we reflect, seek, and understand. And so, this is going to be the realm in which we develop a sense of deeper meaning or understanding of what we're doing. So this phase of Te Kore is part of our reflection process. We're going to be reflecting on what things got you to here. So how do you feel about what's been done so far? Are there any red flags? Are there any opportunities? What's the space that you occupy? What does the surrounding context tell you? And what is it that you really want? So think about describing any feelings or emotions that might come from what you're working on, any desires or thoughts. And so we'll give you a couple minutes to fill out a post-it note here. We'll give you another 30 seconds and then we'll begin to move to the next piece. All right. Hopefully you were able to get down some ideas and reflect and build a bit of a deeper understanding about what you're working on or doing. Like we did in the last realm, we're going to transition again and do so using karakia. And so this realm of Te Kore is a realm of that understanding and seeking and reflecting. And so we're now going to be shifting through to Te Po. And this is a shift that can be difficult because as humans, we can be wired to be trying to make meaning and understand everything before we move into space of creativity and innovation. However, it is likely we'll notice sort of the glimpses of potential in Te Kore, and Te Po is the space where we can take that potential in Te Kore and start to nurture it into something new. So I'll now recite this karakia, this incantation, and we'll shift to our next realm. So nā te kore ko te pō, tōkuna te kore kia tū, tōkuna te kore kia ora, tukuna te kore kia moi, tukuna te kore kia tupu, kia tukutuku anō ai te kore, nau mai te pō, ka pou te pō, hui e tā ki e.
Welcome to the realm of Te Po. So Te Po is the realm of imagining, dreaming, and making. Te Po literally means the nighttime. So it's the space to dream about the future. And so for this exercise, we want you to imagine success. So imagine success of the thing that you're thinking about. What is the best possible outcome you can imagine? How good could it be? What would this new situation look like, feel like, sound like? In theory, how could you possibly create this future? So you could try using if and then sentences. So if I was to do this, then I would reach this outcome. So we'll give you a couple of minutes to do that one. Okay, we'll have about 30 more seconds on that one. Okay, so we're going to move into the last realm now. So we're going to move from Te Po, our realm of dreaming, to Te Ao Marama, which is the new day of new light. And this shift can be difficult because it takes taking kind of a leap of faith to send those dreams that you had maybe spewing out into reality, out into the new day. So we'll do our karakia and then we'll move into it. So nā te pō ko Te Ao Marama, tokona te pō kia tū, tokona te pō kia ora, sukuna te pō kia moi, sukuna te pō kia tupu, kia tukutuku anō ai te pō, nau mai Te Ao Marama, ka pau Te Ao Marama, hui e tā iki e.
So welcome to our realm of Te Ao Marama. This is our realm of implementing, achieving, and celebrating. So as we mentioned, Te Ao Marama is that world of new light and life. And in Te Ao Marama, we can see things more clearly, and we can access that wisdom of the past and that understanding that we've formed through these other realms, and use this to help determine what is needed to create a new and better future. And so for this exercise, we want you to outline the steps needed to implement the vision that you dreamed up in our last realm in Te Po. So think about what are the practical actions that you need to take now to create success. What are you going to do next, and who needs to be involved? And if you're struggling to think of things, try thinking about what is the thing that needs to happen first, what needs to happen next, and what would have to happen last. And we'll give you a couple minutes again. Cool, you'll have about another 30 seconds to finish up any ideas. Awesome. Well, hopefully you're able to go through that reflection process and get some new thoughts or insights and view on what you were reflecting upon. So, as we've mentioned throughout this presentation, we've talked about the cyclical understanding of time. And so what we're going to be doing now is doing one last transition, shifting from Te Ao Marama to Te Aotearoa. And what this symbolizes for us is that over time, the innovations that we create today are going to become the challenges for the next generation. And so Te Kore Koreka as a process and as a tool reminds us of that constant cycling of ideas and potential to problems and opportunities. And so these ideas that we've got now and the solutions that might work now may no longer be fit for purpose in the future, and that cycle continues. And so to signify this, we'll finish with this last karakia to transition us from Te Ao Marama to Te Aotearoa. So nā Te Ao Marama ko Te Aotearoa, tokona Te Ao Marama kia tū, tokona Te Ao Marama kia ora, kia puta ai tātou ki te whaiao ki Te Ao Marama. Ki Te Aotearoa e tū nei tihei mauri ora. I'll pass back to Alice.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we've reached the end of our session. We hope you enjoyed that journey, and we just want to again just reiterate the reason that we think that these sorts of processes and using more Indigenous processes can really help to shift the way that we think about things, move it to a new frame of reference, and make sure that the futures that we're designing aren't just recycling the same kind of mainstream or Western attitudes that don't necessarily work for all people. So really encourage you to kind of draw from your own cultural lens and consider the ways that you could could design similar tools to work within your own cultural context. And if you're interested, that QR code will take you to the Te Kore Koreka website, so you can go through the process again. We kind of have a bit of an audio visual process website where you can watch all those videos and move through the different soundscapes and actually do the process yourself. So we encourage you to do that, and also our website, our Tōkana Te Raki website is there as well. So we're māorifutures.co.nz. Otherwise, we'd love for you to connect with us. So we're on all the things, LinkedIn, and then also Tōkana Te Raki on Instagram and LinkedIn. So thank you so much to Teach the Future. We're really grateful for this experience, and I think we're passing over to Lisa to wrap us up and then move on to the next ones who are running the next hour. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Alice and Sam. That was such a sweet presentation. That was such a sweet delivery, and we really got to learn more about what is happening in the Māori Futures and how we can take a moment to pause and really integrate I think the vibration of the words and what the culture, what it brings. So thank you so much for sharing, and it was so lovely, and we would love to do a follow-up and see where this goes next. I'm just going to go ahead and put in the chat box just a few things for you here. If you want to receive a certificate of participation throughout the event, we're going to ping a survey in that you can fill out, and we'll send you some badges of participation. If you want to learn more about the videos and everything, pinging it away now. There we go. And next up, without further ado, thank you so much. We're moving into our next. Moving into our next speaker sessions. I'm just going to share the screen. Wow. I'll just start by saying our next speakers I'm introducing Kaizen Lee. Kaizen Lee is a futurist, innovation strategist, and change maker, creating
We've lost your sound, Lisa.
You're muted, Lisa. Sorry.
Oh, Kaizen thrives in contextualizing futuring within complex systems through systematic, speculative, anticipatory, and playful approaches. Kaizen has led on creating shared values in the private, public, and social sectors across dozens of countries and cultures, while weaving fun into her nature of futures literacy and collecting intelligence in diverse communities. Accompanying Kaizen, we have Edmund. Edmund Zhang is a designer with a future-focused approach, thriving on research, strategy, and storytelling. He sees the value of design in uncovering and activating opportunities in often overlooked areas. He currently works at Next of Kin Creatives, an innovation design studio that uses a twin approach of design fiction and creative thinking to create compelling visions of the future that inspire and inform. And so with that being said, I want to pass it over to our new speakers, session 2. We welcome you to have your cameras on, but we understand that maybe that's not possible for you today, and that's okay. We are Teach the Future, a global nonprofit working to include futures literacy in the school curriculum. And remember, we are live on YouTube. This session is hosted by Teach the Future and Young Voices Network in partnership with the Millennial Project. Without further ado, our presenters.
Hi, hello, I'm Edmund, and today I will be going through a sharing together with Kaizen, who is here with me today. But I think first and foremost, we just want to thank all of you for spending your time, your 1 hour with us. And this session will be starting with 2 case studies around aging for the future, followed up by a co-creation workshop that Ai-Sing will be leading. So I think without any further ado, I will just start off my presentation, and then afterwards, Kai-Sing will take the lead.
Thank you, Edmond. Before you start, I just want to quickly ask if anybody want to share where you're joining from. You can put it in the chat. But also thank you, Lisa, for introduction. We grateful for the Millennium Project, Teach the Future, and the Young Ways Network for having us. But with that being said, the floor is yours, Edmond.
Share the screen for a second. Yeah, let me know if you guys can see my screen. If not, I will just continue. Yeah, so
We can see.
yeah, great. Okay, so I'm Edmund. So I'm part of a local a Singaporean innovation design consultancy called Next of Kin Creatives. We basically use design fiction and creative thinking to push boundaries and to shape the future. So just a general background, right? We tap on different disciplines and skill sets to help clients reframe and solve their problems, ranging from graphic design, product design, research to motion design. And our team is currently around 20 men strong, and we have different offices, not just in Singapore, but also in Taipei and Shanghai. So yeah, you can spot me on the top row. Yeah, that's me right there. So I'm currently working on experience design projects for clients. And some of the clients that we have worked with from different industries, and some awards that we have garnered over the past 10 years. So I think in a nutshell, clients find us to help them to reframe challenging problems and to come up with new innovation opportunities. But I think what we really do here is to imagine and prototype futures through futures thinking and our interdisciplinary design competencies. So just to caveat that, we think that futures thinking is really not about predicting the future, but so it's not about consulting your local gods and deities, looking at horoscopes, subscribing to some advice from sages to think about what the future can be like. It's not about crystal ball gazing, but it's really about a way to diverge opportunities and possibilities through an informed view of what is currently happening, current trends, current signals, to imagine the possibilities of what these signals might result as a consequence. So I think many of us are very familiar with design thinking, where it's often a process of diverging and then converging. So it's often quite user-led. It's starting from a pain point, a problem, or a certain user need. But I think where futures thinking is different and is often more imagination focused. You are starting from what you see that's happening currently around the world, and you are forecasting, you're imagining what could be some potential scenarios, problems, consequences of such scenarios happening. So just a quick little thought experiment, right? Like, where do you see yourself in 20 years? I'm sure many of y'all, when y'all go for job interviews or at icebreaker events, when they ask you, hey, where do you see yourself in from 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I think many of us often struggle to answer that question, right? I think the main crux is that it's often very, very difficult to imagine how your future will play out 2 years, 3 years, let alone 10, 20 years. But I think what we are trying to do, at least for this session, is trying to take a step at what the future can be, at least for the context of aging, through 2 case studies that we have done. So the very first case study is about imagining artifacts for a world without aging. And the second one is trying to take on the lens of imagining or innovating heritage for the future. Yeah, so the very first project or case study that I'm going to share about is it's a speculative article piece that NOK was part of. We created a series of articles on LinkedIn and Medium, trying to imagine what the world would look like if age was just a number. So we were kind of inspired by the recent or the ongoing trend or the growing industry around healthcare and how certain individuals, in this case, Joel Snape, this Silicon Valley billionaire, is taking extreme efforts to biohack his life. So it's really trying to extrapolate what this current trend of anti-aging measures can be if taken to the extreme. And I think since the start of civilization, mankind's pursuit of eternal youth is ever present, and you can really see it in the rise of global health and wellness industries everywhere. So I think from that starting point, we went to imagine, hey, like how will people live if age is just a number? So we created this persona, Nova, and we started to ideate different interactions or behaviors that she will take in this world, and what are some of the potential consequences and ideas that might stem out of this imagined future scenario. So I think some key questions that we asked ourselves was that how would our perception of beauty change if the prime ages of youth shifted from 45 to 70, right? And then how would some objects or artifacts in this world reflect that? So we came up with 3 different artifacts to communicate the world that we are building for Nova. And the very first that we were thinking about was, hey, like in the future, if people are living longer, would that also mean that there will be a need to control the population growth? And by that, does that also mean that instead of having an actual physical baby, could you have the experience of having a virtual one? And we thought of this pregnancy kit that is designed to simulate real pregnancies, even though the baby is born virtually. So I think a fun fact for this exercise was that we also leveraged on modern AI tools such as Midjourney and DALL-E, as well as ChatGPT to help us imagine and visualize some of these ideas. So kind of in a way, it's also using potential future tools to generate content and thought provocations. So how it works is by wearing on this pregnancy kit, you get to experience the different sensations as you will have when undergoing an actual pregnancy. So this includes sensations like pain, the heartbeat of the child, and even the movements of the baby within. And after the baby is born, you can also pass on certain traits into this baby avatar. Yeah, so the next artifact that we imagined was the idea of a makeup printer. So in a world where the aging process ceases, could you enhance your beauty beyond just physical makeup to actually modifying your face itself? And we leveraged on the current developments of 3D printing technology. So like tapping on that to imagine if we can directly print additive materials onto the skin to apply customized printed features or makeup directly to your face. So the idea is that you can choose from a selection of different facial features and makeup, and once you are done, the machine will directly apply it onto the face and using skin curing technology to set into place. And the last artifact that we have is the idea of Nespresso, but instead of drinking a coffee, you take a shot of elixir, like an elixir of nanobots. So these nanobots help to perform certain functions like repairing and fighting any ailments that you have in your body. So yeah, I mean, the idea is really taking this shot each day before your bedtime, and while you sleep, these machines will work in your body to repair, to restore, and to combat any viruses and microorganisms, cancer cells, while you're resting. Yeah, so based on these three artifacts, we have actually created a series of articles. If you are curious, feel free to take a look on Medium or on our LinkedIn at Next of Kin Creatives, where we will share more in-depth processes of how we arrived at this persona and these artifacts. Yeah, so feel free to check it out. And our next case study that I wanted to share is slightly different. So what you saw earlier was more speculative. This was a project that was recently piloted and launched with seniors in Singapore. So the whole premise is to see how we can innovate local heritage and traditions for future senior active aging programs. And this was stamped out of rising or an increasing spending in healthcare and in healthcare expenses, especially in Singapore, where our population is rapidly aging. And one area where Singapore is looking at is building or fostering active aging centers, whereby there are areas where seniors can come together to take part in activities and socialize amongst themselves. And I think one key problem that these centers face is they often find it very hard to attract male seniors. And I think the landscape currently at these centers are that they host activities ranging from chair exercises, chair Zumba exercises, karaoke sessions, or they'll play card games such as bingo. And I think such activities often draw a wide or a large crowd of female seniors, but it's easy to see why male seniors may not be so interested to participate. So I think the bigger agenda for the project is how can we tap on familiar cultural assets as a potential solution for the national aging issue, and in a very broad or macro sense to help alleviate stress on Singapore's medical system. So just to give you a general background of what this image is this is called Lion Dance. So this is a predominantly Asian performance where it's helmed by a performer that controls the lion head that you see at the front, and the rear is maneuvered by another performer. So this activity involves a lot of coordination and dexterity because the rear performer has to match the actions of the performer at the front. If not, they will both fall. So this is often practiced during festive occasions, especially during Chinese New Year, where you will see such lions out and about in the streets and performing for the public. So we wanted to use this very familiar activity that seniors grew up watching since young, and think about how could we readapt it so that seniors could now not be just participants, not be just viewers, but active participants of this particular traditional art. So there were three key components that we were designing around to improve the user experience and the comfort of undergoing this activity. Yeah, so the key shift is really to move it from a challenging and demanding activity to a more senior-friendly and inviting experience so that it could be adopted as a senior activity. So these were our 3 starting points that our team were working with. And we explored different interventions using things like elastic bands and clips and everyday materials to quickly hack different prototypes to see how we can elevate the stress and the comfort level for seniors. So we even incorporated things like 3D printing, and we designed different handles and mechanisms to see how the lion head, in this case, can be controlled more efficiently. So so I think the bigger problem that we are trying to solve here is because for traditional lion head, it's often controlled by a centralized string in the middle, where you have to pull that single string to control the ears and the eyes. So I think over here we're really thinking, hey, can we actually have a centralized say handle whereby it allows you to more conveniently maneuver the lion head. And yeah, we went through many rounds of prototyping, and eventually we took some of these ideas to test with the seniors and also with the wellness coach that was present to see how we can incorporate some of these exercises that they are currently doing into this lion dance activity. And I think we are really heartened to hear a lot of positive feedback from the seniors. I think one very common feedback was that being able to don the lion dance head really triggered a lot of memories for them, because when they were young, they were the ones who will stand aside and touch the lion head, but they would never had a chance to be inside the lion head. So we thought that this was really like great feedback for us to keep continuing and see how we can improve the experience for them eventually. So all in all, we designed a series of interventions on different parts of the lion dance performance to ease the user experience. So what you see here is a centralized pulley system and a handle which they can conveniently press and maneuver to easily control the ears and the eyes of the lion head with very little effort. We also design things like cymbal mufflers so that when they are practicing the cymbal playing, we can reduce interference and the noise levels of the residents nearby. The reason being that most of these active aging centers, they are situated in heartland areas where, or they will often be part of residential areas. So we were also very careful to make sure that when they are actually playing and practicing, they don't cause much noise interference with people who are living around the area. Yeah, so this project was a joint collaboration between Next of Kin Creatives and also with this 184-year-old Chinese clan called Gongzhou Weikun, where we tapped on their expertise to see how we can incorporate the traditions of lion dance without diluting it too much. So the lady that you see wearing green, she is the heritage consultant from the clan. And I think one very interesting thing is this clan has some sort of direct lineage to famed martial artist Wang Fei Hong. So the senior that you see seated on a wheelchair in the center, he is the third generation disciple of Wang Fei Hong. And Lin on the left is the fifth generation. So they have been doing lion dance for many years, and we were very mindful to always be in constant conversation with them to see how much should we adapt the lion dance without losing tradition. So as you can see, the reimagined lion dance is held by a senior seated on a wheelchair and supported by a standing senior or youth behind. And we sought to integrate martial arts and even current chair exercises that the seniors are doing into this whole choreography, so that as they go along this program, they also get to train on their upper body strength, their grip strength in preparation for the final lion dance performance. And we were very happy to to have a pilot with one of the active aging centers in Singapore. So we launched the program just end of last year, and we worked with around 25 participating seniors, including seniors from other ethnicities such as Malay, Indian seniors, to be part of this program. And it was really a very progressive program session where the seniors started off with working with stress balls to hula hoops to weighted hula hoops and eventually donning on the lion head itself for the final performance. So here are some photos of what happened during the event showcase, and you can see how this activity was able to offer a platform for seniors of different mobility and different mobility challenges to even to play a part in this whole performance. So on the top left image, you can see seniors who might be weaker in their body strength, but still being able to contribute by playing the cymbals while seated. And we have some testimonials from the seniors who went through the program. I think one surprising one that we gathered was from Auntie Teo from the bottom right, where she shared with us when she told her daughter that she was going to be part of a line dance troupe. Her daughter didn't believe her and asked her, "Hey, are you serious, mom? Are you serious that you're going to be part of this?" But I think after seeing her go through the final the full performance, I'm sure she will have a different thought now. Yeah, and we also featured in different local and international media. And yeah, so this project is still ongoing, and currently we are trying to work with more active aging centers as well as to find more funding support to take this further. So I'll be very happy if you guys have any suggestions or any comments on what kind of heritage asset do you think would be appropriate for seniors of your country or where you are from? Yeah, so that we can also be inspired on how local heritage assets can be adapted for seniors. So I think all in all, the value of futures thinking is to imagine situations that don't yet exist and to challenge the present assumptions of the future so that we can anticipate and identify opportunities to create radical innovation. And I think from the two case studies that I've shared, the point is that oftentimes when we think about futures, it can stem from a fear-based or an optimism-based point of view, right? So I think as we go about imagining and going through futures thinking, it's also quite imperative to think about what are the steps that we can do to move away from such worst case scenarios, and what are the steps that we can do instead to realize these ideal futures. And I mean, this is a very cliche quote, but I think the best way to create a future is to create it. So let's, like, beyond just speculating and imagining, what are the next few steps that we can set for ourselves to move and to shape the future into one that we all desire? Yep, so before I end off, work with us at NOK if you have any ideas or problems that need solving for today so that we can innovate for tomorrow. And with that, I will end my sharing, and I will give I will set aside some time to open up the floor for any questions and answers.
Thank you, Edmond. I saw like great comment from the chat, and I just want to start off by saying that it's so beautiful to hear from you about the depth of the projects. It really speaks to my heart how you and the team are so like into integrating this cultures and history into this building and creation of the present and the future, and how it's so heart-filling to hear about how the seniors giving great feedback on all of those prototypes, and it seems like a good start of the intergenerational connections. And yeah, with that, just curious what questions or comments everyone has.
I have a question about what do you learn from doing this project? Right. Okay. So I think if I'm correct, Lisa, I think you were asking about the second project regarding lion dance, right? Okay. I think John also asked a similar question. Hi, Edmund. What was the greatest challenge in designing the future of senior empowered lion dance performance with the seniors? Right. Okay. So I think maybe I can answer these two questions at the same time. Yeah, I think so this project took us around a year from the conception of the idea all the way to the final performance showcase. I think the first half of the project, we were in a way kind of like designing for ourselves, because we were prototyping ideas and then we were the ones who tested the prototypes to see whether they worked. And I think it was really a very different story once we got down to the active aging centers and tested those ideas and prototypes with the seniors themselves. And you'll be very surprised to also hear that sometimes a lot of their considerations were really not about whether the lion head is comfortable, whether it's too heavy, but just having the opportunity, or they were just expressing whether they like how lion dance made them feel like they are young again, and they would love to eventually be part of the cymbal playing or the music performances. So I think that really kind of shifted our focus a little bit. So I think at the start we were really focused on how can we reduce the ergonomics, the weight, the comfort of the lion head. But I think towards the end, we start to realize that, hey, like it can just be as simple as offering seniors of different physical challenges and mobility issues their own unique ways to shine through this program, be it being able to play the cymbal if you are not able enough to be part of the lion dance performance. Could you just contribute in that way? For those who are not so musically inclined, could they just be around to clap to clap to the rhythm of the performance? So I think that was really the bigger opportunity, or the bigger picture that we are trying to that we are really trying to offer to the seniors. I think I think for seniors, having a chance to also build their confidence in performing through this program was a huge thing for them. So many of them never thought that at 70, 80 years old, they will have an opportunity to perform to the public. So I think this particular program really offered them this chance to contribute something of value to the world and to perform for their children, for their grandchildren. I think that those were some of the more intangible benefits that we really wanted to that we actually found out or like we actually distilled through the program. Right, yeah. So I think Lisa also asked that if we could create volunteer opportunities for youth to perform. Yeah, I mean, certainly, right? Because we were also thinking of whether we could have more intergenerational performances between the elderly, between the seniors and the youth. So, for example, could the lion head be helmed by a senior, a seated senior, while the back could be supported by a youth, right? And then what if the youth could also play an active part in teaching and yeah, and kind of supporting these seniors as they go through the entire program. So definitely we are also thinking about how we can bring in youths and even youth trainers to be a very integral part of this Lion Dance program. For the speculative projects, were there levels of discomfort in terms of ethics or values, say for pregnancies or 3D printed faces? If so, how did you and your team navigate these issues? Yeah, I think this is a really great question. I mean, if we applied the futures wheel or like the map of consequences, even if like further and further, I think at some point some of these artifacts that we're proposing will have its will definitely have its limitations and its problems. So I think all in all, this exercise, we were just stopping short of that phase. And our output was really thinking about what will be some of the more provocative experiences and objects that would come up in this world. And I think if some of these artifacts and objects generate some kind of discomfort into you, some fears in you, I think that's also what we want to achieve, right? Like, would you want to live in such a future whereby instead of opting for a physical baby, you rather go for a virtual one because it is as real as a physical one? Would you rather have your face printed? And yeah, like what would that scenario look like for you? So I think the artifacts also allowed us to very visually present to you such emotions and such attitudes. And I think it's up to you to see how then do you want to interpret such consequences if the world like this were to happen. Yeah, I think I'll take a last question before I pass the time to Kai-Sing. So I think Scott over here asked, hey, I applaud your effort to bridge generations, and in doing so, it appears that you are bridging different ways of thinking. How has working between designers and futures thinkers, do you find they can have good chemistry? How can we improve all of this working? Yeah, I think that's a great question, right? Like, I think to the point about the distinction between design thinking and futures thinking. So for us, at our current company, none of us has been exposed to futures thinking beforehand. So the story was that one of our colleagues, I think a few of them, they went for this workshop on futures thinking. And when they came back, they were so inspired by some of the tools that they've learned that we held an internal workshop for the whole company. So we all went through these exercises. And I think that also informed us on the articles that on the very first case study that you saw earlier. I think for me personally, design thinking and futures thinking can go hand in hand. Because one is about thinking about what can you solve at the present moment, while the other is also the other is thinking about how can your current solution eventually influence or impact the world in one way or another. So I feel like they can actually coexist, and in that sense, futures thinking can also be a great tool for you to ideate, beyond just your conventional problem solving for user needs. It can help you to expand and widen your scope of imagination and ideation to create potentially more unexpected but interesting outcomes. So yeah, I do think that there's some synergy between these two. Okay, I'll just take a last question from Bisia, if I pronounce it correctly. You are fortunate to operate out of Singapore. How does the government and the business community contribute to your creative ecosystem? I might not be the best person to answer this. Yeah, but I think at least in Singapore, the government has been spending quite a lot of resources in developing the design industry here. So we have a government run kind of like a organization called Design Singapore. So it has some relation to the economic division of our government, where they see design as a economic driver to progress Singapore's innovation and thinking beyond its shores. So I do think that the government has been very, very supportive in offering scholarships, support, grants, events, resources in this area. Yeah, and I'm very fortunate to be part of this support system as well. All right, I think that will be the end of the Q&A. And I think before I hand off to Kai-Sing for the co-creation workshop, I would just want to kind of flash, some initial questions in preparation for the workshop earlier. So I think just two starting points, right? What comes to your mind when you think of aging, and do you fear or look forward to it? So without any further ado, I will pass the time to my co-host, Kai-Sing.
Thank you, Edmond, for such a beautiful and inspiring presentation of how a future-oriented design can activate our imagination, of how we can age well together as a community. And yeah, but if you just join, I'm Kai-Sing, and one of my favorite quote is future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. So with that passion about how perspectives of futures are shaped both individually and within communities, I do innovation design strategy and strategic foresight, advocating for futures literacy here and there. And I'm fortunate to do strategy and design futures with systemic but also fun gamified approaches in Europe, where I'm joining from now from Sarajevo. And also I do strategy and teach in China and do research and development on emerging technologies for good in the States. So I'm so excited to flex our future thinking muscle to help you, jumpstart this whole inspiring world futures day. So this session is part of a series of workshops we develop. So maybe I can share my whiteboard. And actually, everybody should be able to also add it there. Let's see. Open board. Okay. All right. So can everybody go into the board? Oh, I saw some cursors there. Okay. Just give everybody some time to get in. Isn't it cool that this a built-in features for us co-creating together? Yeah, so we're just gonna have a really quick jam of what is going about here. This is called Beyond the TikTok. So usually, when we think about aging is time going forwards. But I would start off by sharing one of my personal thoughts from when I was a kid. So it's just an appetizer. As a kid, I'd always thought, okay, what if we age backwards? So the age to explore this possibility so much that I celebrated my birthday with friends from age 92 to 90 to 86 instead of going forward. So if you can sort of reimagine how this aging means to yourself. like how this aging means for you and your family, but also your communities together. So with that being said, we have a lot of different figures. On the top, I saw there are already people starting to build in. So we'll think about, age in the next 20 years. What are the feelings that is in your heart you would like to, portray using an emoji? And what is that one word or phrase that comes to your mind first when you think about that feeling built into aging? Yeah, it's harder for us to picture us like in 20 years, of course, but that feeling, what you're feeling now, is real there. So I invite everyone to take a second to think about that and starting to move around. It's so beautiful. I saw some wondering there and some cheering, some mind-blowing, also some aliens, like a diversified range of feelings there. Yeah, also don't forget to put your name down there. Yeah, as people are creating there, I'm gonna read out loud a little bit, or maybe someone, if you want to share, like using a microphone, you're very welcome. I saw Scott, you turn on your camera. So would you like to share a little bit? Yeah, I think there are more coming along. Yeah, it's a good practice we often use to, start out and warm up and get you future thinking muscles there by sort of like have this introspection of own feelings about future. Because people could have really different like attitude to our futures, partially depending on some of your past memories. If it's sort of like traumatic or there's some, loop that hasn't closed there. There's a chance, like based on different cognitive science and neuroscience studies, it's possible that you feel more pessimistic about futures. So there's already some bias here because a lot of us are already like interested or like working in the futures field. So actually, many of us tend to be more optimistic, but it's so interesting to see. Yeah, I saw like some really happy face, some wondering face, some mind-blowing face. I haven't seen like a really positive, like really negative one, which is interesting. All right, so I saw we already have some like little humans there, but if you wanted to keep working on that, you're very welcome to do so. So let's get into the part downward. So here you can see, oops, okay, I'm back to the whiteboard. Okay, here you can see there are different types there. And there's like 4 color blocks there. So I will start off by inviting everyone going into one of the red hats of any hive there and duplicate your emoji to the side of the red hat. So like what I do here, I copy this emoji and put it by the number 1 red hat here. So it's sort of like you're marking your territory for this round. Yeah, just a reminder, for each hive, like the 4-color hive, we only have like one emoji by the side of red one for this round, and we'll be continue with others for next round. So maybe this one, put it on top of red here. Okay, I think we have several of them, which is great. And what you will be doing now is you see like it's a rat, and then we gonna unreveal what is going on here, so I can comment panel. Okay, all eyes on me. So you will be seeing my screen saying that, okay, for the first block, you will be writing like a situation where you will be in 20 years. So the situation could be, of course, like more mundane, like on a date, or it could be something not that common nowadays, like in air or outer space traffic, but it could be also very relational, like when programming a virtual version of your family member. So whatever you like, please think about like what situation you wanted to put here. And we have maybe 20 seconds here. Yeah, so the Hive 1 is already done. Congrats. Boldly augmented with more time for meditation. Oh, I love it. Is this hybrid reality you're picturing? Others are kicking in as well. For who is song number 1 again? You can put your emoji on the top of the red hat if you like. It will be helpful for our like rounds ahead. Okay, I'm reading some of the mess. People are working on that. Take your morning photosynthesis in a can. Oh, I love that. It reminds me of this symbiotic futures of us really connected to the mother of Earth, but also like the nature of organism. Let's see. I also saw debating accepting an invitation to a conference on the moon. Lovely. So I saw you're hesitating there, right? And I can see the connection between your feelings, your emoji, and your situation. Lovely. So cool. Let's move on to the next round. So everybody, you can add like a number to your current number. For example, if you are on 6 and you saw there is something written on 7, you can move on to the 7. That will be your new hive for this round. And if you are on, let's see, 4, and you can move on to 6 because 5 is like a blank, so you just need to like ignore that. That's fine. And then so everybody found your new hive. Yes, if you already find a new hive, the next prompt would be on the yellow part on the left of this little, hive person. So now write a person. So it could be a professional and any character in your life, either from the mundane world or fiction work. Of course, it could be like something common nowadays, like government representation, or like my grandma, like my kid, or like a prophet, or someone who is likely to be present like in 20 years, but now. So it really depends on your imagination and your intention and vision about who you wanna, bring close to you. I saw, a robo nurse helping children with mental wellness. Very like hands-on there. And it reminds me of a book I recently read called Matters of Care, which I would recommend to everybody, like caring about the ontological issues of care in general. And sometimes it's for more than human, like this robo nurse our friend is writing about, but it's of course also innate in our Homo ludens. I also saw a personal chef, a hologram of Taylor Swift serenading our seniors. I love it. With space travel affordable, the masses. Oh yeah, you're still working on that. Nice. Okay, last 10 seconds. We need to go to another round. Oh, okay. With space travel affordable, the masses, I can finally buy an economy ticket. Really down to earth now, and really echoes with me about that future is not evenly distributed, but it will be more equitable in this scenario you're building. Awesome. So next round, you're moving to like the next number that's close to you. You +1 or +2 or 3. If you got your next hive, the prompt will be, please write an object or something non-human. So it could be something, like just tangible, or it could be something holy, something such as an organism, an animal, or like a plant, whatever you want. Okay. We're running out of time, so we'll be wrapping up this round for next 15 seconds. I already saw a teapot that makes tea instantly. I love it. It's really convenient for someone who loves tea like me. Just in a blank. And I saw a photosynthesis skin, lovely. A house plant that also advises what I post on social media. Great. You got that deep connections and symbiotic bit there. All right, so moving on to our last round. Everyone, please go to the next hive close to you. So the last one would be an event, a pivotal event. So it could be either good or bad, can be a major event like a catastrophe or a mundane event. That plays an important role in this future scenario that you are building. Do we have anyone working on number 3? Also, number 8 is soon to be finished. And it's gonna be a complete hive body. Nice, I saw green tech is now going beyond skin deep and into our cells. And Earth and Mars is no longer habitable due to overexploitation. And afternoon tea with neighbors. Nice. So everybody, you can go back to the first hype you started to wrote. And I hope you could, we don't have much time left here, but I hope you could re-enter this board and then think about, okay, this is a co-building like little hive by everybody. What are some like takeaways from here? Was it a lot of randomness there? Is there a lot of interesting combination of positive and negative things there? Or is there both predetermined elements but also some critical uncertainties there? They're all sort of drivers of change. It could be a leadership of the person you wrote. It could be a movement or development of something like a tech. And it could be driven by something or someone you haven't noticed to be important. But we're almost out of time. Anybody want to have like last word of sharing what you feel about this short jam? Please unmute. We'd love to hear your voices.
Thank you so much, Kaizen and Edmund, for this interactive session. I think our audience likes to play around with this Miro TikTok world. I think it was a good tool too to share. We really appreciate it. Thank you both for sharing on World Futures Day. And we can carry the conversation on Discord. We can meet. I'll put a plug into the chat box and folks can continue and ask questions and interact there. They can also fill out a survey to receive a badge for participation. And so now, move pin. Okay, thank you both.
Thank you, Lisa and Edmund and everybody. And if you want to continue, discussing future stuff like this with us, please find us. Edmund had his QR code, and you can find me. I can send it in the chat on Instagram or Discord. But thanks to everyone.
Okay, and so now we're going to move on to our next session, introducing facilitator James Balzar. James is a Sydney-based sustainability policymaker and practitioner. He is currently undertaking the Next Generation Foresight Practitioners NJFP Fellowship with the School of International Futures. His fellowship focuses on the future of extreme heat governance in global cities, with a particular focus on Sydney and Singapore. James has a background in government, think tanks, and social enterprise, with his work exploring how to create a more sustainable and resilient world for current and future generations. He hopes to instill stronger anticipatory governance practices with government organizations as they can ensure long-term systematic change in how policy is formulated and implemented. And joining him, we have Katie Cooper. Katie is practicing futurist who works with organizations and communities to develop future stories. Grounded in place-based storytelling, our future stories help shape strategic plans and action plans for now having identified preferred futures to work towards. And so thank you so much for being here, and we look forward. Take it. Showtime.
Thanks, Lisa. Great job to the last crew. We really enjoyed that interactive session. It's beautiful to be here today. And James and I are going to take you through a conversation. It is a bit of a weaving conversation. We've got a couple of tools that we're going to share throughout the process, but it really is about the conversation itself and talking about where we're headed with particularly youth agency and youth voice today. So we're going to start with an introduction. So James, how about you share a little bit about you, what you're working on right now, and something that's not in your bio for the crew to hear.
Thank you very much, Katie, and thank you very much for the last session. I thought that was very well designed and very well thought out. So as introduced, I'm James Bowser. I'm based in Sydney, and I'm currently undertaking the Next Generation Foresight Practitioners Fellowship, which is part of the School of International Futures. My background primarily is in government, but prior to that, I was also in social enterprise and NGOs. So my big passion and how this relates to this session is looking at how we combine bottom-up advocacy and top-down public sector efforts to create best practice governance outcomes. And therefore, my interest is in governance futures, which is basically how do we achieve that synergy of top-down and bottom-up governance in the short, medium, and long term. That's the crux of my interest and my focus and why I'm here today with Katie. What's not in my bio is I'm a huge pug lover. I love pugs, the breed of pugs. I've got a pug called Abby. So that's a fun and peculiar fact about me. I'll pass it back to you now, Katie.
Great, thanks, James. So importantly, I can share a little bit about my work. I particularly work, as mentioned by Lisa, in storytelling. So I really find that a way to help people understand futures work is to connect it to the place that they're in. We're all familiar with the place or the city that we live in, or the organisation that we're a part of, helping them go out to the future with a range of stories, a range of scenarios, a range of potential realities or plausible futures, and then come back to now and make sense of that. By making sense of that, they're then able to shape either city plans or action plans or organisational strategy. But I always find that creative process of storytelling helps people meet in the middle. So it's a bit like a Vegemite sandwich, right? So what's your simplest version of that potential future for you? And I know Vegemite sandwiches are polarising for anyone who's not Australian, but I think it's an important way to visualise what I do in the future. The thing that might not be in my bio is that I live in Tasmania, which is a tiny island off a big island. I'm deeply passionate about the future and the environment, and I'm deeply passionate about creating systems of people and of stories and community that help shape that island in particular. So just a reminder that we are live streaming onto YouTube today. So, if you're not able to stay for the whole session, you'll be able to catch that later on. But equally, if you want to hear, if you decide your time that you want to wake up in the middle of the night, the crew will be on there as well. And it is a 24-hour process or event. So we'll be streaming from all over the world over the next 24 hours. So, James, I'm actually going to start with a question to the audience if we can, and I'm really keen to see in the chat who's here, how are they using futures? You might say on a scale of, not at all to all every day, keep it simple. How are you using futures in your daily life? And let us know who you are and where you're from. We'd really appreciate that. While everyone's starting to pop that into the chat, James, I'd love to hear more about NGFP. Why don't you talk about that while we get some idea about who's on the call today?
Yeah, well, and it's actually a great opportunity to also plug the people to apply for the NGFP fellowship. because I think there are many budding or experienced futurists in this session who I think will be fantastic NGFP fellows. But in essence, Next Generation Foresight Practitioners, or NGFP, is an initiative of the School of International Futures. And it's basically looking at how we can achieve long-term systemic and intergenerational fairness using futures and foresight principles and methodologies. And so they run a number of hubs, including the Climate and Energy Hub, Intergenerational Fairness Hub, Rural Futures Hub, etc., trying to deal with long-term systematic futures change in those thematics aligned to those hubs. The fellowship is assigned to people who want to run their own projects and get support and some funding to scale up, or to at least just to begin their own futures project, looking at building systemic futures capacity and long-term change. So as alluded to in the introduction, my focus is on extreme heat governance in Sydney and Singapore. That's the focus of my fellowship.
Fantastic. I think I saw that applications are open for this year's.
Yeah, that's right. I believe they are.
Yeah, they just opened, I think it was only in the last 24 hours, so that's exciting. So we've got John Lim from the Future Singapore Hub. How are you going, John? Great to see you. So working in consulting with companies in banking, hospitality and technology. Welcome. Now, I also saw Scott. He's got his camera on. Thank you. Where are you joining us from, Scott? Oh, from Kuala Lumpur. There you go. 2 fast fingers. Beautiful. And you're using it pretty much every day, whether you want to or not. Beautiful. I love that. I've got Carol on the screen as well. Hi, Carol. Whereabouts are you from? Feel free to unmute. Nope.
Oh, yes. Hi.
There we are.
Hello. Like John, I'm also from Singapore, so you can see the background, the Singapore
Beautiful.
skyline. Yeah, and not too far from Scott at all.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you all, and I know that we've got about 20 other or 18 other people on the online. So if anyone feels like sharing who they are and where they're from, you're more than welcome to over the next few minutes. James, I've got another question for you now. So you're obviously working in youth policy or in policy around climate in the future. One of the things that we talked about before we did this session whilst we were planning was how you felt about youth advocacy. And so I'm keen for you to paint a picture of the present state that you think youth advocacy is sitting in.
I think it's a great question and something that gets asked a lot. And there's a lot to unpack with regard to youth activism and youth as an agent of change, especially bottom-up change from the perspective of governance. And the analogy or the metaphor I would use personally is that youth have built a ladder, but there's no hooks on the end of the ladder to latch it onto a wall or to latch it onto something to climb up. I think we are at a time where social media and disruptive media technologies, whether that be TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc., are enabling a great democratization of media. You no longer need to have enormous capital, connections, and time to foster a show on, a public broadcaster or a big media channel to get your message out there. You can do it with the phone in your pocket for very little cost. That means youth are exposed and are able to expose themselves to the world and disseminate their thoughts and their ideas around issues, particularly with regard to climate and sustainability, very easily. So we have a new paradigm coming out in the world with that democratization of media. However, the top-down paradigm of the public sector governance model is still stuck in 20th century thinking. Our institutions have not caught up with the pace and the tempo and the democratization of contemporary activism, especially from youth. So
Yeah,
how we
beautiful.
reconcile those two, I think, is a very important question. Got some thoughts on that I won't go into now, but you asked me to just summarize my thought on the current state of youth activism. That's probably the best way I would sum it up if you were to ask me that question.
Beautiful. Thanks, James. And I love that you use the metaphor there. So, and I'm sure that there are a number of people on the call that are familiar with Sahal Inatullah and his CLA process, so causal layered analysis. What we've started with is just that idea of the metaphor. What is it that you hold as the story for the current situation, either for yourself or for what you're a part of? And so James and I, in our conversations before today, just started to use the process of defining a metaphor for the current state. And James has used that ladder without hooks on the end for it to be stabilized or hung from. So I love that as a metaphor. What we're going to do today is using that as a way to start to define what might be a metaphor that's more appropriate or help steer us towards a future that we want to have in youth advocacy. So we're going to start to play a little bit in the chat, or you're welcome to unmute and jump in. But I'm really keen for people to think about what might be our story or our metaphor, the thing that is true for a potential future around youth advocacy. So if we're a ladder with no hook at the moment, what might we like to move towards? Any ideas there? Feel free to pop them in the chat. And while people are thinking on that, because it's a big one, James, what are your ideas?
I think, obviously, we know what we want to get to. We want to metaphorically put those hooks on the ladder. So the question, we know why we need to do that. We understand the what, we know the why and the what, which is great. But the hard bit is the how. And there's a lot of ways you could answer that. But a lot of it comes down to how we change the way our institutions, as in top-down public sector institutions, work to collaborate more effectively with the bottom-up activism of youth. That's always kind of the thesis I focus on personally. Now, there's been a lot of talk around
James, I'm going to challenge that just a little bit, and then I'm going to let you get back into flow. Do you think the ladder is the metaphor for the future? Like, is it a ladder? And I'm interested in other people's thoughts, because to me that's a hierarchical kind of layered construct in itself. And I'm just wondering if people think there's a better artifact or a better metaphor as part of that piece. And then I'll let you keep your chain of thought going while people are thinking about it.
That's a fantastic point though, right? Because I mean, we often think about, and traditional governance models as they stand to this day are still very hierarchical, but it's actually a good point. Is there perhaps a way in which we can achieve change without the need for strict hierarchy between top down and bottom up? Because often in public policy discussions, it's kind of framed as this dichotomy, top down versus bottom up governance. But is there a way where we can just have more horizontally integrated governance outcomes in collaboration between civil society stakeholders or between civil society and the private sector without really even needing a more hierarchical top-down actor, the public sector involved? So how do we achieve those governance outcomes that perhaps are more democratized and more horizontal? And in particular, what does that mean for youth activism and advocacy, including in, but not exclusively to, climate change and sustainability activism? So it's a great point you've raised there, Katie. And I definitely will be interested in seeing what other thoughts people have as well. Now, John just mentioned something. Senior job roles no longer based on ageist limits of supposed experience. Yep, I think there's a very good point there. But rather true competency and demonstrated portfolios. Imagine a world with teenagers who have led sports teams to be managers. I think that is a very good point, John. And I think in both the private and the public sector in particular, there is an emphasis on doing your time. You know, you got to do 3 years to get to this point in the hierarchy, 10 years to get to this point. These are slightly arbitrary numbers. I do agree. I think there's a very good point to be pondered there. I'm not sure what you think, Katie.
So actually, Scott's popped into the chat the idea of keeping it simple, perhaps focusing on a value. So, and that value is respect. So, you know, where we have a deficit between various peoples, as well as humans and nature, generationally. I'm a Gen X, and I'm absolutely conscious of being in the middle of the world that's changing at the moment. And perhaps we can reevaluate respect, and I like that idea. And I wonder whether or not the idea of the metaphor being something like a swarm. You know, when you think about a flock of swallows or a swarm of bees, the way that they move in like a biomimicry or a pattern, it doesn't have a single leader, it has many. And the idea of if our metaphor for advocacy could be around a swarm or a flock, how might we be able to, you know, solve some significant challenges around youth advocacy? I'm keen on people's thoughts about that. Scott's got his eyebrows up and he's nodding his head, so I'm thinking I got there.
I'd love to hear more about it, Scott. Feel free to take your mic off, Scott. I like the idea about also changing values, right? And this is actually something I'm looking at in my NGFP fellowship. We often think, and in fact, I often think in quite a technical methodological way to change things. And you need a bit of that. But culture eats strategy for breakfast is a common saying in organizations. And I think at a societal level, you could say the same thing. How we change culture, values, and mindsets is actually probably a more powerful, systematic change in the way we do things than a technical or methodological approach to change things. I'm not sure if you have any more thoughts on that, Scott, or if you would like to turn your mic on and contribute verbally.
Finding a bit to unmute. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, good. He did mention in there, I like this one, a warp pipe, like from Super Mario Brothers. So it's like, you know, you enter in one field and then you're through to the next field or the next level or whatever that looks like, or the other side of the factory, depending on where you're playing. What do you think about that, Carol?
I might you know, I'll ask to unmute, and then maybe that might help people unmute. There we go.
Yes.
Yay.
I'll do the same to you, Scott,
right.
see if it works afterwards as well. It might be the solution.
Yes.
yes.
Right. Now Scott can talk too. Okay.
Right, jump in.
I don't really have a visual metaphor yet for what I have in mind, but definitely it isn't the letter, but I think of it, I don't know why, I think of it in waves. And I think about that, how maybe it's because there's a Chinese proverb saying that is about looking at generations in terms of waves. So the Chinese proverb of saying that seeing waves as representing generations. So I think of it that way, and I think I wanted to also respond to earlier on about you know, this whole idea of like non-hierarchy. So I was just at one of our tertiary institutions here in Singapore this morning, running a whole series of mock pitches for students who are thinking up about new ideas to use technology to solve some of our problems of the future. And one of the teams pitched an idea to do with the way learning can be done in future, in the classrooms of the future. And I love one slide where they had these simple words, which are simply for students by students. And that really was pretty wow for me, because I thought about it. We have so conventionally thought about learning and education as the teacher teaching the students. But here the students are basically saying, no, we can actually create, and they were creating metaverses. So these were students working in studying animation and game design and all that. And they have decided that they can create their own vehicles for learning. They can create how they would like to learn. And they can put all those content and the storytelling and the gamification and all of that into how they wish to learn. And they can create these things for the younger students. So the whole idea of, breaking the traditional hierarchical structures that we're so used to in schools. To me, I think that was one of my biggest takeaways from this morning.
Beautiful. Thanks so much. That's such a great one. All too often, policy is being developed in isolation to the people that are most impacted by it. And we've certainly had an experience here recently in Tasmania around youth incarceration. So young people who are offenders in the prison system have had a whole inquiry around their distance from their ability to influence the policy development around how they're incarcerated and cared for. Thankfully, we have a champion in our Commissioner for Children and Young People who is attempting to reshape that going forward, which is really exciting. So I like that, bringing the by youth for youth approach to that. Yeah. James, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a wonderful sentiment. Yeah, and it speaks to the democratization of knowledge that's been enabled in the digital era. It's amazing how much students now can learn by themselves using YouTube and TikTok. I don't mean that flippantly. Quite seriously, there's a lot of good educational material on those apps. And it's a very naive for education systems to not leverage that and to work with students with the knowledge that they have access to so much knowledge, and to not recognize that is going to lead to a stagnant, undemocratized, overly homogenized education system, as we see in many contexts in this day. And Scott's got his mic off, so I'm not sure if Scott's interested in contributing.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. This is so going off of the hierarchy bit. I'm all for that end to hierarchy and such. The issue we run into is that if there's no driver, things just don't get done. You can have these wonderful, nearly egalitarian conversations or workshops or classes or something along those ways, but if there's nothing, and unfortunately the only way we can do that is to fall into those old hierarchical structures of leadership, and so I think we just have to take it, maybe we have to go further, just have to go deeper, right? So you just keep looking at the various different whether it's different disciplines or different fields of inquiry that we haven't quite looked into. It's very tough. I don't know. It's very difficult because I think it's just so inbuilt, which kind of gets me back to what I was saying about, because I'm, in full disclosure, I'm not a cultural relativist. There's a very delicate balance with various cultures, whether that's sort of a contemporary culture that has built up either in a workplace, in a school, in a community, even within a nation, while there is the more indigenous cultural identities behind some of our ethnicities and where we come from, our language, even our generation. And so how to balance all of that is very, very challenging. And so if we have new ways of doing that, and that's why I think going back to just values, because the beauty of a simple value, that's why I put respect, for example, is it crosses so many different cultures, and it can even, but I think we shouldn't be afraid to critique other cultures too. I think there's a lot of wrong in this, like, defend all cultures, notion. So I think it's just overall, I guess the overall hypothesis is that we live in very extreme times where you have to be this or that and nothing in between. And so that just kind of gets back to the greater challenge. So I think you guys are tapping into some really cool stuff here. So unfortunately, I don't know if I have many solutions, but it's very cool thinking. So dig it.
Beautiful. Scott, that's really stimulated for me, the idea. So I'm from Lutruwita, Tasmania, Nipaluna, Hobart. And I acknowledge the elders of the Tasmanian Aboriginal community, who are the longest serving or longest continuous culture in the world. One of the things that is beautiful about their way of living or their way of viewing the world is that an elder, and in a similar culture, Auntie Cheryl just joined us from New Zealand, so I'd love for her to pop her video on whenever she's ready. The idea that an elder is helps shape the way that things are based on the past as opposed to the future, but sorry, not as opposed, as well as drawing out the long now, so into the future. But an elder helps shape that and make sense of that and understand that. And I think that's a really interesting piece, is how do we get this metaphor of youth advocacy, if it's a time warp or a smart mob, which was another suggestion in there, or the waves, to create a space where we're able to both look backwards to come forwards around whatever the advocacy or policies that we're developing, but also push forward in a really beautiful way. Good afternoon, Cheryl. So lovely of you to join us. Oh, unmute. Hang on. I'll ask you to unmute.
There you go.
Great, James. Thank you.
Kia ora, great to join you, even if I am a little late. From, I sort of thought I'd pop in. Such an exciting topic.
Beautiful. Such a good day
I'm
too.
a big Cheryl fan, so Cheryl, you're more than welcome. I'm very glad to see you online.
So I think if we think about, great bringing in culture, Scott, I think it's amazing to make that call, and but also not to be specifically driven by one or the other, I think was one of the points that you were making, but that need to respect, values, by holding a respect that's a value that's common, and one that you popped in there was respect, but it could be equally others. So I'm interested in your thoughts. Let's start with James around if this metaphor for the future of youth advocacy was something like a youth for youth approach, so a smart mob or a swarm or a flock, or a warp pipe like Mario Brothers, as Scott brought in. What would be true if that metaphor were true? I'm interested in your thoughts. What else would be true?
I guess when you say what else would be true, would it be more sort of what are the underlying realities or the underlying principles? Yeah. I mean, what would have to be true is that our systems enable that swarm to cohere, to sort of coherently come together, to have coherent, well-directed advocacy. So this actually touched on what Scott said, and I agree with Scott as well. Democratization does admittedly lead to a lack of coordination sometimes. And hierarchy, while very coordinated, can be very stale and can be brittle in how stringent it is. But the benefit there of hierarchy is it can be controlled more easily. So the question is, if we want to have that swarm metaphor, how do we enable the systems to exist to have a coordinated yet democratized system? That's, I think, the best mix in advocacy.
Great. Beautiful. So if it was coordinated and it was democratized, I'm interested in what others might think about what would also be true. So let's build on this like a bit of a world building futures map. If it was democratized and it was a swarm like, what would also be true? Scott's added in a circular approach to time. I like this one. Fill this one in for me.
And Sahil in your tool actually talks about that a fair bit. He's into sort of the quite esoteric models, mental models of thinking about futures, and he has referred to something quite similar to that in a fair bit of his work.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting because I feel like traditional Western thought are the only area that hasn't figured this one out. The whole because I mean, people have been talking about this cyclical nature of time. I mean, I do a lot of Islamic thought here in Malaysia. So we have Ibn Khaldun, who wrote the Muqaddimah, back in I can't remember the years, but hundreds of years ago. So these aren't new notions, I guess, but perhaps we could put them in a newer context where if the idea that the elder is the locus of all past wisdom. But if you think of time in a cyclical fashion, then what was past will future to an extent. And so really the locus then becomes what's the word I'm looking for? Decentralized. Essentially, it's, you know, everyone is a locus of wisdom, whether it's future, past, present, in that sort of sentiment. So, but it's a beautiful thing that I think when we're going back and looking at these, because Indigenous wisdom, I think that people who are in that research space are the saints of the modern age and need to continue working on that space because it's digging up some of these notions that are very, I think there's a profound simplicity in that, where just this simple switch can really radically change things going up from there.
Cheryl, I see your response in the chat. To unpack that one for me.
Yeah, I'm just I'm interested in the sort of the islands of difference and coherence, and the how you build those together, but that they don't have to be something that exists for a long period of time. It's that liminality and that sort of connection between, and then the dispersing, so it's less owned and doesn't necessarily have to have a tight structure. And then the part of that coherency is the elders, kaumātua as we would call them here, or adult allies, embracing the islands, but letting them be their own thing. However, being the cheerleaders, being the connectors, being the stepping into the space and stepping out, and letting the youth also be the leaders. So it's that fluidity, I think, is critical.
Beautiful. That links, Carol, to what you were talking about before around that Chinese proverb of the waves. Do you want to link that back in your where your thinking's going?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I am thinking about the waves and thinking about the proverbs, and how the Chinese proverbs a lot about how the waves from behind are pushing the waves in front. And this whole idea of like the newer generation coming over, but we know that as waves go, it's a continuous thing, right? The waves will go down, and there's undercurrent, and it pushes back, and then it repeats itself. So it's not like it stops there, and it's not a linearity to it. So I think that there are some parallels there as well. I'm also thinking about it in terms of how, and those of us who have an interest in linguistics and things like that will also realize that how we perceive time across different cultures is very much dependent on the language as well. And certain parts of the world, because of the kind of language that dominates in that part of the world, does then have a more linear concept of time, and how in other cultures it's not that way. And I think it's very interesting to think about how then that affects how they view about futures. So I absolutely love that comment from Scott about taking that more circular approach to time, and thinking about how like the more indigenous populations and tribes will view it so completely differently.
Becky, thank you for your comment in the chat. Climbing multi-spiraled intertwined staircases. So you think about that, which is a bit like if you've ever been in the Museum of the Future in Dubai, you're never quite sure which floor you're going to come out of. But you know, it's really beautiful as a metaphor also. James, I'm interested in, if we we have this kind of idea around holding a value that is important, which Scott put into the chat, which is amazing, around respect being a potential example of that. We look at a metaphor around this idea of something more fluid than a ladder, which was our current metaphor, a ladder with no hooks to anchor that youth advocacy. And then we think about what we've talked about around the ebbing and flowing of a generational, and I love what Cheryl called out there around being able to hold a younger generation without constraining or owning, holding that really beautifully. If those things were true, James, what impact do you think that would have practically on advocacy? Like, how would it look different?
The example I think about is there's a great organization based in Taiwan, and they're spreading out globally now. and it's called Gov, but it's spelled G0V. And basically, their whole thing is they're radically decentralized as an organization. So they're a radically decentralized advocacy organization that work through a decentralized network of civil society actors or just independent citizens who gather data, who run polls, who write articles on their platform, basically. And even during COVID-19, they were able to collate data very quickly from all the different members to be able to map, where the biggest hotspots are for COVID-19, and then actually advocate to the government faster than the Taiwanese government even could about where to allocate resources. So I always look to that example because I think it's an interesting case study of where you can use very technical digital means as a way of creating very decentralized flat networks of advocacy and change. Something like that, I think, is in a very practical sense how you could do it. But I'd be interested to hear what other people have to say as well, and if there are other case studies that also exist. And if Cheryl, if you want to add anything to that, Cheryl, I'll be happy to hear your thoughts.
I had a thought bubble. So I I'm not sure where it was going, but
I saw it though. Yeah,
I know. Yeah. I was, as you were talking about that, I was thinking back to 13 years ago, during our earthquakes and the emergence of the student volunteer army, who didn't wait for permission because they would have been still waiting, and they just got on with the job, and they used the really simple technologies of Facebook, social media, and did an amazing job and turned around people's perceptions of what university students are. And so the metaphor of like, there's a busload of university students that have just arrived in our street, you would have once been absolutely terrified that they were coming to wreck the street, and instead they've got shovels and wheelbarrows and so on. And so it's the being able to make some small change quickly to be noticed. No, it's I'm not. That's why it was just a thought bubble. But that whole not waiting for a formal structure to be given to you or to work within the formal structures, not to break the laws, but to just say, what if, what next, and have a go at something and use it as proof of concept.
Yeah. And Adam Kahane, quite a famous futures academic, talks about self-organizing networks and the need to have a decentralized yet conjoined system where you don't you don't have nodes that join to each other, but you actually just have no nodes at all, in theory, and you just join the dots amongst society, and whatever the method is to join those dots, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, whether it be WhatsApp, etc. You can use digital avenues, as we've seen in 2 case studies here, to join those dots and create that swarm. So it's some very interesting practical case studies.
I was having a great conversation this afternoon in the present in Australia, which is in the future for other people, around sustainability. So climate change action, adaptation, policy, etc. And that Costa Rica are quite progressive in this space. And one of the things that she's in inquiry about, and I'll throw to the future when Costa Rica come online, around how are they organising, or when they have a really distributed, they seem to have quite a distributed local government and government equity system. So in health, for example, their health budget is spread across the whole population in a fair and equitable way. So you're able to have innovation pop up as a result because of that distributed nature. So I wonder, in Australia or in South Pacific or in this part of the world, Asia Pacific, whether or not we could find a topic that we could create the container for people to swarm within, that was, hashtag safe, I suppose, enough for people to just have a go at creating policy, shaping policy, shaping action. What might the impact of that look like? Any ideas, James?
One of the big things we've heard a lot of discussion about, particularly in the UK have been quite leading in this, is citizens' assemblies, which is an interesting way to sort of democratize and decentralize advocacy amongst what are effectively mini parliaments, or mini juries of sorts, that enable a very structured, systematic avenue for advocacy amongst the general citizenry of a country. With regard to decentralization of government services, you can have that, which is one way of promoting decentralizing advocacy, particularly amongst the everyday citizens of a country. But as you've alluded to as well, there's also a question around to what extent does decentralizing the actual public sector institutions of a country lead to more decentralized bottom-up advocacy? And that especially applies to youth, for example. So, a lot of discussion in the UK, funnily enough, is also about how centralized London, the Westminster and the national government is in London, compared to the lack of decentralization to local governments, as one practical example, and how that leads to sort of, slow, out of touch decision making from a top-down perspective. So I think citizens' assemblies are one way to start thinking about this, but amongst many. We could be here for hours if you wanted to, but I'll just leave it at that one example.
Yeah, I love that, James. I think if we think about a 3 horizons model, the ability to prove out something like a citizens' assembly in this first horizon around something, that you're passionate about, climate change and adaptation and readiness for impact or adapting to impact. If we're able to host something like that, or hold, to use Cheryl's thought bubble that she put in there, what might that look like in our first horizon? Welcome any sort of thoughts on that?
Just I think it was today's earlier feed, there was information that said, James, that the citizens' assemblies that idea has been canned by UK Parliament.
Really?
That's hot off the press. Yeah. And so that brings to mind to me the difficulty of trying to find a coherent thing that could be shared across countries when we're at the whim of governments. And so it looks different from country to country. Certainly in New Zealand, we've gone from a left-leaning government to a right-leaning government, and there are huge issues with for Maori with the treaty and quite changing legislation. And so it's really, really difficult for experienced adults to be able to work in that space. But my wondering is, what do we do that supports young people to not give up when they can see such a change happens and they lose hope, because hope is a critical part of a youth conversation.
It sure is. And the elements, the 3 sort of dimensions of hope being, a goal or a vision, agency, and a pathway to get there. And it is really interesting what's happening in New Zealand. I wonder if the Welsh model of the Commissioner for Future Generations that is currently shaping some of the UN thinking around the Forum for the Future could be something that might, draw out the safety, I suppose, if it's a more globally accepted model where change must be measured against a series of goals that have been legislated before change is made, then perhaps that's something that we can move through. I'm not sure if anyone else is familiar with the Welsh model. I know, Cheryl, you hosted the previous commissioner.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting space too. So you'll have heard from the previous discussions with Alice and Sam from Tokona Te Raki, the Māori Futures Collective, which is based here in Ōtautahi, Christchurch too. So they have a team of people next week who are heading over to Wales to spend some time looking at the Welsh model, and I think that ability to share ideas and then bring them back, because they will then will design work that can be used for rangatahi, which are young Māori youth, and so from an Indigenous perspective. So yeah, the more we can see those conversations, I think the Summit for the Future is a possible avenue for a wider connection.
Mm.
So I think we've got some good. Oh, sorry, you go, Jane.
No, you go, Katie. All good.
No, I'm jumping
Okay.
in.
I was just saying it's interesting because I think we're going to sort of go into the 3 horizons model. H1 is disrupting business as usual. It's almost kind of those quick wins in a way. You know, how can we find those quick wins that at least build momentum? Then H2 is the disruptive innovations that carry that over to the longer term, which is H3. So I always think of H1 as something where you've just got to start the discussion and get something out the door, so to speak, that even if it doesn't last very long, it gets people thinking a different way. So citizens' assemblies, regardless of whether they're going to go ahead or not for the long term in the UK, or even the Indigenous voice to Parliament here in Australia, which unfortunately that referendum failed, you know, it at least starts a discussion that gets people thinking in that H1 context about how we can overcome business as usual. The question then is about H2, the disruptive innovations. And this is perhaps where models or solutions to democratize advocacy become, go beyond just a model, and we start looking at the implementation of them and the actual sort of practical platforms like social media, like, you know, assemblies that don't require government, etc. So I'm not sure how well I articulated that, but basically, if H1 is just getting the ball rolling and getting some ideas out there, even if they don't stick for very long, if it at least gets us to H2 with the disruptive innovations, hopefully then we can bridge it to the longer term H3. That's sort of where my thinking lies with these things.
Great. Any thoughts from those that have been interacting today about that? We've all got our thinking faces on. You've got them thinking, James.
And Cheryl, Alice Diamond's not in the session, is she? Because I think she'll be great to. Oh, okay, that's all right.
Yeah,
I would
no.
love to have called her upon if that were the case.
Yeah. I think she was earlier on, so she'd probably gone to organise the rest of her day before the end of it. So I really love that 3 horizons model. And if we look back, we've only got a few minutes left of our session in this 24-hour journey that we've got. So if we look back, we really started to have a look at what was the metaphor for the current environment for youth advocacy and policy making and the ability to make change. And that was, James, you brought that beautiful ladder without the hook into the room. Where we went to was we started to explore and unpack what a new metaphor might look like for the future of youth advocacy. And we talked about a swarm and a smart mob or a warp pipe. Thanks for that one, Scott. I really like that one. But then we started to move into a much more organic kind of feel around waves and islands and how do we hold them a little bit more. I really enjoyed the conversation around what would be true if that new metaphor were true for us, and we really started to unpack some actions that perhaps we could take in this some quick wins in this first horizon with citizen assemblies, or some trial experimentation with a piece of policy or advocacy that was perhaps a little safer then which is, I think, just an adult version of trying to control things, to be truthful, when I think about my language. And then, you know, we finished up with the 3 Horizons model, and Scott's just popped a comment in the chat around the H2. You wonder if it has to be a disruption. Talk to me a little bit more. What kind of different approach do you think we could take?
I wish I had this better thought out. I just feel like it's just the metaphor of the Molotov cocktail through the window as the only way to get change. I don't like it. I'm a nonviolence kind of guy. I'm a very pacifist, PC kind of guy. So I'm just wondering if there's a better way, because I think in doing that, you're just going to have more of the. And I brought up the U.S. congressional hearings with all the tech giants, which was just. I watched that and I was like, what are we doing? What is going on? Like, everything wrong with everything can be encompassed in those hearings. And so I'm just like, there has to be a different way. Like, I get it. It's the whole move fast and break things, which I'm also against. I'm like, do we really have to break things? Can we is there another way that I don't, and you know, and I don't mean to be like, let's all sit in a circle and sing Kumbaya, but I feel like it's a bit better.
Well, I think if maybe if you think of it as that, you know, riding the curves instead of, you know, moving through to disruption. It's like, you know, as if you've got a standard growth curve, right? You know, and there's got to be something in there that we've learnt. You know, we've tried it, we've learnt from it, we've made sense of it. It's helped us in some way. What do we keep from that old curve in order to transition across to the new curve? And how do we help people with that change or transition? It can feel disruptive if you're not engaged in the change process, but actually being able to kind of soften or gentle it, you know, through a set of values even, or principles around change.
No, that's very good. And I think experimentation is important. And actually, I think Cheryl should jump in because she just sent me a very interesting little message. But that you can take advantage of the luminality, but I guess I don't know. I'm just maybe my problem with the more quote unquote violent approaches to change is that they don't typically know where they're going. They need something different, and so maybe we need to start thinking about H3 before we can actually get to H2. I throw that out there.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I was responding to everyone. So yes, what I said was that Horizon 2 I think of as there's some new ideas that haven't been done before, and then the letting go. And so it's a place of messiness and intentional design that way. So there's sort of hospicing and creating, but it's also acknowledging that there will be pain associated with that, and that there are different worldviews. And just to agree also with the comment about, you know, the Horizon 3 is the vision that you are aiming towards, and so the intentionality of H2 is where it's easy to give up. But it's a really critical design of what you're letting go, what new things, but also towards Horizon 3 of what's critical to keep, because you don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely lovely. So I'm just conscious of time. So James, you know, let's summarize where we've been today and what you see as hope for the future, perhaps, for this work that you're engaged in as part of your fellowship.
It's been a very quick 1 hour. I can't believe it's already been an hour. It was great. I genuinely really enjoyed that conversation, and there's a lot to unpack and to think about there. And in my case, I'm looking at extreme heat governance, and I look at it through 2 futures methods. So the first one, and the most substantive for my fellowship, is the 3 Horizons framework, and how we shift bottom-up civil society-driven activism and top-down public sector activism, or policy creation, perhaps I should say, over H1, H2, H3, to achieve longer-term, better, systematic, extreme heat governance. So I'm going to be in Singapore in a few weeks, actually running a workshop looking at this issue. at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. So if anyone wants to come and you're in Singapore, please reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I can definitely send you the calendar invite. But I'll also be doing these
You
same
might have a
workshops.
couple of
here in
takers
Sydney.
there. Mm.
Yeah, that's good. A few Singaporeans on here. So Carol, I see your hand, and a few others as well. But yeah, I mean, one of my big passions is governance, and how do we create policy windows, for example, that get governments interested in extreme heat? How do we create a change in norms and values, a little bit like what we discussed with Scott, to think more long term and think about things in a more systemic manner, etc. So that's kind of the overview. But it's definitely, I found this session to be quite informative to that end, in that it has helped me think more critically about how I apply the Three Horizons framework from a bottom-up governance perspective in particular.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, James. And look, thanks everyone for contributing. I think it was an amazing conversation, and I'm really grateful to see faces and comments happening. So we're at the end of our particular time together from Australia. So we want to thank you for participating in World Futures Day, our Young Voices for 2024. There's going to be some new facilitators and conversations happening on the hour. So we encourage you to stay for the next session. And the team from Teach the Future are going to drop another post in about how you can participate and keep continuing to participate, as well as I'll hand over to them. But thank you.
Hi, thanks, Katie, and thanks, James. Sorry, something's wrong in my spinning wheel of death. Let me leave very quickly and come right back in, okay? Please.
No worries, John Lim. No problem at all. So I'll just call out that they've popped in the certificate of participation. So fill out the survey link that's there. Sign up to be part of the first exclusive group to receive the playbook videos. And of course, as I said before, jump on the various channels that we're broadcasting. Thanks to my co-host, James. You've been amazing, and enjoy the next hour, everyone.
I've greatly enjoyed co-hosting this with you, Katie, and a huge shout out to all the contributors from the audience. Thank you very much.
See ya.
Hello, can you hear me?
The camera's not on. Yes, all good. John, all good.
Of all things, the camera has to fail. Let me see. Use video. Yes, please. Okay. Just give me a moment while I leave and come right back in, okay? So sorry about this. I was like driving and my daughter is here next to me. Just give me a split second. Thank you.
No worries, John. No problem at all. Well, welcome to everyone here. And the next session is going to be hosted by the Singapore Hub for Teach the Future, and this is our inaugural event, as we've just newly been launched today in conjunction with World Futures Day. We'll just let a few more people join us in the conversation, as we also wait for John to get back online with us. Thank you for everyone's patience. The upcoming conversation is going to be interesting because I'm thinking we might be having our youngest facilitator in the next coming up session. Might be wrong, stand ready to be corrected, but yes. John, are you here with us?
Yes, I am, but of all days, there we are. It works.
It's there.
Oh, phew.
Ah,
Okay.
ooh,
We're here.
yay.
Here.
Fantastic.
Okay. So, with me is I'm gonna be like that faded dad, helicopter dad in the background. With me today is my 13-year-old daughter, Christabel. And I'll let her take the introductions and facilitate the session. Thank you.
Thank you. So later on, please feel free to type your questions in the chat, and if time permits, we'll go through the questions. Our speaker of the hour is Cesar John Harada, and he is a French-Japanese designer, environmentalist, educator, and entrepreneur, passionate about ocean technology, impact innovation, and education based in Singapore. Cesar is an associate professor of design at the Singapore Institute of Technology. Cesar is currently a candidate PhD in design and ocean innovation at the CNAM, which is in France. Cesar is a former MIT researcher and project leader, TED Senior Fellow, Good 100, IBM Figure of Progress, Unreasonable at Sea Fellow, Shuttleworth Foundation, and Ocean Exchange grantee. He believes that nature, human, and technology can coexist in harmony. Today, Cesar will be sharing with us about ocean futures. Let's welcome Prof. Cesar.
Thanks so much for having me. So I just put a timer for 45 minutes. Is that what you're looking for, right? 45 minutes to speak and then 15 minutes of discussion. Is that the format? 5 minutes of discussion afterwards. Okay. Or 40 minutes. Okay. So I'll change the timer to 40 minutes. Okay.
Sorry, 40 minutes because I was delaying the whole session by 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Makes sense. Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen if that's okay. You need to give me permission to share my screen. Maybe you need to make me co-host, perhaps. Okay, now I can. Okay, thank you. Share my screen, share the sound with high fidelity if possible. Okay, do you guys see my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect, thank you. All right. Okay. All right, so thanks so much for having me. So this talk is really aimed at young people, especially the young people that have a lot of dream and are thinking a lot about the future, which I count myself in. So I'll start by using this quote. I think it's very, very important, is that imagination is more important than knowledge. And so when you think about the future, of course, you're using your knowledge. That's why you're going to school. That's why you're studying. But you also need to not forget your imagination, because I think personally it's actually the more important things. Because if you can't imagine the future, what you could do, then there's no way you're going to get there unless it's an accident. But I would say it's unlikely that you get a lucky accident if you don't think about the future. So I think it's important to think about the future a lot so that you can do things in the present that are pushing us in this right direction. And so it's also a methodology. There's what we know and the unknown. And anything that you do, if it's a little bit creative, it's going to be an experiment. And in my opinion, it doesn't really matter if you work in the field of science, the field of engineering, the field of design, the field of art. All of these are great contribution. And the reason why I mentioned this is because I think when people think about the future, oftentimes, it's either you're like 100% a scientist and you're doing all these like great discoveries, or you're daydreaming and you're like an artist. But I argued actually it's quite a rigorous process, and it takes a lot of discipline and a lot of knowledge actually to think about the future. And also, maybe if you're now hesitating between careers, there's a social sort of acceptance oftentimes that, science and engineering are like great job and well-paying job, and whereas design and art are like inferior professions. But I would argue that this is a very counterproductive way of thinking. That there's a sort of social hierarchy But I believe that actually, if you want to be a great scientist, you also have to be extremely creative, thinking about new experiments and new setups. And if you want to be a great artist, you also need to know about science. You need to know about material and color theory and perspective and construction. So I would say that actually to be great, you actually need to be open-minded and curious and creative. But I know it's a tall order because society tends to push us towards, those like higher value jobs. But I hope that this presentation I'm going to present to you now is going to make the argument that, art and science are not opposed, but in fact, they are like a long continuum. And present as well in a way that I hope will show that, you can do things in the present that are pointing towards the future that we desire. So let's go towards the future. All right, so I've selected 7 projects. I know it's a lot, but the point is that they all have in common that they are all focused on working with youth, working with future, working on the theme of oceans, which was my big passion, and working towards an improvement of the climate. So working against global warming or climate change. So the first project I did with secondary school students, actually primary school student. From the youngest, you can see is holding the yellow nurdle. He's 5 years old. And the oldest one, I think, was 9 years old. So it was a very mixed class. So my students, I asked them from the beginning, okay, I put them already in front of a very, very big challenge. I told them that by mid-century, 90% of coral reef will be dead. And by the end of the century, 99% of the coral are expected to be dead. And this is a huge deal because coral are one of the key ecosystem on our planet. Even though they cover like less than 1% of the seafloor, they actually are holding about 25% of the marine biodiversity. So it's a very small area, but so many fish, they reproduce there and they have the larvae or the baby fish or the baby oysters or a lot of animals basically need those. It's like these are cities basically in the ocean. And so right now, if we keep business as usual, we are headed towards something very, very bad. So the first thing I did with my students is I took them snorkeling on a coral reef in Hong Kong. So I used to be based in Hong Kong and work for the Harbor School, which is the little logo in the corner. And so first, the most important thing is to get the students to care and to love the coral. So we swim around and enjoy the beauty of nature, and then we see it. And then I told them, okay, well, the way that we do science right now to map coral reef is that we use this thing called a quadrat. And a quadrat is basically like a square that you put on the coral, and then you have to swim back, take a picture, and the square basically tells you this is 1 meter by 1 meter. What you're looking at is 1 meter by 1 meter. So it's very, very sort of primitive technology that we use. If we keep using this technology to map all the coral reefs in the world, even if we work 24 hours a day, all the coral basically will be dead before we can scan them, before we can map them. So this technique is not going to cut it. It's not going to work. So I asked my student to take this as a starting point. Use the state of the art. I know you are 10 years old, but it doesn't matter. We look at what is the cutting edge science. And is there something that we could do better? And so I asked my students to start up dreaming up different ideas. And one of the students came up with this idea. What if instead of having a mechanical square, we're projecting a laser? We have a laser quadrat. And so when the students say that, usually the other students will go and they say, oh, what is a stupid idea? We don't believe in it. And then we have to pay really special attention. And you're like, oh, okay, maybe this is not such a stupid idea. Maybe what about we try to prototype it? And so the students had no background in machining and optics, whatever, but immediately they learned by doing. So we went to the local hardware store. We bought those laser devices that they use in construction to align things, which cost like less than $100, and they broke it and they took it apart. So in the process, they learned a little bit of electronics, a little bit of coding. Then they have to make a waterproof case for this laser. So they learn a bit of machining. And then they have to learn a bit of optics because they have to align those lasers and create this mattress. And so this is how they learn optics, again, on the fly. And so after 3 days of work, I called the best scientists doing coral reef science in Hong Kong. And I told them, hello, I'm a teacher, and I have the students that have this laser quadrat. And I know you guys do ocean research. Would you be interested in testing a quadrat? And can you come to your lab tomorrow to show it to you at lunch break? And I didn't tell them the age of my students. So they were incredibly surprised. They're all like PhDs and professors. And when they saw those less than teenagers, all these kids like 12 years old came up in their lab, they were kind of shocked. So I kind of like tricked them. And I feel a little bit bad for doing it, but they were really happy to test the technology and see that it actually works. So they tested the laser in the tank, and instead of using calipers to measure coral, they project a laser, and they get the pictures that they need much, much faster. So they are super excited about it. And so we asked them, well, you guys are the local scientists. Can you give us a permit to try this device in the wild? And they say, oh, yeah, of course, we have this natural reserve. It's restricted for the public, but we can sign a paper and you can go tomorrow by bus with the school bus, and then you can go and try your device in the open ocean. And so we did. And so we try our device and it works. We are measuring coral reef with this laser quadrant. And so they were flabbergasted. They were amazed that kids, can come up with an idea. And all of them, the stuff that I'm showing to you happens within a week. From Monday, going to snorkel, Tuesday, come up with an idea, Wednesday, prototyping in the workshop, this laser device, and then Friday, going to the sea again with an actual prototype in the morning. And then in the afternoon of Friday afternoon, we mapped it and we make it instructable, which is a website to document the inventions. And so they were really excited about this. So my students were excited, but they felt also a little bit frustrated because they're like, okay, we can map coral reefs that are dying, but they are still dying. And about a year later, I changed from teaching at the local primary school to teach in university. And one of my students said, I've read this Instructable, which is super interesting to build this laser quadrant. I would love to make this my master thesis project. And so he asked me, could you help me to write a grant? And we wrote a grant, and all these students from computer science, robotics, and mechanical engineering, we got a grant to go to the Philippines. And I choose especially this island because it's got a fast declining coral reef, and it doesn't have internet, which means that it would be a very great place for learning to code and learning to do things yourself instead of just going online. And so my students basically were in this isolated place, and we brought the electronics, but we had to find the material to build a robot in the forest. Students are used to order stuff online, and I told them, no, we're going to take machetes, and machetes, like big knives, and then we took down some bamboo in the forest, and we built our robots made of bamboo. So, from trash we found on the beach. So the plastic bottles is trash from the beach. Even the wire, we didn't buy wire. We found some bicycle tires on the beach, and then we cut them to make our own thread. And so we built this machine, which is basically a drone, except it's a drone that goes on the water. And there's a camera underneath, a GoPro, and it takes picture every half a second, which is setting you can have on your GoPro. And so we did this first prototype, and it worked okay. The first quadrat, with the square. And it worked okay, but then it was not working as well as we were hoping. And so we continued to do many, many more experiments. And after 1 year of research with this student who, of course, graduated with honors with his thesis, we got some grants from the government to actually map the coral reefs in Hong Kong by the government. And then we wanted to check if we could turn this into a startup. So we wanted to see, could we turn this into a company, because many people are trying to map coral reef. And then every time we did the prototype, we changed a little bit the geometry. So first we have a square, then we have a line, then we have 2 cameras on the turtle on March 2020. And then we kept improving basically the design every time. Then we are thinking the problem with the coral is that they're typically in shallow waters. And it's very difficult to be precise. If you have a GPS, your GPS always have some imprecision. You're maybe 3 or 5 meters off, because it can't be that precise. So we're trying to find a way to have multiple cameras that are spread apart. So we invented a completely new hardware, completely new boat design, and we also called volunteers. So we had a core team of students, which were my students, and then we had people from the community, maybe fishermen. Some of them were working in consultancy, as some of them were accountant, and they just contribute on the weekend. But we really worked as a team to open source the project. And so after 3 years of work, we developed this basically this boat that looks like a ladder, and it's got 5 cameras, and each of them takes a high resolution picture every half a second. And so that means that we take 36,000 pictures every time we get out, and then we can train an AI, and we can make super high resolution maps of coral. And now we've trained an AI to classify this coral, and now this AI in the case of Hong Kong, is more accurate than most marine biology undergrad students. So that's our benchmark. Fast forward a year after my students stopped working on this project, he turned this into a company. So he asked me, "Hey, Prof, I would love to. I love coral, but I really care about plastic pollution. I went on a holiday in Indonesia, in Bali, and there was so much trash on the beach, I could barely swim. He said, I want to make a company out of this. Instead of tracking coral, I like to track plastic. I would like to collect plastic. I don't want to look at the world, break down. I want to do something with my knowledge to actually clean the world." And so I helped him to make prototypes of this plastic collecting robot. So it's basically the same as the coral reef mapping robot, except this one is optimized to have a big mouth and a big belly and a conveyor belt to store it behind. And so that student started this company called ClearBots. And so 1.5 years after being graduated, he raised money from Microsoft, from Alibaba, and he was recently featured in Forbes as one of the most promising entrepreneurs under 30 years old. So 1.5 years after he's graduated, he's already in the list, and his company is worth multiple millions of dollars. So what you're looking at here is it started with children, but this idea can be carried on and can become, like really serious project that can have a real impact in the world. Okay, so the first I showed you was something I started with the students. And so I wanted to find a house. I felt constrained with university because the university, I have to ask permission to my boss every time. I have to beg for money. Everything is super slow. I need to get approved for everybody. So I felt restricted with the university. So I started my own company that I call MakerBay. And I wanted this place to be a place where arts and science, design and engineering could be in the same place. When nobody is going to think, oh, you're an artist, so you cannot do this, or you're a scientist, so you cannot be creative. I wanted to have a place where nobody would be able to tell you these kind of things. So I didn't have a lot of money. So the first time I did it, I just found an abandoned chicken farm in the north of Hong Kong. But the problem is that nobody came because it was too far. So it was a really cool place, but it just was too far from anybody to go. And then I found an investor who was crazy enough to trust me. And we built this first big makerspace in Hong Kong, where you have woodwork, metalwork, electronics and precision manufacturing, digital fabrication with laser cutter and 3D printers. But we also had a biohacker space. We also had an acoustic lab, an optics lab, material science rigs. So basically, you could come here, and it doesn't matter if you're a fashion designer or if you're an architect, or if you're an engineer, any kind of engineer, you could basically prototype your idea there. And so that became a little paradise for me, a place where people could create anything that they like. And very quickly, I realized that if you have the ability to make anything, it can also be very confusing. What do you want to do if you have all these tools? And so we set the mission of MakerBay to be focused on social and environmental issues. And so this makerspace became the first in the world to be a makerspace purely focused on social and environmental impact. And so what we did is that we started to work with refugees, for example, like retraining them. If they come from Africa, maybe they were craftsmen, but they don't know anything about coding for CNC. Or maybe they were plumbers, but they don't know anything about acoustics or fluid dynamics. And so we can teach them like more advanced skills. And so like that, in a couple of years, we did hundreds of projects, but some of them were very futuristic. So Formula E came to Hong Kong, and then we proposed to be the Formula E education partner. And so Formula E is this electric race car. And we proposed them to make, for example, like an education program to teach people not just to be consumer, but to be creators. And so with a group of students, so one software engineer students, one mechanical engineering student, one designer students, an artist students, some software students, we set ourselves to build from scratch the first self-driving car in Hong Kong. And we also wanted to be like as futuristic as possible. And so the students basically learn in 3 months all the skills, and they built the first self-driving car in Hong Kong from scratch. And so you can see here, that's the making of. And this is the car. So when you're approaching the car doesn't have a front and doesn't have a back. It recognizes you based on your Bluetooth signal. So you recognize that you have a Bluetooth device in your pocket, and one of the doors will open the closest to the signal. It doesn't have a steering wheel, doesn't even have a chair, no seatbelt. You can sit anywhere in the car and you could sleep, or you could do yoga, you could have your breakfast, you could watch a movie, you could do whatever you want. And it just takes you to your next appointment on your Google Calendar, or you can give it a voice command. So that's a really crazy futuristic car. And of course, it's completely illegal. So we couldn't drive it in the city, but we could drive it in the private property of the science park, because it's technically a private property. So we closed off a couple of roads in this mini city, and then we drove around. It attracted a lot of attention from a lot of like car companies, because actually we projected in the future it will be way safer to let robots drive than let humans drive. And so if robots are driving, then this design makes complete sense. Right now, it doesn't make any sense. It's the future. But in the future, where robots are way safer drivers than humans, then this might be a vision for the future. So because of this, I was invited to create a new department of design in the University of Hong Kong. And I basically developed what is slowly becoming inside of the Department of Architecture. So there's a Department of Architecture and Design is just one of the class, but it's growing now year on year, hiring always more faculties. And we tackle on projects all the way from designing space habitat for living on Mars, all the way to designing for refugee camps that are with refugees in Cox's Bazar. So we found, for example, a nonprofit in Cox's Bazar that are working with refugees. And then I would get my architecture students in HKU to talk to actual refugees and asking them how they can design something that would be useful for them immediately. Goes from designing toilet doors, because in refugee camp, you can imagine you have a problem with managing human waste, all the way to designing education sets for children that can't go to school because they're in a refugee camp, or technical device for how do you say, like when there's a flood, the water goes and everything is starting to crumble. So it can be very, very technical as well. And because we're doing all this humanitarian work, we got the attention of the Jockey Club. They're saying, we want to give you money because you're doing all this work with refugees and homeless people and also like super high-tech futuristic stuff, but we only give money to nonprofits. Back then we are still set up as a social enterprise. And they said, well, we will give you money if you're a nonprofit. So we also created a nonprofit, which is Maker Bay Foundation. So Maker Bay Foundation still exists. It's very active. It's actually keep growing. And we created 6 mini maker spaces in the poorest area of Hong Kong. So now we train the people who have the least access normally in Hong Kong to robotics, coding, and this kind of like future design, and trying to really put in the hands of people the tools to imagine their own future and develop their agency using these new technologies. So that was the first project. The other one, I'm going to go much faster. Okay, so I'm half Japanese. I know it's hard to tell from my face. I'm half Japanese. And maybe you remember there was a big accident in Fukushima a couple of years ago, and there was a big nuclear leak. And recently, the Japanese authority, TEPCO, the national power supplier, they decided to release nuclear waste into the ocean. To be honest, there was always a leak coming out of this nuclear power plant. It's just now it's more regulated, which is probably a good thing. So I'm being half Japanese, and one of my young cousin, who was 21 when the nuclear accident happened, and 1 year later, he's living 100 kilometers away from nuclear power plant. He developed testicular cancer. So I was very upset that somebody from my family who lived next to the power plant developed cancer, 2 years after the nuclear power plant had the problem. So he survived the cancer treatment. He's still okay. But I wanted to know, because the Japanese government, unfortunately, was not very transparent with the radiation report, and they did not share with the local resident the radiation level in some of the area. And so I was very angry, like a lot of Japanese people, about what was going on there. So I organized 3 campaigns to measure myself radioactivity. So the first time, because the roads were broken after the earthquake, I just take a bicycle and I cycle from Tokyo all the way to Sendai. So it's 800 kilometers. So I cycle myself and I carry a radioactivity sensing device called Geiger counter. And every 15 minutes, I will stop down and I will measure radioactivity, and I will write my measurement on a map. Then I will enter all of this into a spreadsheet, and I created a map. So that was my first time. That was right after the nuclear accident, no roads. The second time, The roads were repaired, and I organized a second campaign. We go by car, and then we can go all around the nuclear power plants. The third time, I wanted to know how much radioactivity there is at the bottom of the sea, because Japan reopened the fisheries, and they wanted to say it's safe to eat the sushi from Fukushima. So please export more fish from Fukushima. So they give incentives for the fishermen to go and fish next to Fukushima. So I was very worried that Japan is exporting radioactive fish. So I connect with the local fishermen, and together with them, we organized this campaign of measuring radioactivity just around the nuclear power plants. So I developed a device which is a surface sediment sampler. Most sediment sampler, they catch the sediment deep in the water. They are typically coring devices. The problem is that you mix old sediment, which is not radioactive, with recent sediment. In this case, that will be much more radioactive. So I wanted to have a device that would just skim the surface, and this device did not exist. So I developed this device, and you can see the Fukushima is right behind us. We are 1.5 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant, and you see they are doing repairs. It is not legal to go on land at 30 kilometers away from the power plant. So fishermen are much, much more exposed because the government wants to restart the fishery. So we measure radioactivity, and then we take it into the lab to analyze the size of the grains of sand and measure it. And then we found actually the radioactivity was not as bad as we expected, thankfully, thank God. So radioactivity around Fukushima is not as bad as you might be worried, but we still want more transparency. I think people should know what they are eating. It should not be something that is so difficult to ask for, like, please just tell me that what I'm eating is not contaminated. So this is called citizen science, and I've been a big advocate for more than 10 years. Next project is Ocean Imagineer. So Hong Kong, where I've been based for about almost 9 years, is in a location called the Pearl River Delta. The Pearl River Delta, this whole region of Shenzhen and Guangzhou area, is called Pearl because there used to be a bazillion oysters in the place. And these oysters are what make pearls. And this is why the whole region is called the Pearl River Delta. However, recently, the Chinese party decided to rename this area to be called the Greater Bay. So this is more a political agenda, but the geological name is the Pearl River Delta. And arguably, the first industry ever in Hong Kong was pearl farming. So and this is why the name is Pearl River Delta, because this is where the pearls come from. And so, unfortunately, in the last 80 years, then the industrialization has transformed this area in the factory of the world, which is great. I mean, it's uplifted many people from poverty, but the environment has been badly damaged. And oysters have almost entirely disappeared from the Pearl River Delta. And in the case of Hong Kong, they are only cultivated in one tiny area called La Foshan. And there are only a handful of oyster farmers that are there. And the youngest is over 60. So this is what we call a sunset industry. Every 2 years, they have to rebuild the whole farm because it's made out of bamboo. But because of COVID, they could not rebuild the oyster farms. And Chinese workers could not come to Hong Kong because of the lockdown. And so the oysters, they were now suspended on ropes, were all overweighting on the bamboo structure, and many of them were falling down, and then they are suffocating in their own feces because it's full of mud, because now there's such a concentration of oysters in one tiny area, which is just for cultivation, that they will fall literally in their poop, and they will suffocate. So I was looking with my students for ways that we can build many more oyster farms very fast at a very cheap cost and without producing more waste. So we found that we use bamboo from construction, so these are scaffolding, and we reassemble them as oyster farm with a larger platform, so it's easier even for an older oyster farmer to lift off those oysters. But what we found later during this experiment is that the real bottleneck is not so much the oyster farm, but it's the feedstock. They don't have any oyster babies. So a year later, I worked with the oyster farmer and the Hong Kong University Marine Biology, and we built an oyster hatchery. So this is a place where oysters have babies. We take the water from the pots, we feed them, we remove all the diseases and remove all the animals that will be eating the predators of the oysters. And we get the oyster to have the perfect temperature, flow, and amounts of food. Basically, it's a nursery for oyster babies. And that's what we do mostly under in cages and inside in tents. And while we're doing this, I was really afraid because we were supposed to deploy this giant oyster, which is basically a piece of art with Kay Wong, which is a local artist that I worked with. But I was afraid that if there's a typhoon, the typhoon will break our installation and our batteries will fall in the water and the battery will leak and basically pollute the area even more. And so this is when I started to think, well, what kind of battery could be a zero impact battery? Because if our platform gets destroyed by a typhoon, what is the kind of battery that will have zero impact on the water? And I couldn't find anything until I stumbled upon hydrogen storage. And so I thought, okay, maybe if I store my electricity in a hydrogen form, water is H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. So if I make a hydrogen battery, then I don't need to worry if it falls in the water. And so we started to produce a bit of hydrogen. So that was the experiment. And because of this, a year later, I moved to Singapore. So that was last year. And I enrolled into an MIT competition that was happening in Indonesia. This one, I thought, if I can produce a small amount of hydrogen on this big oyster farm, could I produce a small amount, enough that is useful for fishermen in Indonesia? Because actually, if I look at the energy bill, it's very little that they use. They use maybe a little bit of gas for cooking their food. There's a little bit of electricity to charge their phone and the fans in the house, but they don't even have an AC for like most of them because their fishermen are, usually very poor. And so I went in Indonesia, and with a team of about 10 people, which was an ad hoc team from the competition, we designed this thing. The idea is, imagine if the fishermen actually, they don't use a lot of energy, but it still is a big part of the expenses because they have the electricity for the home, they have the gas for cooking, and they also have the gas for their cars or their motorbikes. What if they could produce their own hydrogen and then store the hydrogen themselves and even sell it? So imagine you're a fisherman, you go outside, and the same way that you put your cages, for example, your nets, you put your floating solar panel and your empty tanks. You go to fish, and during your day, the solar panel will produce, with the water and electrolysis, they will produce a small amount of hydrogen. You don't have much money for a big tank, but you transport them in those flexible tanks, like yoga balloons. And those can be transported and sold around, and they can be basically like a retail sort of small market. And you can use this hydrogen for making electricity, your gas, and also for your transportation. So that's a small amount, I know, but it's actually enough, not for the air conditioning, not enough for your motorbike, but it's enough actually to cook your food and enough to light up your house and charge your phone. That's no problem. And the beauty of this is that it's circular. You can do this over and over again. So I'm now in the process of trying to imagine a facility, because I don't expect everybody to do this, but what if you do this at a village scale? Could we have for many coastal communities, they spend so much money to run generators, which typically run on diesel. So the people who are the poorest tend to spend the highest bill for electricity. If you are in Singapore or somewhere else, your electricity bill is actually a very small amount of your bill. If you're a very small amount of your expenses, if you live in an isolated place, it can be very, very expensive. Before last project, I'd like to tell you, this is the prayer I've just done with John. So in the future, imagine Singapore is mostly, sea level is rising. A place like Sentosa, they are in the process of building the world's largest aquarium. 100 years from now, when the water has risen more than 1 meter, which is what we expect in the case of Singapore, it's going to be a disaster. The installation could be underwater. So imagine an aquarium, instead of being a building, it's a floating structure. A floating structure is expensive to make, no doubt. So what if instead of keeping the fish inside, captive, we are the humans inside of the aquarium, and then we do all we can to create an environment to attract the fish from outside. So the fish is free, and we humans are observing them. So I guess it's a feeding place basically for the animal for most of them. So we propose this vision to the students, and first they go and visit the aquarium, and also you see the back room. How do they actually make the animal reproduce? How do they produce the feed, like the algae for the so they understand the job of an aquarist, the people who look after the fish. And then the student came up with all sorts of ideas how you could build a floating aquarium that attracts the fish. And they proposed this amazing vision of how they could attract different species by creating different types of environments. If you want to attract turtles, you need a beach. If you want to attract, for example, like dolphins or some other animals, then it's good that you have like a, kelp, so it creates a habitat where they can hide and play. So they create all sorts of habitat, and then they get real feedback from the professional aquarists. So it was amazing to see those discussions between young people that think about the future and aquarists that actually know how this would work. And oftentimes the feedback was that this is really interesting. We never thought about it. We would love to actually, start to investigate that kind of stuff. And then the last, this is a project I've done in just in the Philippines. So I wanted to ask the people, the young people who live in a small coastal town, if the imagination for the future, if they could imagine that they could have, they would have to, again, the city would be taken over by sea level rise, which is going to be the case, by the way. We expect that hundreds of millions of people will have to become a climate migrant. What would they do? If they have a floating city, how can they envision it? And so we started by the people who are the poorest. First, we work with the trash collectors or some of the volunteers that help to do the big cleanup. And then we work with them, we volunteer with them, and then we ask them, in this, this hypothetical future, which is not so hypothetical actually, what would you do? And we ask indigenous people who have been here for generations, and who still have a super close connection with the environment. And then we start to make drawings, and they make those beautiful drawings, and they can totally imagine. Some of them, they didn't go to school, but they can totally imagine what the future could be like. So, for example, they imagine, because they have some of them have a hotel business. They imagine I would have an underwater hotel. Or the young people, they say, we love the environment, but there's no jobs in conservation. What if we could have jobs in conservation by creating this infrastructure for ecotourism? So they imagine that they have this giant submarine and they can take the tourists to observe wildlife in this, futuristic transportation. And these are amazing two gentlemen. They actually have been recognized by the government to be victims of torture because they oppose the construction of the coal power plants because they know that it would destroy the environment, and they fought against the authority and they were thrown in prison. They were physically tortured. So they came out of prison, and now they're still fighting to have green energy in their village. And this young man here, unfortunately, when he was 6 years old, he was abandoned by his parents. His parents were too poor. So he became an orphan when he was 5 or 6, and he had to fend for himself. So he started working on a fishing vessel at the age of 6. And he was saying that he was terrified because some nights, he was a storm and he was still having to be outside and he was fearing for his life. So he was saying if there was a city in the sea, he hoped that they can be, very safe, like shelters for young fishermen, especially like himself. And so we ask people, what do you want for the future? And if you ask them, people can tell you what they wish for the future. And it's something that people don't spend much time thinking about. But if you do ask them, they totally know what they want. And so we came up with this basically city with all these functions to support people in their future. And it was done by the side of the beach under a big tree. It's not having a lot of money. It's not having a lot of resources. It's basically putting the time and the method to actually activate this. And then we created a repertoire, a big folder with each of the drawings, each of the model, and what they imagine this means. And then we created a high resolution version of each of these designs, and we assembled this into a massive architecture model. And just a few months back, we installed this massive floating city in the middle of the Mine Museum, which is the biggest science museum in the Philippines. And they put this in the timeline of the future of transportation, from the very first boat, which is a raft, all the way to, future things like the International Space Station. So you have the International Space Station, and then you have the International Ocean Station, which is what we presented here. And the idea is that the International Ocean Station is close to us, accessible. The space station is so far out there, and it's very elitist. Only a few countries can use this. And actually, Russia pulled out of the International Space Station recently for political reasons. So we had an opening, and many people, they are commenting on this on social media. But the vision is this, is that International Ocean Station, instead of having one, we should have many of them. They are low cost, so we can have many of them. They can be inclusive. Even a poor country, let's say like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, coastal communities that are going to be hugely impacted by sea level rise can actually use this kind of infrastructure to imagine the future and how they respond to climate change. So this is my closing point for the young people here. when you're thinking about the future as a young person, oftentimes adults, especially people who think they are smart and they know so much, are the people who be the fastest to dismiss your crazy idea and they tell you your ideas is too big or too imaginative. Don't listen to them, because literally our future depends on your imagination. We know, sorry for my French, but adults have fucked up. Like, we've destroyed this planet for the most part, and it's going to be your job, unfortunately, to fix it. And so if you don't have imagination, if you are not, if you're afraid of believing in your own dreams, then don't trust the adults who believe in your own dreams. We need you to go out and explore and think about the future and be bold and be courageous and try those different things. So yeah, so that's my closing is please never lose the imagination and never let anybody tell you that your dreams are too big. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a question from Biza in the chat. It says, do you see potential for the EU project Pavilion to expand to Asia Pacific?
Sorry, I didn't. EU Pavilion. I don't know what this Pavilion is, so I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna look it up with you. Okay, let me see. Pavilion. Okay, right here. You see my screen? Okay, Pavilion. What is this? European Territory for Organized Environmental Crime through Intelligent Threat Detection. Okay. Yes, that looks good. I don't know about the project, so I can't really comment on it. But the idea, my understanding, is to use, like, I guess, satellites to like look at environmental crimes. I'm not sure. I don't know.
If I may, basically, as you can imagine, it's very difficult to keep track of vessels dumping toxic materials, but also professional dumpsters who collect industrial waste and dump them into the sea and in many other locations. And it's a cat and mouse game. So this project is aiming to enlist both satellite and several other reconnaissance systems and sensors to detect it, but it is part of a bit of a bigger network. So, in this, so sometimes, usually I guess the culprits do not just travel around the shores of Europe, but, travel the seven seas. So perhaps the seven seas enforcement oversight. And then I would very much like to learn your intellectual and creative perspective on this project. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thanks a lot. I didn't have this project on my radar, so I'm definitely going to look it up. But definitely, I see this as a very useful thing. Detecting crime, I think it's now it's increasingly easy. I think the enforcement is the really hard part. So I believe that this is a really good step in the right direction. I was reading in social media how we're also using this, for example, for tracking the illegal vessels. Illegal vessel, I think, it's the worst name I could give to it. It's basically people, for example, like fleeing the coast of Africa, trying to cross the Mediterranean, and that are being, actively abandoned or being sunk. And I think we'll look back in history and, because we will have all this data. So we know that we are, mass killing many people that we've committed to help. And we are letting criminals, run free. So I think, yeah, I'm sure it's possible to detect. What I'm not sure is our willingness and how much resource we are willing to put behind the enforcement. But yeah, I'm definitely favorable to have a better oversight.
Okay.
You want to select the question for me?
Yeah. So the question from Patricia is, how are these projects sponsored financially? And how can you replicate these processes and opportunities?
Good question. So, so all of these projects, they have different different source of funding. So maybe I'll look at some projects to give you an example. Maybe. Okay, just if I go back to the sort of table of contents, so I could figure like which project is funded how. So for example, the Corobot, it started as a primary school project, And I think the school had given my class maybe $300 to build this laser quadra. MakerBay was self-funded, so it's an entrepreneurial endeavor. Fukushima seafloor mapping was sponsored by SafeCast, which is a small nonprofit. Ocean Imagineer was funded by it was an art project, but we used most of the money for the scientific development within university and building the floating platform. Floating solar hydrogen is completely self-started. I just think that Super has a huge potential, so I put my own money, my own personal savings into it. Aquarist was paid by the aquarium, so there was like a consulting project. International Ocean Station is like a lifelong arts project that I've found different funding applied for. So it really varies, like every project is different, but they all have in common that I never wait for the money to start the project. I always start the project first, and once you have some prototype or something, this is when you can get money. Nobody will believe you unless you believe in yourself, and then you do the first step. So I've never got any money when I just do a proposal based on like an idea. I always take the first step because people would believe you if you start to make the first step, but they generally don't want to be the one taking the risk. So you have to take the risk first.
So how do you think that we can replicate these processes and opportunities?
Okay, I think you can replicate this methodology I have anywhere you are on so many different projects. My methodology is very simple. I would say it's even simpler than the design thinking method. Usually what we do, for example, like design thinking, we say there's like 5 steps. In my opinion, there's like 3 steps. The first step is the heart, is get people to care. So that's why I get my students in polluted sites and I make them suffer. I make them experience firsthand the problem. If it remains a cerebral thing, there's no buy-in. They will not put the effort to work because they don't care, and I don't blame them. First, we need people to care. Second is to use your hands. We get your hands dirty. Don't read the books about it, trying to do something about it, Get your hands dirty. And then then the brain. So I would say heart, hand, brain. If you're a teacher, I know this is hard to take the risk to take your students out in a polluted site or something like this, but the benefit of it is so huge. Of course, you do it responsibly. And also be ready that most experiments will fail. I showed you experiment that worked, but of course, most of the experiment will fail. But this is exactly what we can teach our students, not how to do an experiment that works, but learn to fail, to fall down, and then to stand back up. Just the act of standing back up is more important than the experiment. If we can teach our students to have this attitude to fail and stand back up, this is the biggest lesson they can ever learn in their life, is that there will be hardship, but we as a team, we're standing back up and continue to protect, continue to try, continue to test. So yeah, so I would say choose something that is real and that you feel personally affected by, that you feel it's important, and then try to do something about it. You're going to learn everything.
Thank you. So I have a question. What was the most challenging part of building Ocean Futures?
Of Ocean Futures?
Yes.
Well, the first step I would say that most people don't realize how important the ocean is. So whatever you do in the ocean, people are thinking like, oh, that sounds like woo-woo, cool stuff. The planet is 70% covered with the ocean. The ocean absorbs 90% of the excess heat that we put out there. So the ocean literally controls the climate. So the ocean absorbs 90% of the heat of the sun as well, and redistributed through the ocean currents. So when you do something in the ocean, the ocean is the biggest lever we have to affect climate change. If we do something that can improve, say, the rate of reproduction of, say, plankton, that seems like such a nerdy, specific thing to do. But plankton produce more oxygen than all the trees in the world. So people don't realize how important the ocean is. So that's the first thing that is hard. The second is that the ocean is dangerous and it's a complicated place, and it's incredibly diverse as well. So it's, it's a topic that most people don't understand, even though it's the most important topic in my opinion, or I mean, the most important environment, at least. So yeah, so I would say that's it's a hostile, complex, and huge environment that typically people overlook. So you need to overcome a lot of these barriers before people even start to get interested in what you do, because it's a difficult environment.
Thank you. So there's a question. What is your favorite part about working on such projects?
I mean, life is short, right? So I probably won't see a lot of the results of my efforts even before I pass away, because the ocean is so large. The impact that we can have on such a big system is always going to be, it's gonna take a very long time. In recent research that I read, like because of the heat that's accumulated in the ocean, like the climate change of 1.5 is basically baked in. Even if we reduce everything to zero even today, we're not going to make the 1.5 degree goal of the COP21. So for me, if I attach myself to the results, then I'll be miserable every day, right? Like if I attach myself to how much coral reef I can save, knowing that so many coral reef are going to be dying based on the physics of how much heat there is trapped in the ocean, then I would kill myself, right? Like it's so disheartening. So, but then you also have a duty. If you know that you have such a big battle, you cannot fight the battle just for yourself, right? So I know that the battle I'm fighting is a battle for the ages. It's a battle for many generations to come. And so I feel elated. I feel so incredibly happy that I know that I'm doing something that is right. That is something that's going to be useful, which is not just useful for me, but it's going to be useful for many generations to come. There's no way to describe how satisfied I can be when I work on something that I know that is meaningful and much bigger than myself. I would describe this almost like a spiritual experience, when you don't think just for yourself, but you think of many generations. So for me, being able to contribute even a tiny part, because I know whatever I do will be so small, but being a tiny voice in this symphony of change that the world needs to hear, for me, this is incredibly satisfying, no matter how small the things that I do, because the truth of what you do in the small personal history fits in that big history and this big change that must happen. So that's why I feel so happy and excited to work on that stuff, because no matter how small, I know it's contributing to this bigger picture.
Thank you for sharing. So if you have any more questions, you can drop in the chat or unmute and ask. If not, I also have another question. What was most common comments from the students that were in the projects that you mentioned?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Sorry. So what comments do you get the most from the students in your project?
The students, my students, for example, like Siddhant, who studied Clearbot, very pragmatic. He's saying like, Cesar, I love to work on saving corals, but then how can I make money? They were like, I would love to make this into a job, but how do I make this into a job? So, nature, if you save a tree, the tree is not going to give you money. I mean, actually, it's not true. Like you could cut the tree later and sell it for money. but the students, they when they come to my class, they're excited about it. And there are many ways you could actually monetize those skills that you learn. So I was mentioning like one of my students, he's in Forbes 30 under 30. There are many ways, and I would argue that climate tech is going to be the biggest industry in the future. Like when climate changes, all these adaptation technology for having better insulation material for the house, use less energy. What I'm working on now, the floating solar hydrogen, I would argue that those are going to be gigantic money-making machines. So I think there's a sense right now, the old thinking is that, if you're doing something for the environment, you're some like tree hugger and you're going to be broke all your life. But that's increasingly untrue. increasingly, there are many opportunities for people who are doing stuff that is related to the environment, and there's going to be more and more money into this as well. So that means that doing something good is also going to be good for you financially. So I think young people need to sort of abandon this old idea that maybe your parents and your grandparents will tell you, like, don't be a tree hugger. But actually, there's a lot of opportunity, and there's so many jobs now in the green industries. So I hope young people see that, and they're excited about that, and they will be the change.
If there are no more questions, does anyone have any, do you have any closing words for all the futurists here today?
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. That's it. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. I think Ocean Futures is a relatable topic to many youth, and there will be some takeaways and hopefully some follow-up questions and ways that we can interact with our youth and replicate some of the wonderful things you all are doing. Does John have any closing thoughts? Come on in, John.
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for sharing, Cesar, and thank you, Teach the Future internationally, for letting us in Singapore open our Singapore hub today. So I'm so glad my daughter can be part of this, and Cesar and Edmund before. And also next up, we have Louis, who's going to also be speaking. And it's just a great joy to be part of World Futures Day today. Special shout out to everyone out there. And let me turn this time over to Carol, or yeah, Lisa, is it Carol maybe, who will do the intros? Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, and just shy from the hour, we welcome you all here to World Futures Day. This session is hosted by Teach the Future and the Young Voices Network in partnership with the Millennial Project. World Futures Day is 24 hours of intergenerational conversations about the future, a space to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. We are live on YouTube, and next up, we have our youth facilitator, Doris Wang Xing Yang. Doris is a recent economics and public health graduate from the National University of Singapore with a passion for design and entrepreneurship. As a community builder, she has initiated student entrepreneurship and product management communities on campus. Welcome. And joining her, we have Louis Pa. Louis founded a social enterprise, Crater, which is a learning consultancy focused on transformation of systems within schools. He's working to shift the focus of learning beyond school syllabi towards students' intrinsic interests and curiosities. His past works include supporting youth in discovering and defining their future career paths, as well as consultancy work with the Ministry of Education in Singapore regarding the classroom of the future. And with that, please take it away.
Hello, hi everyone. Nice to see all of you. Thank you so much for the introduction. Doris is here with me. Doris can say hi to everyone too.
Hello, hi everyone. Hope everyone
So
can hear me.
are you okay to talk?
Yeah, can.
Great. So today's session, we will be doing it with a slight bit of interaction, but perhaps I'll start by setting out some context. So later on, I'll share with you a link to this Miro board where we'll be able to do some co-creation and discussion later. But for starters, I'll be going through some basic context. So with that, we can better know how to frame and scope our conversations later. So a slight bit of introduction. I think the TTF team already did a great job, but basically for me, I've been doing education-related work since 2015 in various social enterprises. I'll skip past my personal background. I don't think that's particularly interesting. You can find out more if you find me up on LinkedIn or something. But that one project I really want to talk about is this consultancy project I once did with the Ministry of Education in Singapore. And this project is called Classroom of the Future. It was such an aspirational project title. I was so excited just hearing the title alone, which got me to join the team. I think some of the folks on the call might have been colleagues or team members on this project. So welcome and nice to see you here again. There are a number of different findings we got from this project. Just so you know the background of this, we spent an entire year doing classroom observations. We spent a year doing those fish tank aquarium kind of observations from behind one-way glass to see what happens in classrooms. We got the chance as non-teachers and non-educators to try teaching some classes ourselves. We interviewed teachers and students. We even dressed up like students for a couple of days just to empathize with what students today feel like in school, whether we get punished for taking out our phones from our pockets. These are little things that we try to empathize with students for over a period of a year, followed with analysis of our findings and prototypes. There are a number of findings that came out, but the one that really got me started on this whole journey has been this one interview quote, which I've paraphrased here. But as a first career teacher, a teacher who came straight out of college and university into teaching, this teacher said that they have yet to apply their domain knowledge, whether it's in math or sciences, into an area outside of education. And in preparing for lessons, there's still a need to Google for examples of how math might be used in the real world. At the very beginning, when I heard this across many teachers, I was a little surprised because I grew up thinking that my teachers knew everything about math, knew everything about science. And if anyone knows, it would be them. But as I got older and I started working with teachers as my colleagues, I started to realize and empathize that there's no chances for them to really apply their domain knowledge into some kind of a real world industrial context. So it's really tough. And if we're talking about this as a context, and we're talking about the future, there seems possibly some kind of systemic gap, possibly. So that's something that started this whole rabbit hole of thinking about futures in education, right? So let me just zoom out a little bit. I'm gonna go through a couple of areas as we move into our discussion at the latter half of this session. The first half, we'll be talking quite a little bit about the past of education. I will definitely be cherry picking and zoning in on certain areas of our educational history. Then I'm going to be talking about the present, and we're going to have a more interactive, co-creative part when we talk about the future. All right. For expectations for now, I am guessing that not everybody in this room today is very familiar with futures thinking and thinking about the futures. So I decided to just put down some expectations just so that we're all on the same page. First, being that there is a lot of ambiguity when we talk about the futures. It's inherent in the work of futures thinking. So embrace it. This is something that might be unfamiliar in an educational setting where we often want things to be very clear. In this case, there's going to be a lot of ambiguity. Second is to stay open-minded. None of what we are talking about is going to be set in stone. None of it is meant to be judgmental. It's meant to be exploratory. Third, we're looking at possibilities. We're going to be painting the future. So I know that as we think about possibilities and ideas for the future, a lot of thoughts may come into mind about what may not work and what might be obstacles. And I challenge or encourage you to think about these challenges as merely what becomes our to-do list in achieving a vision. So when we talk about visions of the future, there are often many things that might go wrong. but let those things that might go wrong become simply things that we have to plan for. And as we figure out what kind of future is worth working towards. Before I move into the history, I'm wondering, Doris, do you want to share anything with the others too in terms of framing them or your own experience thinking about futures?
I think not too much to add on from after you, but I think it's just to really keep an open mind. I think the future has full of possibilities, potentials, and possible challenges as well. And I think that's good to keep in mind. Yeah.
Cool. Definitely. At any point in time, if anyone has questions, please drop it into the chat. More than happy to hear other voices in the room. All right. So starting from the past, I'm going to look down into the 18th and 19th century. This is way earlier, many years, like 100 years back from where we are now. With this, I'm just going to start at around the point where we talk about the imperial era and colonialism. Not everyone here is from Singapore, but some of you may have experienced similar things. So in Singapore, we used to be part of the British colonies. And that was the era where the British has set up different colonies around the world. And industrialism was also picking up. People were building factories. They were doing international trade. One of the things we learn a lot in our history lessons in Singapore is the East India Company, who basically was responsible for a lot of work between the British and Singapore and the region. So a lot of industrialization and globalization. It was at around that time where skills economy was one of the big things. Factories and large businesses were setting up, and the need for labor came in, labor who could operate and work within these factory settings. We have many people who have to fill up slots along the factory lines to produce items, whether it is chairs, tables, machinery, and eventually, as we move forward into history in the 1900s, start producing things like weapons for war, because that was the coming century of war. Around the 1900s, we had both the First and Second World War. And it is this period also that we experienced a lot of advancement in technologies. It is often said that war fuels technology, science and development. And there were a lot of big changes and big improvements in our science and technology space within that period. The space era was started as a result of the post-World War II and Cold War and so on. So many new innovations started coming up. It was around this time where the early computers were also starting to be developed. So you can see how a lot of this era was a lot about picking up new skills, skills in sciences, skills in mathematics, skills in literacy. And what that eventually fueled was a lot of innovation and technology development. Post-war, we had to find, as humanity, something else to occupy ourselves with. So we found economic competition as the next thing to devote our energies to. With science and technology, once again, we built devices, we built computers, we built better airplanes, better cars, better trains. And a lot of these things started to become the focal point of our global attention, of global economies. Globalization grew, and that was basically the new age where we were kind of trying to get a one-up on each other across countries on how do we get a stronger economy. Okay, and now it's where I start moving into education at the heart of it. It might come as a surprise for many. I think all of you may have heard of the PISA rankings. But the interesting thing about the PISA rankings is they only started in the year 2000. So for the folks here who consider themselves adults, this might be pretty surprising because it's a pretty recent kind of thing. Among the youth of today, this may sound like old news. I was a bit shocked the other day because we heard from students asking us, oh, so you were born in the 1900s. And I'm like, yes, I was born in the 1900s. And that made me feel really old. But just wanting you to know that the PISA rankings were a relatively recent affair. With the PISA rankings, we also started to see a popularization and promotion of STEM education and standardized testing. Singapore has been a huge proponent of standardized testing for the longest time. It's one of the things that helped us get a lot of success in our international educational rankings. And I think in the past 10, 15 years, even the US is starting to take lessons and see how they might adopt something called the Common Core, which I am aware has faced a lot of resistance in the US as well. Regardless, one of the first things I learned as I started working in the education space was the idea that assessment drives learning. I was pretty shocked, simply because as a student, I never really enjoyed exams. I never really enjoyed assessment. And hearing this from many educator colleagues got me to realize that there is truth to this. When we set an assessment, when we set a key performance indicator, KPI, when we set an OKR, objectives and key results, these are things that drives our action. They drive our learning, they drive our activity. So with PISA rankings being one of the main measures of education, and this is a standard measure across countries, we started as a whole humanity working towards these measures as signals for what a good education system looks like. So I'm sharing with you a graphic here that shows the PISA rankings in 2018 and the worldwide rankings. What it shows here is the average score for math, science, and literacy for 15-year-olds across the OECD countries. So if you see here, the ones in green pretty much did really well in the PISA study. All the way on the left side here, these countries in green. Just for the fun of it, I'm curious if you would like to throw a reaction into Zoom, right? So if you happen to be part of the green ones, could you perhaps type into the chat green, just so that I know you come from a country where your PISA rankings are green. If you come from a country where you are ranked orange or yellow, perhaps you could put orange or yellow into the chat. And if you come from a country that is in the red zone, you could also put yourself in red in that case. So this gives us some visibility in the room to the breakdown of the types of countries we come from and the types of educational challenges we experience. Okay, we have a lot of greens here. Part of the reason I'm very clear, it's because this is hosted by the Singapore Hub, and we're also working in the Singapore time zone, and many participants from Singapore are in our green zone here. There are also a couple in the orange zone, as well as a handful in the red zone. Okay. So as we look at each of these different zones, I'd say that each of these zones faces very different challenges when it comes to education. So when I look at the red zone, I would hazard a theory that we don't have an educational gap per se. Generally speaking, most people are literate. Most people in these countries have good access to education, and the issues are not too significant. When I start looking at the countries in orange, I notice that many of these countries have globally renowned universities, globally renowned colleges. And one possible reason for being in the orange zone could be that these are large countries. And with such large countries, there can be a lot of difference or difficulty in accessing education. So as a result, we may get good results here and there in urban cities, but that access to education might not reach everywhere across the country. And so that might bring the scores down a little, and we get this in the orange zone. And as we look at the countries in red, we may have a little bit of struggle in terms of institutional public education that gets to reach everyone, and whether or not the standards meet a global expectation. So these are different countries, each with likely very different nature of challenges. I bring this up because in this session today, I'm gonna ask us to consider or start questioning and wondering the relevance of the PISA rankings or the PISA study. I will not be questioning its relevance for countries in the red zone, simply because I do agree literacy and mathematics and science knowledge is critical for our humanity and for all our children to pick up. Its relevance for the orange countries, I think it is still going to be useful because we do want good access to quality education. But where I'll start to question is the relevance of the PISA rankings and study for the countries in the green zone in this case. So I'm going to bring us to today, the present day. And as we scope our conversations later, I'm really curious about the green zone countries. Okay, I also see a question from Cesar earlier. Let's talk about the questions in a short while. But in the present day, I'm curious about what can countries in the green zone do differently? And this is with the assumption that there are very differing needs between developing and developed countries. I'm also going to be mindful here that the terminology of whether you are developing or developed is a biased language that comes from other entities from a more Western-leaning philosophy. But we're just going to lean in with that bias for now, just for ease of conversation. So if we come from a more developed country, we might see a couple of areas and issues that start to be areas of concern and worry for our countries, where literacy might not be the biggest concern, but these are other present-day challenges that might be bigger concerns. So I'm curious at this point in time whether you feel there are any other issues that we seem to be facing in our present day. Let's put education aside for now, but what are some pressing issues in our current day? If there's anything missing, please feel free to add it into the chat. If there is anything that you yourself feel very strongly for in any of these buckets, also please let us know in the chat so that we know what matters to you. Anyone here? Social polarization. So I think what Carol might mean is the echo chambers that we might start to see on social media as we get fed certain types of news. Am I right? Carol, would you like to elaborate a little bit also?
Yeah, definitely. I think we see a lot of that differences that are being played out on social media and in online communities. And because of the channels that they occur, very often the differences get accentuated and get more extreme.
Right. Any other issues that you feel might be something you care about that we may not have mentioned here? Or if there's one of this that you feel very passionate about, can type that in too, and I'd love to hear your voice about why this matters to you. Future readiness. John, would you like to elaborate a little bit on that?
I think there's a lot of talk about history in terms of its hindsight, which is important, and understanding of ourselves, which is insight. But I think there's very little that we're talking about foresight in terms of where we want to go or help people to understand, how they can have agency in futures thinking, or not just thinking, but doing as well. So that's my thought there about future readiness.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, and I love what you said, John, and I guess that's possibly one of your motivations in starting the Singapore Hub for Futures. I'm also bringing this up because when we think about the past, when we think about what I mentioned about how our human civilization has developed in the past, as we have a lot of fixation on sciences and technology, and don't get me wrong, I love the sciences and I love technology, but what I wonder is how much, if that was the the vision we had of the past of techno-utopianism, to believe that technology will solve all our problems and high mastery of the sciences and mathematics would make the world a better place. If that was the type of futures we believed in the 18th and 19th century moving forward, we have what we have today as a result of those beliefs from the past. So our belief that technology will solve all problems has got us to invent things like large language models and AI, which, while very powerful, we also see contributing a lot to issues in climate change because of the amount of power consumption and energy it produces as well. As we look at using our innovations and economic activity to fuel competition and growth in countries in the past, we now see a lot more carbon emissions as well as income inequality as a result of such global activity. So if we try to draw our past to our present, we will see many connections and interconnections coming from our past fascinations, our past obsessions, with the challenges that we may face today. So now we're living in today, and Cesar was mentioning earlier about how the adults might have effed up the world for our young. And so now our young has to deal with it. And I wonder then, like, as the young are handed this plate of challenges, how might we look at the future differently? Okay, so there is, yes.
I think there's a comment by John in the chat. I think he, just reading out, he said, ironically, with the access to instant information like internet, Google, AI, I think why is there a need for like traditional modes of assessing competencies in PISA? And are we forcing new wine into old wine skins? And what about what makes us human? And I think that ties in very well with what we are going to do next also. Yeah.
Therese, as a recent graduate, how do you feel about that as well, having just ended that whole period of being assessed on these different ways?
I realized I can do a lot of my work at half the time I used to do. I can really use a lot of automation tools, speed my work. I mean, not gonna lie, I use ChatGPT for my own assignments as well. So that's really how it's really disrupted like the way that I used to do my assignments also. Yeah, back in school. So yeah, the future is really unknown. Like, I would never expect that AI can even help me do my own things, like even like 5 years ago, but it's a possibility now. Yeah.
Yeah, and having worked a lot with educators and schools, the instinctual response to ChatGPT and a lot of AI models being used at school is the students are going to cheat. The students are they're not going to learn, and these kinds of perspectives. But I'd hazard my hypothesis here is that a lot of these mindsets may be rooted, again, back into this history of education that we've experienced, that what we need is the human being in a particular factory location being able to operate on their own without any external resource. And so it is important for the human to not rely on technology in that way. But today's age, when was the last day you went by without your phones? When was the last day you went by without the internet? And this is a very different world from the past 100, 200 years. And as we look to the future, I only believe that access to internet and information is only going to go up. Should we not be more reliant in that setting? Okay, so what we're going to do next is I'm going to paste a link into the chat. And once you click onto this link, we will start to see many more arrows on screen. And what I will be inviting you to do is to look at the right side into the future. I already see Carol Scott being on our screen, everybody joining in. And with the main question that I'd like to ask you here is, how might we measure an effective education system of the future? Because so far, as we rely on the PISA rankings, the PISA study, we are measuring our educational systems based on their ability to achieve literacy, science, and mathematical mastery. But if we're going to look at the future with all of these different challenges that we have discussed, climate change, inequality, tech disruption, political instability, healthcare, mental health, disinformation, social polarization, and future readiness? Is literacy, math, and science knowledge alone going to bring us to a situation where we can tackle these issues? Will it bring us a situation where future world is something we are more satisfied and happier and more fulfilled? Or are we going to get more of the same? So that's a question I want to pose to the room today, and of why and how might we design or measure an effective system for the future. It's not the easiest thing to do. Between me and Darice, we were spending the past week discussing this and wondering, what can this look like? And we put out one example here. For those who are not familiar, the United Nations has come up with this thing called the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and they have 17 different goals for the world to work towards. If we put math, science, and literacy out of the picture just for the time being and explore, what if our educational systems are measuring youth based on how much they contribute to these SDG efforts? Could that be a possible way we measure how effective different countries' SDGs or educational achievements might be? So, and I'm particularly going to scope it again for the green zone countries that we described earlier. So as we look at the countries like China, Singapore, Macau, Hong Kong, Canada, Finland, and so on, how might we look at them not so much by their ability to answer math and science questions well and master those subjects? How might we instead expect that they contribute more to the other countries in the world? Could that be a possible future for another model of education achievement? So that is one of my samples. And I'm wondering if anyone would like to build on to this example here. Perhaps if we use SDGs as a way to measure educational achievement, what kind of other features do you think might exist? Feel free to take some of these yellow Post-it notes, copy and paste them to that row, and just drop in your thoughts on what kind of features do you think might exist there? What might lessons look like? What might assessments look like? What might projects look like? And how do we measure and test people? Again, we're just going to do this as an exploratory exercise. I would also welcome each of you to create a new row, a new note with a different concept. Perhaps you have another concept about how it's not about math and science, it's not about sustainable development goals, it's more about self-awareness. How might a future education system measure people based on their ability to be aware of themselves? Could we perhaps go on another track to measure instead about future readiness or something else? Or perhaps about curiosity. How do we measure that students have grown in their levels of curiosity? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a timer here for about, oh, I haven't upgraded, so I can't use the timer here. Let me just set it on my phone. I'm going to put up a timer for about 10 minutes. And let me just play some background music as this runs. So for the next 10 minutes, feel free to use this as a blank canvas for you to write in ideas for what this future model might be. Right, so I'm gonna play some background music just so you guys have a nice experience here. You are welcome to also have discussions or call for inputs if you would like in this voice call too. It seems I need to expand this canvas. Let me do that. Stuck for some reason. Oh well.
Hi, if anyone is like lost, maybe you can look at the chat as to like some of the like opening questions. Firstly, some questions that I have put in to get you like to think about how you might want your classroom in the future to look like, and how does that, and how do you think that can be measured also?
I just want to say that you guys are doing such a great job. The screen is full of activity and a lot of fascinating ideas coming up. As each of you are fleshing out whatever materials that are there, just to give you a early foreshadowing warning, not warning, heads up, that I'll be inviting you guys to share whatever you've put up later on as well. So feel free to put more details in so we can have a better reference as we hear you speak later. And on that note, we're about past the halfway mark in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes time, let's go through everything that everyone has come up with along the way. There's still space on the top row if you would like to carve out a whole new idea and concept here. We have about a quarter of the time left, about 2.5 minutes. If you have a couple of post-its that come from you, you could do what some of us have done, which is to group them and put a certain color to them. So it's also easy to see which post-its belong to who. I see John clearly being an expert on Miro, drawing arrows all over the place and linking everything up.
Let's just say I had a very bored time during COVID and played a lot of Miro.
Okay, and we are hitting the 30 seconds mark, close to the end. If you have any last thoughts, do put them down. If you were still a student, I might say the colloquial pens down once time is up. Okay, great. Time's up. And let's go around to a round of sharing. So here on the top left, I see a couple of dark green post-its. I kind of recall this might have come from Carol. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. That was mine.
Please share.
Okay, so I think that to some extent they are sort of interrelated. So maybe I'll start with the entrepreneur there first. It's not advocating for everyone to be an entrepreneur, although I do personally think that the Singapore education system as it is probably trains more people to be administrators and managers rather than be entrepreneurs. And I think as a country that we probably can do better if we have more people, more students, more youth with the entrepreneur there, with that spirit where, they can go and create something new. They can go and just be willing to try. And not being afraid of failure. So that's where I come from. And I think that, I remember that many of our forefathers in our earlier generations, many of them were entrepreneurs actually, or demonstrated a lot of entrepreneurial there in the kind of forward-looking, very progressive, very fearless kind of attitude and the spirit that they brought into building Singapore, right? So I hope that there's a way for us to continue that spirit that our forefathers had. And then the next point on changemaker education, I think that regardless of the age of the students, I hope to see that our education focuses more on, and this goes back a bit to what Caesar was mentioning just now in his previous presentation, right? Helping our students to care for the people around them, for the things around them, for even the news that they read, the current affairs, their family, maybe their school community even, starting from that. And then from the care to how they think about those issues, the problems, think up of solutions, and then want to do something about it. And then is there a way that we can measure how successful, I don't want to use the word successful, I think it's not right, but how well the development of a student is in terms of the impact that they are showing that they would like to create. So yeah, measuring education in a different way, because I remember that as a child, that my parents would say things like, oh, we would like you to become somebody who's useful to the society. So what does being useful to the society mean? And if that's my parents' way of, their aspiration for me, that's their kind of like yardstick for me in terms of success, right? So yeah.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, Carol. And I just want to pick up a little bit on this changemaker education. In Singapore schools, we already do teach about climate change as part of our geography syllabus. There is pretty good data and pretty up to date about the nature of challenges we face in climate change. The unfortunate thing I worry about is when such topics come into the classroom, questions that students ask would be things like, is this on the test? As compared to, is this out in the world and what can we do about it? It's more about, is this on the test? And I think that's something worth being mindful about, even as we try to shift this assessment. Yeah, I'm going to move to one chunk here. I'll go through it quickly because we only have about 15 minutes left for our session. Time flies when you're having fun. So I'll go through it quickly and invite more people to share later on. I'll put it very simply. How might we perhaps measure on students' level of curiosity and self-determination? Some things on my mind. Could we perhaps measure whether students continue doing their own learning after class, beyond the syllabus? How much non-syllabus based learning takes place on the student's own accord? And how do we not over-optimize for it in the sense of how, if students are not doing enough, how can we push them to do more? It should be one of those things like watering a plant, right? You do what you can. If it doesn't grow, it doesn't grow. You might have to think about different fertilizer, might have to think about different water, but don't force it to grow where it doesn't naturally grow. And another simple, I guess, measure is perhaps at the end of every year, students should be measured on how much do you love learning? And if that number goes down, perhaps we should be a bit more worried. So that's something that came up for me. John, perhaps we can move over to you. There's a whole chunk here, so just mindful of time, you can go through it in brief.
I'll go really quickly, but build off what Carol said about, is it useful? I think the predominant core narrative and metaphor below, I mean, if you're talking about Sohail Inayatulah's CLA model, right? The whole point here is utilitarian value, and it stems back to Ken Robinson's talk about education and how we are treating everyone like batches. And also, I think what I wrote here was trying to be more human and less product-centric in our education, where we have batches of students that has to hit certain standard of learning, and then they have to, so all these words are very industrial revolution, and instead of measuring, like say, kindness factors that may lead to, true teammate abilities, where those are the people you want to work with, not the guy who gets the highest grades, right? And then I just want to bring up two examples to anchor all this. Is the students at this school called Agora in the Netherlands decides their own curriculum. And I think we should stop thinking that we're the only people who know what we want to learn, but maybe ask the students themselves. And then and in doing that, we should also rethink, so maybe this one here, rethink what is curriculum, because I think that's I don't know, it's not a bad word, but it's a very old word. And so the folks at the School of Humanity in Dubai allow that secondary school, high school students to decide what's their goal for the project, and then from there, and what they want to pick up, so that they would be the ones propelling humanity forward. So it could be any project that they want that's more planet-centric or something else. So yeah, so that's where I'll leave it for the sake of time. But yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks for sharing so much. I think there's another one here. It's quite interesting. I think learning about how ugly the world is. Maybe the person who wrote this can share a bit more.
Is that Caesar by any chance?
Yes. I was lucky to speak a lot already, so I don't want to take anybody else's time. Yeah. But I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think you know with the war that is happening now, when you have a war, you have nothing. You know, like you can't afford education, you don't even have your health and stuff like that. So I think we take peace for granted for most of us, or at least but it's not always been like that. I would say maybe most of the history we always have war. So I think we must do everything in our power to avoid war, and we need to learn how ugly it is. Yeah. So for me, it's essential to education. Even if you don't get to experience for yourself, you should know about it. You should know, and you should learn to avoid it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Caesar. I think that's a very, yeah. I think that's very interesting. Yeah. There's one black one here. It's a black post-it. I think it's this is something that I really like. Something about problem-based learning, and instead of like the traditional questions where parents always ask you what do you want to be when you grow up, I think instead of asking that, we should ask about what problems like you want to solve. For the person who wrote this, anything else to add on?
Hey, Darius, Darwin here. I wrote those two black ones just to ease of identity. I remember a very good friend who's an educator saying this and framing this. And of course, PBL is quite strong in Singapore. Republic Polytechnic, I remember talking to them, and they structure their curriculum around PBL, and I am a big advocate of this one, and it links to this question of a reframe. See, it's a reframing a question that normally we'd ask as parents to our kids, what do you want to grow up? And they suddenly like ingest that kind of question. But maybe if we ask a different set of questions, it also teaches them about the value of looking at problems and being intentional in the problems that we want to solve.
I'd just like to add one point here about how sometimes as I work with educators, a question like this can sometimes bring some anxiety, because when we talk about what problems do we want to solve, we sometimes as educators start to think, so what is the solution? And if we don't know the solution, we hesitate to even ask the question. And I think that's something we have to be mindful of and adjust. How do we ask questions? How do we explore problems when we don't know what the solution is? And as a result, mobilize and activate students to want to go deal with it, because perhaps you might be the one to solve it after all.
Yeah. Now, if I may jump in real quick, though, is I liked what Darwin just asked, and the reason I managed to coerce or actually convince my daughter to be part of today is because when she asked me, what do you want me to be when I grow up? You want me to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer? I said, no, 60% of the jobs don't even exist yet. You just be who you want to be when you grow up. You design your own future. And that's why she agreed to do the session just now. So anyway, thanks Darwin for sharing that. Yeah.
Might want to set up a sign-up form to be John's children so he can let us be what we want to be.
I think my children will want to do that. Yeah, my children will sign up for that mailing list or something.
Okay. Thanks, Darwin, for sharing what the problem-based learning. I think there's one at the bottom. There's something that I saw at the start about inner development goals.
Yes. I just wanted to share this. There is very quickly because in SDG, what's happening right now, and I think there's a whole strand of discussion happening. And I think if you check the website, the inner development goals, 5 key categories, 24 inner development goals. I think the message from this group of people that have banded together and started talking about that is that we are going to miss the SDG goals. And one of the key findings, or at least the ones that they've come up with, is that the SDG goals are too detached from the person. And we seem to be missing the point of, maybe not missing the point, but really more, I'm paraphrasing what I've sort of like learned from them, is that maybe if we bridge from the inner development goals to this sustainable development goals and make it more accessible. If you look at this, these are foundational to what makes us human, and empowers and gives us agency to act on things that are within our reach. The macros are great, the big SDG goals, but where you link the inner development goals to the SDG goals, maybe this is where we could have started. And I think that's the sort of like the reframe of this group of people that have been advocating for inner development goals.
Darwin, just to check, are you the one who shared about this strand here?
Where are you?
With the inner development goals and the other.
Yes, I have. The 2 yellow ones are other people, and I think they were reflecting and resonating with other inner development goals. And I think what you like when you explore and go into the rabbit hole, the IDGs, is that it's not cemented in stone. The 24 that are there, they're encouraging you to explore a bit more and find. And I think that's what those 2 yellow post-its represent. Others are reflecting and projecting on other IDGs.
Yeah, that's right. So actually the 2 others are added by me. I'm Hoyle. Hi everyone. Then I find that what I was trying to add is a link to what Dan was sharing about the inner development goals. And along that line is this concept of like the input-based kind of measurement. So not measuring just the outcome, right? Also have to look at what will lead to the good outcome, right? And inputs, even things like nutrition, right? I mean, nutrition is important from the third world countries' perspective of education. You can literally teach someone like no maths and language, but then if they don't have good nutrition, their brain development will be affected, right? And then even other things like physical healthiness, sports. When you talk about STEM education or many education, sometimes we forget about, let's say, the physical body development, which actually also is very important. So there are a number of these inputs that is that will lead to potential good potential human development in general, right? And of course, things like curiosity, critical thinking, all these are the good core values and sort of sits between the input and input. So when I saw the point that was about inner development goals, then I think I made it broader to include those inputs to human development system that maybe it's better to track than just tracking the output.
And interestingly, I think I saw Scott in the blue post-it at the top, sort of like expounding, connecting that one. And maybe you want to bring in Scott, and maybe you just, I'm just assuming because I saw Scott's name hovering on the blue post-it at the top. So maybe you want to just pipe in and also like see whether it's a connection or a disconnect, and maybe expounding a bit more on what you've written here.
Wait, thank you. Yeah, I also just typed out my hot take about SDGs. I'm a very anti-SDG individual. They were not made with anyone except for some of the more elite Western nations in mind, and they were the regrets of a generation that has basically lost their shot. So we have a shot, and we need to do better. They're pretty unattainable. So aside from that, but I mean, also we have to be careful in some of our categorizations. This is important for education as well, that we don't diminish the complexity of our world, because what we're dealing with is, in complex problems, right? You can't use simple solutions because the problem becomes even more crazy. So you have to have a complex approach to thinking. So I would add that to my little blue note. My blue note basically is summed up as you need to build critical, value-oriented thinking beings. So critical is the key concept. We need people to be critical in not just, literacy is how can we redefine literacy so that it includes some of the critical thinking notions people have been researching. How do we add in value-based thinking and not just make everyone too afraid to talk about their values because they don't want to offend anyone else? Let's actually have this debate of values and really see where we can find true connections as humans from different parts of the world. And then, of course, adaptability, that goes into the whole not being afraid of failure, which was discussed either within the last hour or within the last 5 hours we've been here. It all kind of gets mixed up in my brain. And then, of course, I have to put futures in there as a futurist. So, more critical futures approaches and not being, dismissive or ashamed of certain historical realities. But how do we move beyond all of that? And so that's sort of just some ideas. I kind of stream of consciousness wrote it on this little sticky note. Probably could have broken it out easier, but just some food for thought.
Okay, we're running out of time. I just see a hands up from Bessir. So we're just going to take that and then we're going to close the session. So Bessir, on to you.
Thank you very much. Actually, on the points brought on, the distinguishing between literacy and critical thinking, perhaps the SDG goals were designed with the most idealist intentions, and but whenever we have lacking of transformation without the consensus building, so that consensus building and disruption was perhaps countered. So is it possible to get rid of the toxic mines and toxic industries and what have you? So I guess that has been the biggest hindrance. Yeah, over. Thank you.
All right. So I think this is a really fascinating and lovely conversation we've been having. I would love to go on all day with all of you. But unfortunately, time is tight. We do want to save some time for our next session as well. So thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for having me and Darice on with you for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you, Luis. Thank you all for your session. It was so insightful. And I missed the first part, so I'm looking forward to watch the recording on YouTube. Thank you so much. Lisa, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me know if you want me to start the next session or you want to say
Yes.
something.
Oh, yes. Thank you for closing out the session. Yes, with further ado, let's get on to the next session. I'm just going to put in the chat box a survey. If you participated in the previous sessions and you want a participation badge, go ahead and fill it out. And some more Teach the Future World Future Day continues. Thanks, Lourdes, and welcome St. Peter's School, Sandra and Noel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. And good night. I think it's pretty late for you there. It's 1 a.m., right? I will take it from here, my dear. So, hello, everyone. For the new ones that are joining now, this is Lourdes Rodriguez from Teach the Future. We are in the World Future Day Young Voices. And for the ones that don't know Teach the Future, we are a global nonprofit trying to include future thinking in education. Remember that we are also on YouTube if you want to share the link on social media. And remember also that this session is hosted by Teach the Future, the Young Voices Network, and also in partnership with the Millennium Project. I will love to introduce Sandra because it's my dear colleague from the Hub in Spain, Sandra Martinez, and also Noel Ross. She's, for the ones that don't know Noelle, she was the one that was boosting the movement of future thinking in her school. And now she's boosting this movement also in Spain. And for me, she's an inspiration and a role model because she is a teacher, but she herself started the movement, and now everyone in the school is involved, the students, all the teachers. So I will let them introduce themselves and their session, and I will put more information in the chat. So please, Sandra and Noelle.
So hello, everybody. Welcome to the future from Barcelona City, from St. Peter's School. I'm here, I'm Sandra Martinez. I belong to Teach the Future Spain Hub. I live in Madrid, but I just travel, took the train and meet the St. Peter's School because I will learn a little bit from myself, looking back to the past and moving to the future, to what is my activity with futures and foresight. So I'm here to present, I'm just gonna present Noelle. I'm gonna say hi, and then you will meet the kids from St. Peter's in a minute, okay? I'm gonna share the screen. Is it okay? You can see it?
We don't see the presentation mode. We see the, yeah, now. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm here with Noelle. You can present yourself.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So my name is Noelle Rosas, and I'm a teacher here at St. Peter's School. Right now, I'm teaching our middle years high school students, year 8 all the way to year 12. And today I'll share with you some of the activities and classroom experiences we've done in the classroom since we launched the Futures Literacy course here at St. Peter's.
See, this is actually the session title, Futures Literacy in K-12 Education. So from really 5 years old up to diploma, which is bachillerato in Spain. So previous to go to university. So this is the proposed agenda for today. We're going to do the intros, you're going to meet the kids, and then I will sure explain what do we do in Teach the Future in Spain, and where are the projects, and especially talking about St. Peter's project in schools. A little bit about myself, then St. Peter's Futures Literacy K-12 history from the past, present, and looking into the future. It will be Noelle. Then we have 2 young futurists, Nuo and Christophe. They will be talking about their preferred futures project, which is Futures of Human Rights, #31. They will explain what it is. And then we will have a futures talk with your 8 students. And they are with me right now. So maybe you want to say a little bit of yourself. Say hi.
Hello.
You can say your names.
Hello, my name is Elena. I'm 13 years old and I'm from Russia. My name is Bea. I'm 13 and I'm from Italy. Hi, I'm Julia. I don't think that they see me. Wait. Hi, I'm Julia and I'm 13 and I'm from Spain. And hi, I'm Daria. I'm French and I'm 13.
Cool. We're here in a chemistry and physics lab. So actually, you can see this is real time. So actually, we're having this session from St. Peter's School. So that's why our camera is not from the PC. So that's real life. That's present. So look back to look forward. I'm going to talk a little bit about my role in Teach the Future. So I joined back in April 22nd. Teach the Future Hub Spain, which was liderated by Lourdes, Pilar, and Paola. So right now we are Pilar, Lourdes, and myself, with the goal of promoting futures and foresight in schools around Spain. Okay, so currently we're working with St. Peter's because they have a great project here. And back in 2023, we came to go with Peter Bishop, the founder of Teach the Future, to provide a workshop to St. Peter's. We spent an evening with all the teachers, and we found out that the school already was in the future. So it was a surprise that, okay, they did so many things about futures and foresight without knowing it. But then when it came back in last year, I was learning how to be a teacher. Okay, so I spent 3 months in school and helping them in business class, in exponential technologies class. So I found out that they're really doing they're using the future in all the teachers in their classrooms with the kids. What happened next? That St. Peter's decided to promote futures literacy as a course, as an official course, which is in Spain. This is so difficult because you have to, go to skip a lot of regulations. But St. Peter's is kind of disruptive school, and they could do it. So here we are, the first year that futures literacy course has been taken by year 8 and year 9 students. So my role now, I'm also futures and foresight specialist. I'm working for a company which is called BASF, and we do chemistry. So we are involved in some mega trends that involve all of us, because it's about being sustainable while creating chemistry and plastics and so many things and batteries. And we want to be sustainable for year 2050. So actually that's long term. And right now I pass by to my colleague, Noelle. She's going to explain you what's been going on.
Okay, hello everyone. So I won't talk long because I really want you guys to get to know the students better, and they'll speak from their own perspective. But as a teacher, we have been doing futures thinking foresight activities in St. Peter's the past 2 years, but this school year was the first time that we launched it as a full fledged course. And the course is available to our year 8 and year 9 students, so ages 13, 14 to 15 roughly. But our strategy for launching this course, I would say it's 3-pronged strategy. So we're using futures as a resource for both learning and teaching. First is futures as a concept, process, and then a capability. So I'll explain each one of them and what it means. And how do I switch to the next one?
I think it's
okay. Perfect. So from a pedagogical approach, we had to design the course so that it is aligned with our curriculum. So we used the International Baccalaureate Middle Years program. So we would say it's yes.
Sorry, I don't know if, because it's not in the presentation mode, I don't know if you are like going to different slides.
Okay, let's see, just give me a second. Is it better now?
Now
yeah.
We are seeing it, yeah.
Perfect. So this particular slide is a multi-pedagogical approach that we're using in our classroom. So I would say it's probably an 80-20 rule, that 20% of the classroom time is based on teach the test type of learning, where students get to understand different key terms, different terminologies about the future, and 80% of the time is more concept-based or project-based learning. And I'll give you guys an example of what that means, okay? In terms of futures as a concept, because we are part of MYP, we're always exploring the concept of orientation in space and time, and our related concept is futures as the big idea for all our classroom activities, okay? So what does that mean? In terms of content, students are starting to learn slowly different foresight tools, and they use these tools when they're starting to analyze their work. So they're writing an essay, instead of just saying pros and cons, perhaps they're using STEEP analysis in order to create a framework in order to explore the critical thinking. But here are some examples of the tools that they have learned. Some of them is still to come in the coming months. And here are a few examples of the work they've done. So we've done an escape room life on Mars. This was Bea's project, and the tools they've used when creating this experience was the steeple and signals of change, for instance. And we had a lot of fun doing this, and kids even gave out prizes. Here's another one where we do trend analysis and mapping. Somebody decided to do a startup pitch using futures concepts. And at the very end of the year, all the students will actually have their own website where they're going to document all the activities they've done throughout the year, so that their parents, other teachers can see the different types of future projects that they've done for the year. Okay, so that's how we're kind of using it now as a process after the concept. Okay, but at the very end, why are we doing this, right? It's to be able to offer our students a differentiated learning experience, but more importantly is to offer them the skill of being prepared to navigate the future, capitalize on opportunities, understand risk, and that's really futures literacy. So overall, that's the design of the program, is being able to use futures as a tool in terms of concept, process, and then capability. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it back to Sandra, and our students will start presenting some of the experiences they've had in the classroom so far.
Thank you, Noel. I'm just going to see if I can go back. I'm still sharing, okay? Okay, so we're going to go now. This is the next block, which is Futures of Human Rights. So I will switch to Noah and Crystal. They're year 9 students, so 14 years old. They will present themselves. And it's all about them to explain the project.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wasilowski. I'm 14 years old. I'm Polish and I go to year 9.
And I'm Noah Chen. I'm Chinese, as I'm also 14, and I'm in the same class as Krzysztof Wasilowski here.
So for us, futures literacy is to visualize different scenarios that are possible to appear in the near and far future by analyzing different fads that come and go and ever-evolving trends. This year, we even combined futures literacy with global perspectives, creating a fusion of futures literacy and global perspectives when analyzing the past, present, and future, which is the most important part, of human rights. So first, my buddy here is going to explain about human rights.
So I'll give a quick brief about what human rights are. They were made in 1948, following the horrors of World War II, and they were made by Eleanor Roosevelt, which is the wife of former US President Theodore Roosevelt. And it was approved by the UN General Assembly in 1948. And in total, there were 30 human rights. And every human, no matter the race, gender, age, or background, inherits these rights. And now I will talk a little bit about future literacy, and we talked about the future of human rights. So digital privacy is part of the right to own property, as right number 17 in the 30 human rights that I just talked about. And it should not be a separate right, since it's already the right to own property. And human rights could be at risk, since slowly the world starts having totalitarianism rulers, such as in Myanmar, in Asia, and Burkina Faso in Africa, where more rights are abused more than ever, and human rights abuses will never be eliminated because of human nature, but it is more than possible to make the world respect them. And a lot of the world has started implementing these human rights, and currently most of Europe has these human rights.
You might be wondering what is the part of #31. So this year, we were also assigned to find and develop a 31st human right. Now, there's a lot of talk going on about creating a human right that is concerning digital privacy, and that everybody should have the right to own digital privacy. But like my friend said over here, that technically that could already be implemented under human right number 70, the right to own property, since technically your data is your property. So instead, we decided to come up with a human right, which is the right to freedom from propaganda, misinformation, and lies from the authorities. This includes also AI deepfakes. So the point of it is to stop, for example, people not having access to the truth, and instead being exposed to anything that is fake and generally lies. And also, so this, for example, could have been seen, for example, in Poland, for example, when even a year ago, when the television was strictly controlled and the political party would, for example, spread its propagandic views. This could also is currently seen in Hungary and many other totalitarian nations such as Russia and many in countries in the African Sahel. AI deepfakes are also slowly being developed. For example, lately on the news, it has been that there has been AI generation of a picture generated by AI about a celebrity. And this is constantly increasing. And we believe that there should be a human right that will protect people from these deep fakes, misinformation, and propaganda. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It's just we are in the same with the computer, sorry. Thank you very much, Noel and Christoph. We will have some questions regarding your topic. I think it's so important and so up to in the news, no? So in the headlines, no? It's not futures headline, it's present headlines. Human rights are not only going on what problems that you talked about, but also regarding AI, no? So the futures of human rights with AI. But thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful topic, futures topic, and thank you for sharing. Now we're going to continue, okay, with our futures talk. So right now, let me see if you see ourselves here. Can you see the girls?
No, I don't think we can see us.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
And then Daria. No.
Now, okay, so you can present yourself now. So I'm just talking. I just want that the girls to be in the video.
All right, hello. So today we're going to tell you about the project we're doing currently, and we're going to explain some tools that we learned, and we're going to answer a few questions.
Yeah, but say your name. So you are Daria?
I'm Julia. I'm Elena.
And I'm Beth. Okay, thank you. So we're going to start this futures talk. We're going to spend some minutes, and then we will do a Q&A if someone in the audience wants to make questions, to the girls. Okay. So the first question. Actually, in every foresight process and framework, we start, a little bit with discovering what is future, what is present, what is history, and the first phase or second phase is about exploring change and what's going on, not only as part of our day-to-day life, but we go further away, no? So we convert ourselves into explorers, no? And we look for different things like signals of change, trends, drivers, patterns, so on. So I think, girls, you have been studying signals of change, you understand what they are. So maybe as part of your project here during the futures course, could you share one trend that so far you're studying or you feel like it's very interesting or curious or disruptive? So maybe, Daria, you can start.
So sustainability is a mega trend that is impacting the world, like all around the world. That's very important to us because it relates to climate change. And I don't know much about it, but I'd like to learn how we will evolve in the future and how it will be, and if it will be better or worse, and just see, like, using signals of change, try to predict maybe how it will be.
Julia?
Okay, so I think a trend that makes me a bit curious to see what it will evolve to in the future is a macro trend that was explained to us in that. It's when social media creates this sort of university to learn how to make more social content for creators on social media. And I think that that's interesting because if a lot of people start doing this thing, if it grows, maybe other educations will decrease and some will increase, and I'm going to see how that affects education in the future. A signal of change for this, and I saw the other week or the other day would be an ad I saw scrolling through social media. So, well, for me, the trend that I'm most curious about is the trend that affects us a lot, and it probably affects us the most, which is social media. At one point, it can give us more knowledge on things, but it also has some negative aspects. For example, it makes us obsessed and all those kind of things. In the future, and it's a really important aspect of the future of our lives, because probably in the future, most of the jobs are going to be somehow associated with social media. And the thing I'm most curious about is how can we use social media to make it more money.
Yeah, so a trend that I'm curious about is music streaming, as I wonder if in the future there will even be live music, or everyone will just start using streaming platforms like Apple Music or Spotify or whatever you use. And some questions I have about this topic is maybe considering that streaming platforms barely pay artists, will there be like less singers and musicians? And also, as everything becomes automated, will we even need singers and musicians, or will AI do it for us?
So as you see, out of the trends, also the students have time to think about it, critically and analyzing, and actually you're giving us, some questions we should respond, so those are key topics that we should be addressing. Sustainability, for example, the company where I work, we do chemistry plastics, so we're looking for not only the future should be was expected in Europe as to be starting 2030. Now it's starting in 2050. So actually, Europe regulation against sustainability is delayed. So you can see change in regulation is while technology is accelerating in the steep level, and we'll see, but regulations is slowing down. So this is systems complicated. Okay, we're going to go to the second question, and it's about foresight and future tools. So the audience are foresightists and futurists. Foresight is about a process. It's academic. We validate the tools and the frameworks that we use. So the students are also learning this part, which is very important. So about future tools, so far, I want you to tell me and share which tools you've been studying and practicing in dynamics so far, and which one is your favorite tool, or the one that you think is more useful for your project. So you can start, Daria, for example.
So we use many tools over the time. For example, we use the Futurescope, STEEP, SWOT, and many other techniques. And I think my favorite is the Futurescope because it's quite simple. There are 3 features, and we can analyze it as in which one we want to. So the preferred features help us self-reflect on what we want and our wishes and desires. And it's very helpful to reflect on your goals, actually. The probable future, you analyze it with signals of change, and it can help you predict what will happen, and it can help you prepare yourself. And the final one is the alternative future, which is a wild card, and it can help you be more open-minded and flexible because really anything could happen at any moment.
Okay, who's next? Who wants to share their preferred?
I can say, well, I like many tools, for example, like Steeple and Artifact from the Future, but my favorite one, and the one I'm most curious about, is an Artifact from the Future, as we haven't done it in school yet, but Ms. Noel started explaining it to us. It's Artifact from the Future is technically, you think about, we're given a thing, for example, like futuristic CD, and then we make it ourselves as a souvenir that we bring back from future. Okay, I'll go. I think that I also like a lot of tools like the ones that they mentioned, and I'm curious to see what the Artifact of the Future tool will hold. But I think that one of the tools that I like and I enjoy using the most is SWOT, SWOT, which stands for Strength, Weaknesses, Opportunities, and Threats. And I think that it's a very good tool to see the bright side and the downsides to different things that you're researching, and it helps a lot if you can't find them and you're trying to do that research on it. And we've done it a few times in class, and I think it's very interesting and helpful. And yeah.
Super cool. So you can see that these students are following the frameworks and studying the very important tools, which is STIPL. So not many people in the present as adults know these tools, to tell you the truth, you know?
Yeah.
You want to say? Sorry.
Yeah, so I like to use the STEEP or STIPL framework because it gives us the opportunity to really analyze a scenario in more than one point of view instead of limiting ourselves to only think about it in one field. And I often use it, as I said, when I need to analyze scenarios in class. And for example, in Futures Literacy with Julia, we analyzed how AI will affect education in 20 years' time. And we actually came up with a bunch of ideas of what could happen instead of just thinking about it in the most obvious field, which is the technology. And we were able to think about many, many different ways that it could affect us.
Cool, thank you. Bea, sorry about it. So yeah, I was going to say, like, when you practice a lot STIPL, you probably think about STIPL. So every, you know, ideas is like STIPL. So that's when you adopt the habit, no? So it's cool, you know. So we're learning critical thinking here, and that's super cool. So now, in the fun part, no, my favorite futures topic. So we can start maybe like the futures, not like a general or very like a strong large magnitude, like futures of whatever, no, like futures of metaverse. Right now, I'm working in futures of metaverse. I'm working in futures of AI. So really deep topics that affects all humans, no, and planet, countries, economies. Or maybe you could go and choose a specific topic, very small one, but you have to make decisions that is blocking your, you know, you don't know what to do, you know, what's your next step. So I want you to if you could please share with us a futures topic that you've already think about, imagine, and you want to dig in because it's very curious, you know, so you feel curious about it, so you can share with us. Who's starting, Daria or Bea? Now you should go with Bea.
So I'm gonna talk more about my favorite project rather than my favorite topic, and it's a preferred future vision board that we've done that I have here, and I really liked it because it really allowed me to reflect about what I want the world to look like using the STEEP analysis. So we have like all the different fields in STEEP, and I actually had a lot of fun. Because not only did I add maybe some of the more obvious stuff like environmental, I put less global warming and things like that, but I also really had to like dig deep and really think about what I want for things like economy and politics, which we don't really talk about. And I was actually surprised that I had very clear ideas of what I did want and what I didn't want. And before I didn't really know about many of the things that I included. So it was really nice to also learn more.
For me, I enjoyed a lot of projects that we made because I found them all really entertaining and really futuristic, which I really like. But one of my favorite ones was the one where we made a video about probable future. We were learning the code tool, and we made a video about probable future, and I love fashion. So I decided to research more about fashion, and we made like kind of a video where we describe all possible outputs of fashion. For example, in the future, we might not put clothes like we do every single day, but we might actually spray it on ourselves, as we've already done in 2021 on Bella Hadid. There was a really famous fashion show. And also I really enjoyed the project that Bea talked about. Okay, so I'm also going to talk about a project In the project that we did, I'm also going to talk about the project that Bea was talking about. It's related to the future scones that Daria talked about and the preferred future. I really enjoyed that project because it really helped me see the goals that I was looking forward to or the things that I wasn't looking forward to, and put a mindset on what I want the future to be like. And well, I do actually have it here too. I think it was a really fun project to do. And well, my favorite project was actually a project where we could choose a topic and research about it. And we were around Christmas at that time, so I chose the future of Christmas to see how it would be in the future. And we found many interesting things about it. For example, Christmas songs like preferences would be more techno and not pop like we have right now. For example, we could also have holograms that advance the technology for people that are far around the world and they could not be with us at that time. And also personal traditions that change. For example, instead of red and green, we'd be wearing other colors such as lavender. And I thought this topic was very interesting because it made us think, because we're used to a Christmas, like you guys have a Christmas that's always the same, but we don't know what it will be like in the future, and it made me really think, and I'm really curious about it.
Thank you, Elsa, and especially, about the features of Christmas, which is a tradition. Also, we expect that every year we do the same. Nice. We find out that it's evolving, and actually we can spend and share a different Christmas in the future. What will happen? So now we're gonna go to the thinking part. Yeah. Do you want? Maybe we will have a Q&A space, okay? So Noel told me that there's some questions, so we're gonna finish the questions here, the debate, the future talk, and then we will address your Q&A, okay? So thank you. So the next thing, about thinking about futures thinking. So there are different emotions, that the future brings to us once we start learning. Maybe the first one is like, okay, I don't want to know anything, so fear. But once you know the theme or the futures, for me, it gives me that sensation. I feel like I have more hope. It gives me like tranquility, quiet, and a lot of space to do things, renew myself, and be confident that we can do all together a lot of things as humans, So also maybe with AI, but as humans right now. So throughout this month, we've been, working and doing activities with the future. So far, futures thinking, how did it affect it to you? Like, have you changed already? Where are your thoughts? Where are your emotions? Do you feel different? Could you share a little bit of some emotions or things that you feel that you're already changing?
So I think that studying futures literacy made me a lot more curious about the future, because before I didn't really think about it. And it also made me realize how everything that I do today will affect my future, which is also what futures literacy means to me. It's like understanding that there's more than one future, and also that all the actions that we take will have repercussions on our futures. And I think it also improved my imagination, as I had to think about my preferred future, and also my problem-solving skills, as we've looked at different scenarios like Shanghai, sponge cities with coastal flooding, and we've had to figure out ways that we could solve that problem or reduce its impact. And I also think that it helped with like self-reflection, especially with the preferred future board, vision board. I looked at many images and I added them to, Canvas, and it made me realize that if I want these things to happen, we're gonna have to act and like fight. And for example, like environment, I put less global warming and better environment and more animals and wildlife and everything. And so that made me think, so what can I do today to help me reach that goal? Well, to help the whole society to reach that goal eventually.
So for me, future literacies at the start, I didn't really think much of it, but now I think it actually plays a crucial role in my life as it makes us brainstorm about our own future and about future of our planet and about our future technologies. It also makes us reflect on our lifestyle and things we do. This subject generally changed my thought on some things. Before I thought that probably this is the end, but now as we research more, I can see that we'll develop slowly and we'll learn some more new things. The subject boosted a lot of our skills. For example, for me, it made me more researcher because we do various of projects, and it also boosted my collaboration skills as we work a lot in teams, and communication skills as we do debates and all that kind of things.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna say what futures literacies is to me before I answer the question. To me, futures literacies is a skill, because when we reflect on the future scenarios, we think more about our decisions in the present and how that will affect our future. So that's why futures literacies made me more aware of my choices and made me curious to see what's in the future, but it also made me think that I have to do something for that thing that I want to happen in the future to actually happen. And one last thing that it made me think of is that all of my decisions and my choices affect the future and my future or other people's futures. So I have to care about what I'm doing in the present to care about what I will do in the future. And of course, it also made me curious to see what's in the future, because if something like an alternative future or a wild card can happen, like for instance coronavirus, it's possible that something like that will happen in the future. So I'm curious to see what's next.
What about you, Brian?
Well, for me, I think futures literacy is trying to anticipate the future and to act on it now to make a better world now instead of waiting many years. Just act on it now. And I like future literacies because it makes me reflect on my lifestyle and life choices and how I can act now and not later. And I think it's very important to everyone, and it's a very important subject, and that many people should learn it because we learn many important things, many important life lessons also. And I'm also very curious to see how the future is in the later, because who knows what's waiting for us.
So I see that these young voices are so well prepared, so I'm more confident about young voices for sure. Okay, so the last question is like, okay, hope for the future. It's like you've started, actually this was this future young voices. We started last year, or I joined last year, and we had like 4 people in the session. Now we are more like 5 times the people, so we're almost 30. So this is becoming viral. So more and more people are getting into the future. So it's a topic of the present. So I want it to be viral. This school is pioneer on bringing, futures literacy course into the official studies of high school in Spain. So I know this is a difficult question maybe for me, but with small actions, how do you think we can promote futures thinking more, maybe in your class, students, schools, city, country, and the world? I don't know. You can choose, but maybe we can do more, a little bit. So you've learned how to do. Any ideas, disruptive?
So I have a few ideas, maybe. The first one is that we could organize a few classes for other schools. It's like a few classes to learn about basics of futures literacies, for them to know a little bit about it. But it would be hard to organize. And another idea I've had is to take advantage of social media to post about futures literacies, because many people use social media and it could be interesting to do it this way.
Any more ideas?
Okay, so I think that's something we could do to make futures thinking helpful for humans and the planet is possibly try to reflect on things that can we can use in the future, well, in the present, so that the future is affected, and that will help humanity, and then try to present it to people who could use it to make a difference in the future. And or one of the ways we can do that is to present it on social media, like Daria said. Another thing we could do is not to hope or dream about the future, but do things in the present to we can achieve the future.
That's interesting.
Well, I have one idea. It isn't really long, but and I think we can do it for the whole planet. As with the future, we might predict some things that can affect our environment in a positive way. As now our environment has too much of CO2 and a lot of problems. Maybe we can predict and make a new technology that can somehow develop, and we can make our environment better. And it will affect everyone, as right now we can see that our environment is becoming worse and worse.
Yeah, so an idea I had to try and make futures literacy more interesting, so that other students want to learn about it, is maybe talking about the future of global issues that affect all of us, like climate change, globalization, which we actually talked about, wars, and so forth, to educate people and also like make them more interested. And also, as Daria and Julia said, I think that sharing our knowledge on social media would be a great way to get more people to learn about futures literacy, as many teenagers nowadays get their news from social media.
Cool. I would say also I take notes of all your ideas to spread out. I get to my company, like to analyze technology, so we can be more circular and sustainable. So this is for now, but I think Noah told me there are a little bit of some questions here in the chat. Maybe you can, or Lourdes or the coordinator, help me.
Yeah, we're basically comments, and like we are amazed that these students are already learning about something that we needed to wait until we are adults to learn. So it's so useful for you to already know all of this, so you can start thinking about it already. And Darwin is saying, what will be your first post in TikTok if you want to talk about futures thinking?
TikTok.
I think it could definitely be something like we've talked about different topics. We've talked about maybe globalization and also about like preferred futures. I think maybe with globalization, we talked about cultural penetration. So the fact that cities are starting to look very similar to each other because of multinational companies. And maybe, you know, to really call teenagers' attention, it could be something like talking about all the famous brands that they love. And we could also be saying like, oh, you know, all these famous brands that you know and love, well, they're actually taking away from the culture and the beauty of their city. So how do you feel about that? And maybe like spreading the knowledge about globalization and cultural penetration.
Mm-hmm. And there is another comment here from Scott. These folks practically deserve a master's degree with the knowledge and experience they have. Well done.
Thank you.
Before continuing in the chat, Sandra, can I ask you to stop sharing screen so we can see you better? Perfect. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Danica, do students have these futures conversation outside of school? What are examples? What does this look like?
I think after we got the subject, future literacies, we actually started talking about future much more often, like even outside of school, as we like when we have a group of friends and we talk with each other, discussing what future might be and working on different. Even I think we started talking about it sometimes with people who are not so informed about it, so that they can start thinking about it as well. So I think that it did take a part of our social and free time as well.
Yeah, maybe like thinking about what we want our future to be like, and maybe what we can do today to help us with achieving our goals in the future. I think that's definitely a topic, especially with school. Like maybe we want to work really hard on this one subject because we hope to work in that field in the future.
Yeah.
Wow, this is, we have more questions in the chat, and this last comment is so important for students. Like, I'm thinking about myself when I was in school, my colleagues when I was in school. We needed to know the application, why we are studying what we are learning in school. So thank you for this reflection. Question, what do you want us to know about the future of Christmas?
Well, anything can happen. Maybe it will stay the same. But based on the research and the signals of change, we will have some change in music, like Christmas music taste. We'll have changes in tradition. Technology will help us a lot, maybe with cooking, maybe with decorating, with holograms, as I said. The traditions might change also. Many things might change, and it's very interesting to see because we don't really know right now. We're still doing the same Christmas. It's a tradition for us to do Christmas over and over. Maybe even the tradition of like putting up a Christmas tree, maybe that tree, that type of tree, it goes extinct and they have to use another one because of climate change, or they just continue using plastic ones, or yeah.
And maybe also finding more sustainable alternatives.
Yeah.
Like Christmas trees, like everything's made of plastic, the Christmas decorations that many people maybe buy and throw away. We could find like more sustainable ways definitely of doing it.
Yeah, maybe also all the snow will melt and like we'll have a really hot climate. So we'll have a new tradition of Santa Claus won't live in the North Pole instead of the Sahara Desert. Yeah. And maybe he'll like wear new clothes. It's not that hot. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is great. I love it because we can think about many different things about the future. We have some more questions here from Scott. What is the hardest part in your all experiences of getting from present into the future proper? Like how to move from present into the future?
Yeah. What was the question again?
And Scott, if you want to open the mic and.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I was just like, how do you get from, because you know, sometimes people might criticize you. You're saying you're not talking about the future. You're talking about what's happening right now. So how do you like get there? How do you get to the future space, you know, in your thinking?
How you travel. It's how did you travel to the future?
Yeah, I think definitely the present obviously plays a really big part, like looking at signals of change and different trends. And I guess also maybe using our imagination and thinking maybe based on what we know now in a realistic future, what could that be like? Like, for example, with AI, I think we all use ChatGPT a lot. We have RoboPsychology as a class here in St. Peter's where we talk a lot about
where we learn how to use it properly.
Yeah, about AI. And so maybe knowing that we use AI so much, we can think in the future, oh, well, maybe AI will take over some jobs, but it's also going to create a bunch of new ones, like more robotics engineers or more like machine learning specialists and everything like that, because we're going to need better and better AI.
Yeah, and of course, some people will say that we're not talking about the future and we are talking about the present, but obviously the present is going to impact the future. So we have to talk about the present when we're talking about the future. And I think that sometimes thinking about the future might be like scary for others or
overwhelming, maybe.
Overwhelming because of thinking how hard it is to overcome some steps. But it's always interesting to think about that and think about how you'll achieve your goals. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important to think about the unthinkable, and also some futures needs to sound ridiculous in the present. So it's not only what we know in the present, we should be even more open. It needs to be plausible, but it doesn't need to be probable, the futures we are imagining.
We have here new on Christoph that they've been working. So I'm just having a weird dystopic idea, like for example, like Christmas, no? Right now for us, at least in Spain, it's like a ride. It's a human ride. So we're all expecting for December 25th because it's a holiday, no? So what do you think is it just to interconnect two systems, like the Futures of Christmas with the Futures of Human Rights? I know it's kind of difficult, but do you think in the future, this kind of religious holidays, we have to take them for like human rights or rights?
No, because currently there's a rise of atheism, and it would not be a human right to religious holidays. It would be a right to give people holidays, for example, but it would not be to give religious holidays because many do not actually celebrate those holidays religiously. I agree with him, since holidays is about culture, and if you basically what my buddy here, Christoph, just said, that
it's a freedom of faith. Like you can have the faith and the culture that you want. You can celebrate whatever you want. No, this is like the right we should all have. But yeah, I guess the holiday itself is not that. Any more questions? We have maybe 2 more minutes, or any more comments from the students. I am loving your reflections. Any more questions here?
From us, or
yeah, or also comments from you. We want to listen to you.
we think this is a really useful subject in our life. As we said earlier, it makes us just like learn things that we wouldn't learn in a normal school. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's definitely like a privilege.
It's like
that we
worth
get to
it.
learn.
Yeah.
Definitely a privilege that we get to learn all of this stuff now. So that maybe also in the future, university and everything like that, we already like learn about this, and it's gonna be a lot easier for us and very interesting.
Part, it just increases our knowledge on what's going on around the world, and just going to go on around. Some things we research about, some things that we would never research if we wouldn't done this subject, for example, like about some ethics or like legal things, politics. Yeah. It makes us.
No, please continue.
No.
Makes us like more curious. Maybe.
Wait, there was more questions.
What was your initial reaction when you learned that you will need to learn futures?
At first, I
We had
didn't
no
understand
idea.
this. At first, we were like,
What?
we went running around the school. And we're like, what's that subject? What is that about? I think I actually tried to find Miss Noel for about like 10 minutes to ask her what it was. I didn't find her, but
you didn't know.
I had no idea what it was.
Yeah, I had no idea either. And like the first time I told my parents, like I'm gonna be doing this subject called Futures Diversity, they thought it was gonna be about like literature or something.
At first, I thought that it was gonna be about like writing stuff, like, about the future.
No,
like,
because it said literacy, and I was like, something to do with English.
I thought we were gonna be connected to our English teacher too.
We were definitely caught off guard on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions, and we will need to finish, sadly. But what step can you take to share future thinking within your immediate sphere of influence? So you already mentioned social media. You are talking about your parents, and I think your parents are also your sphere of influence and are very important. So what do you think? How can you be like an influencer?
I think that just commenting on what you think the future is gonna be like is just it already makes an impact, because you're commenting on what you think it will be like, and then they're gonna start thinking about it, and then it's just gonna move on around your sphere. And I think that already that is a big step. Also, like, we talk to our parents and our grandparents, and we tell them, and they're like surprised that we will learn this kind of thing in school, because they never even heard of something.
Yeah, we can share what we learned with our family and like bring it up, so they can also learn.
Yeah.
Wow, this is great. There is a question here. How can we support St. Peter's School to keep up the amazing work? Like, kudos to the student and teachers together.
I don't know, maybe we can have more webinars.
Yes, I think this collaboration, there are many ideas here to collaborate with the schools in Singapore already. We have colleagues from Singapore that we would love to collaborate with their students there. So Noel, I will put you in contact. And last question is, so you already explained how can you influence, but how can you make people excited about the future?
We can make like some games about it. Like she made a escape room about
Yeah.
futures, and we think it'd be really like little kids would be really interested in that, as it's something they can interact with. Making futures more like interactive, that would make kids
Yeah,
interested.
and also like maybe
Yeah, no, you go.
maybe like talking about as I mentioned before, the future of the global issues. People might be interested as it's like something very big that's happening, or like with teenagers, like I mentioned before, like, oh wow, all the big brands, like, but they're like actually taking away from your country and your cities, and how that can affect you and your community. So maybe like finding things, looking at trends again, seeing what people are most interested in, and trying to make it about that.
I think also talking about like the preferred future for them, what it would be like. I think that can get them really excited on it, and then they would start reflecting on it, and that would also help them. You could also talk about what a preferred future for a person in social technology or anything that they find interesting is, to get them more excited on the topic.
Wow, these are all great ideas, and I saw everybody like taking notes. I'm taking notes myself. Thank you very much. Let's take a selfie, and a screenshot of all of you. I see Noel, I see Sandra there. If you want to invite more people, put your camera on, and let's take a picture. One moment. I want everybody to be here. Okay, Tomás, nice to see you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lourdes.
Thank you, Noel.
The audience. So happy
Muchas gracias, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
We will be in contact for sure. Noel and Sandra.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Wow, what an amazing session. I was taking notes, but for sure I also will rewatch this session, because there are many ideas that, like, the knowledge is already a master's degree, as you mentioned. Wow. So hello everyone. I see new people that is joining this session. Welcome to World Futures Day Young Voices. This is a 24-hour conversations about the future, intergenerational, around the world. We were in Barcelona just a minute ago, and now we are going to talk about quantum computing and quantum's futures, and I'm really curious about this session. We are going to have Scott Jordan as the adult facilitator, and then we will have also Sadia Sakib as the youth facilitator. I will post some information in the chat so you can learn more about that, but please, Scott, the floor is yours.
Excellent.
Scott
Thank you so
and
much.
Sadia.
Thank you. Thank you all. I guess we're at the 1/4 mark of our day. It's been really fun so far, and we've heard from some really phenomenal groups. And we now have one more fantastic emerging futurist before us. I have come down with a bit of a cold, so I'm a bit nasally today, and I will talk as little as I possibly can because A, I'm too old, so I don't really know anything about quantum computing. And B, this is all about Sadia Sadiq. So Sadia, if you're ready, I'll let you go ahead and begin. Just as words for everyone else, I think we're also simultaneously streaming on YouTube if you want to catch up with this later. And if you have any questions, just feel free to put them in the chat. I'll kind of take note, and at the end, we'll have a nice little Q&A discussion if we can. So with that, I'll give it to Sadia.
Hi, everyone. Let me just share my screen. Sorry. Okay, so Today we'll be talking about quantum computing and quantum cryptography. So it's such a pleasure to be having everyone join us here today. The presentations today have been amazing, can I just say. I want to dive into the realm of quantum cryptography and how it could shape our future going forward. I do apologize, and I want to warn you, some words may seem scary and a bit intimidating, but don't worry, I'll get to all of that in a minute. Now, as we explore the potential of quantum cryptography, we'll delve into topics like its key principles, the ethical considerations surrounding its development, and the far-reaching impacts that it might hold for global society. So, what is encryption? I want to ask the audience first. How many of you have heard of the word encryption? Yes. How many of you know what it means? Would you like to put your answers in the chat, maybe? We can have a bit of an interactive session. Oh, wait a minute. We have a few answers, key, passwords, scrambling the data. Yeah, those are pretty close. The dictionary definition of encryption would be, securing our data. The dictionary definition, sorry, is the process of converting information or data into a code, especially to prevent unauthorized access. How many people here know why that's important? And if you could type your answers in the chat, that would be cool. Yeah, safeguarding information, evil scammers. Yep, those are all pretty accurate. Privacy and avoid scamming. Big bro. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. So at its core, we can say that encryption is like turning data into a code that only someone with the right key can understand. So it's like a way of keeping information safe from prying eyes by making it unreadable unless you have a unique, one-of-a-kind key to unlock it. So as an example, we'll talk about Mr. Jordan. If I send an email to him, and I don't want anyone seeing the contents of that email, I wouldn't want anyone seeing the context of any of my emails because that would it's private stuff. That is then put through an encryption algorithm and protocol called the SSL TLS. We don't really have to know what that is. It's just a protocol kept to encrypt your data while emails are being sent. So only Mr. Jordan is able to view that email because he's the only directed recipient. You might have heard the word IP or IP addresses being thrown around. Mr. Jordan has his own unique IP address, so the email is only directed to that, so the encryption protocol works based off of that. It sounds great in theory, but in practice it fails a lot. And our data is a lot more sensitive now than it is than ever before because we have powerful computers, we have supercomputers that are able to crack these codes, like the RSA algorithm. Some of you might have heard about that. Uses large prime factors to combine into one number, and that's how we encrypt our emails and text and web browsing, whatever. It's not really secure because a powerful supercomputer can crack that in a second. We have a chat. Never mind. So yeah, these encryption algorithms are outdated. Your data is vulnerable and, it's not really best in practice. So let's talk about quantum cryptography a bit. How many of you have heard of the word quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum cryptography, or quantum computing before this presentation? Okay, we have a few people. Cool, good to know that people are still in the loop with how things are going. This is a not so easy fix to this encryption problem that we have now, and it introduces loads of great solutions to this problem that we have with hackers and scammers, like some of you said, to protect our data, protect our information. It's secure. Classical computers are unable to break it. It's very speedy, and it uses the laws of quantum mechanics, which would exponentially increase the processing power for certain algorithms. Now, the RSA that I talked about earlier, becomes way more secure because quantum computers are able to use much larger numbers to combine into one number to encrypt our information. So there are key concepts I will have to explain before we get into it, just so everyone can understand a bit better what I'm talking about, so I don't sound crazy. So quantum superposition might have been something that you might have heard being thrown about. It's like tiny particles, say electrons or photons, which are light particles, that can be in many places or states at the same time. It sounds confusing, but when we get to an atomic level and an atomic scale, these things make a lot of sense because gravity stops affecting them. So it's like if I have a coin spinning, you guys can try it out if you want. If you have a spinning coin or if you flip a coin, you're not really able to deduce whether or not that coin is a head or a tail. You can only find out until you look at it. So the principles of quantum superposition are saying that those tiny particles have a proper particle property called angular momentum or spin. It's not really spinning, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll say it's spinning. I have an electron and it can either have a spin up or spin down, but until I observe it, it is doing both at the same time. So maybe that might help explain. If you have any questions, do ask away. Will quantum computing replace the cloud? I will explain everything in a minute. Quantum entanglement. Yes, sorry. Quantum entanglement is when you have two of those tiny particles that I was talking about that become linked, essentially. There are many ways that this can be done. For example, you can cool two particles so that they're super, super cold and they essentially just link. Sometimes they just come linked. It's really weird when we get to that level where we're looking at very, very small particles. So yeah, you link these two particles together and one being observed, like I spoke earlier, will immediately affect the other. So say they're in opposite superposition. I have an electron here and I have an electron here. And this one, they're both in superposition. They're both in an undecided state. If I observe and measure one as a spin up, I observe it and the result is spin up. That information will travel instantaneously, faster than the speed of light, to the other one, and the other one will be spinning down. So it's like a pair of magical dice where the outcome of one die is always connected to the outcome of the other. They're dependent on each other's outcomes. So now let's get into quantum bits. In a classical computer, you might have heard the word bit, and you might have seen in movies and stuff where you have 1 and 0s. A classical computer has bits that can store numbers that are a 1 or a 0. That's it. That's what 1 bit can store. But quantum bits or qubits have the ability to store a 1, a 0, or both at the same time. So you might be able to imagine that it allows those computers to be super powerful and explore so many different possibilities at the same time, so much faster than regular computers. It is fascinating. Now I have a game I would like to play. I'll play by myself first, and then I'll play it 2 more times so someone else can join. Sorry, it was a game I already had been playing. So this hopefully will help you understand or might confuse you more about the principles of entanglement and superposition. So we have in a normal game of tic-tac-toe X's and Y's. Over here we can have X's and Y's in one box in superposition. I'll help explain while I start the game. So I have an X here, I put an X here, and I have decided there's 2 X's that I can place since it's in superposition. I'll place an X here. This is X1. Both of these are X1 and they're in superposition. Now it's player Y's turn. So I'm going to put in, let's say I'll put a Y here and I'll put a Y here. This has created a loop of entanglement because these Y's are interfering with the superposition of these two. And now they need to decide a state. So you wouldn't be able to choose this in the real world, but now I'm able to choose where I want to put my X and where I want to put my Y. So if I click here, I'll put an X here. And then that will automatically decide that Y will be here because they're in opposite states of superposition. Then I'll decide to put an X here and another one here maybe. I'll put a Y here and I'll put another Y here because player Y wants to go across the board. Player X would want to go here maybe to intercept and here. Y will choose to go here and here. This has created another loop of entanglement. With this, player Y can now choose where they would want to put their Ys, and there you go, Y wins the game. Now, there's a link here if you guys want to, I'll try and paste it in the chat. Sorry. Copy. I'll put it in the chat. So two systems exist but not replaced. Oh, wait. I'm confused at the question. Paste it here to everyone. Sorry, I've got like a MacBook in front of me. I can't really see very well. There we go. That's in the chat there if anyone wants to play with me. I'll just wait a few seconds. If you have already joined, by the way, you would be player X, so you'd have to make your move now, and then I'll make my move second.
How do you make the move? Because I'm trying to click, but nothing happens.
You could just click on a tile. It should input.
I will try, but it's
not working for me either, Sadia.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm not sure why that's not working. I have another game here. We'll try this one. If it doesn't work, I'll be a bit sad. I don't know if it's sent. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that slashes is there. Sorry. It should hopefully work now.
No, it's not working.
Oh dear, that's such a shame.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
We are not prepared to work with quantum. You are, but we are not.
Either way, the principles of this game, just to reiterate, are that these particles, like, if I put it, let me try playing it by myself again, just to reiterate. So again, this X is in superposition. So it is in both states at the same time. This Y comes in, it disrupts that superposition. This X is observed, and so is this one. So they decide we need to decide on what states we are. So again, that is how it would work. It's a shame it's not working. That is really sad. I was so excited, but oh well. So moving on to the next slide. We have quantum key distribution. It sounds crazy, but it's a pretty simple concept to understand. So we have Werner Heisenberg, who came up with the uncertainty principle, which we will talk about in a bit. So quantum key distribution operates on superposition and entanglement. So say I have Alice and Bob, and Alice is trying to send information to Bob through a quantum communication channel. The qubits that Alice is sending Bob can exist in multiple states because of superposition. Now, Bob will receive these qubits and measure them using whatever quantum measurement apparatus he has. And the act of measuring it, as we said, would collapse the state of the qubit. So the qubit is then observed as being either, like, let's take the spin example again, spin up or spin down. If Bob is observing the electron or qubit as spin up, then Alice would be observing it as spin down. Now, say you have an eavesdropper that is trying to break the communication channel. Let's call her Eve. So Eve is trying to intercept this communication channel, and the reason that Alice and Bob are able to basically know when Eve is trying to break the channel or not. This is because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So he said that when you have a quantum particle, you cannot know both its position and momentum at the same time. Eve is trying to know both. So she cannot know that. And as a result, the quantum entanglement and the communication channel is broken. And Bob and Alice can then say that, oh, wait, that's weird. My qubit is saying spin up, but your qubit is also saying spin up. So what happened? And then later they would understand that there has been an eavesdropping attempt. So they could communicate over classical channel like text and talk about their measured qubits that they both believe would have been entangled but weren't. And if the check is successful, they can discard those qubits that weren't entangled and use the remaining bits as a shared secret key. Now, as with any research field, there are challenges and limitations to quantum computing, quantum cryptography. Quantum states are very fragile. External influences like temperature or electromagnetic fields could really mess up the way qubits function. We call these external influences quantum noise. Now, the superposition of these states may break down while they're interacting, and that could disrupt the transfer of information. They can also entangle with the environment at random times, which could introduce uncertainties and disturbances. Now, we have a new field that's blooming called quantum error correction. And this is a field where researchers and scientists are trying to get rid of this noise, like removing temperature constraints and electromagnetic fields, etc. Another issue is that it's really complicated and really costly. Quantum computers need to be cooled to an unhealthy extent, like they demand a lot. They're asking for 0 Kelvin, and in Celsius terms, that is minus 273 Celsius. That is practically unachievable on Earth with the resources that we have. Google has done an impressive 0.372 Kelvin, I think, for their computers, but yeah, it is quite complicated and costly. Also, sometimes you need to separate computers from different environments, so you have to start up new facilities, have them completely isolated from these influences. So it is it's quite a lot of work and money. We also need new protocols. So as you might have guessed, classical computers are not safe from quantum attacks. Those quantum computers, if a classical supercomputer is able to break classical encryption, then imagine what a quantum computer would do and how fast it would do it. We're trying to develop new protocols known as quantum safe protocols for classical systems, so that those systems like your phone or your computer are safe from quantum attacks. Also, we are looking towards building multi-party protocols. So it's not just 2 people that are able to interact, it's multiple people at the same time. It is really hard also to integrate quantum systems with classical systems, mainly because they operate on 2 completely different planes with different systems. And we need to be able to use this advanced sort of cryptography in normal systems so that our day-to-day emails, as I was saying, or text messages and financial transactions are safe. And bridging the gap between these quantum logic gates and classical computing logic gates is very difficult. But nevertheless, we have some crazy people, like avid researchers, that are continuing to work on this to make sure this quantum cryptography is working at its full potential, and creating a more safe cyberspace for everyone. This picture, by the way, I would like to just talk about it for a second. This is the very first picture that was taken of quantum entanglement with photons. I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was definitely a big feat with quantum computing. So present day uses of quantum computing, you might be thinking, oh, we're quite far from achieving anything. But if you look at Moore's law, which is a law that explains that computers and technology get exponentially better over time, you will see that there is not actually that long to go, and we're already implementing quantum technologies in our day-to-day lives. So, President Biden signed the Quantum Computing and Cryptography Preparedness Act in December of 2022, which addresses the migration of executive agencies' IT systems to post-quantum cryptography. On top of that, we have already banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan using quantum computers to simulate probabilities, to simulate risk analysis, and portfolio optimization. So they're doing quite a bit. They also have recently assembled full teams dedicated to quantum computing for statistical simulations, etc. Also, this one I was quite excited about. Long distance communication is possible, and that has been discovered by Quest in China. They made a satellite that has successfully demonstrated the distribution of entangled photons, which, as I said, are light particles, in pairs over large distances. So entangled particles were sent from the satellite to ground stations, and they were communicating that way, which kind of proved that we are able to use that entanglement and information transmission from a large distance. These successful experiments represent obviously a large step towards the development of global quantum communication networks. These could secure information transfer from one part of the globe to the other, which is marvelous, I think. Also, traffic management. It might come as a shock to some of you, but quantum computers are actually used for traffic management. Companies like D-Wave Systems worked with Volkswagen to make quantum annealers to solve traffic optimization problems. So we have this thing called quantum annealing. And in the context of optimization, it's to search for as many possible combinations to find a solution that requires the least energy and least time. So in Beijing, they used it to optimize the traffic flow of public transportation systems with quantum computers. So that was pretty cool. Quantum sensing as well. This is a really interesting one. We are now making quantum diamond microscopes that exploit the nitrogen vacancies inside diamonds to make imaging and sensing really precise. So they're able to detect temperature changes or electromagnetic changes. As bad as it is that quantum computers are so sensitive to these things, it is really helpful when we're trying to look for things that require precision and accuracy. They can also manipulate individual quantum states, so it's really helpful towards research, and it will hopefully be used in the healthcare field soon as well. Global and future impact of quantum research, which is why we are all here today. So as a result of it being so powerful and so secure, obviously there is a huge advantage in cybersecurity. Also, there have been advances in healthcare and drug development. So how many of you have heard of quantum genome sequencing? You have? Okay, good to know. Well, basically, these quantum algorithms are able to analyze large data sets really efficiently, which can lead to faster identification of genetic patterns and potential disease markers. So they're able to sequence genome and DNA in every single possible way to try and find genetic diseases that might come up in the future. And this would revolutionize personalized medicine, which allow more targeted and effective treatments based on someone's genetic makeup, which is great. We're working on it currently. I've heard a lot going on with that. Also, it will improve AI capabilities. I know people now are like, oh, AI, it's going to take over the world, which is a rational fear. But QML, or quantum machine learning, uses obviously quantum computing and abnormal machine learning to be able to calculate huge numbers, solve complex problems, and analyze large data sets to speed up certain machine learning tasks. They can enhance the capabilities of AI systems and machine learning in that sense that computers are able to learn more effectively. Also, we're able to use quantum computers to discover new materials. So these computers have the capability to simulate and analyze the behavior of molecules and materials at the quantum level, which using regular computers and regular equipment, we are not able to do. Since these computers already run at such a tiny scale, although, by the way, if you look at the picture on the right, it doesn't look like that. Those things are huge, but the actual qubits inside those are very, very small. They're like an atom, or even smaller than an atom size. And they're able to simulate molecular interactions, and we can find new materials to develop advanced particles or molecules to use in electronics, energy storage, and other fields, which could, open up a lot of possibilities for especially things that we thought were impractical to explore. So I think that's nice. There are a lot of ethical considerations. I'm sure this has been a question on everyone's mind. Since they demand so much energy, so much power, so many resources, the question arises, is this doing more harm than good? So, in terms of the environment, they are super energy demanding. Like, they need a lot of energy all the time. They need the coolers to be powered to max. They demand like large-scale quantum computing facilities, and that could really contribute to environmental concerns. Also, a lot of computers that we're looking at recently, the newer ones that are being developed, require a lot of rare earth elements and materials which have a lot of environmental consequences. So it's impertinent that we have to be responsible while sourcing and disposing these materials to minimize environmental impact. Also, another fear that a lot of people might have, which again is rational, is that once these computers are commercialized, and once the average Joe has access to a quantum computer, which might take a while, but once these computers are available to the public, they could very well be used for malicious purposes, such as hacking into financial systems, taking control over your data, finding out where you live. It is really scary. But thank God that they're still kept private. They again are able to break conventional cryptographic methods. So data isn't compromised. Data is compromised, and unauthorized access, identity theft, financial fraud are very probable things. IBM has actually released a few of their computers to the public to use for research purposes. Obviously, your programs and stuff would have to be checked before they're used on the computer. But yep, it is scary. There's an ethical dilemma based on funding. So the question arises, is this really what we should be spending our money on? There are people dying. There's issues with healthcare and education. Do we really need to be spending money on quantum computing? And obviously, this is an opportunity cost that every government will face in every sector. And I think it's a shame that this is an issue, because there are much bigger issues out there that we should be spending money on. But I think this is one that will really help mitigate those issues in the future. So it obviously will require large financial investments, and poverty, healthcare, education, as I said, will also demand attention. Striking a balance between advancing technology and addressing immediate societal needs is a very complex ethical dilemma. Also, the cyber arms race. So there's a lot of global competition, especially with governments. I don't know if you guys know about the space race. Does anyone know about the space race? Yep. So the development of these quantum technologies lead to a lot of global competition. So you can say it's similar to a cyber arms race where nations want to be the first to do stuff. There's a concept that we call quantum supremacy. It's when a quantum computer is superior to a classical supercomputer, when we reach that point. And every country just wants to get furthest, which I understand, but it causes a lot of problems like cyber conflicts, countries that would be able to sabotage other people's progress, in order to get there first. So there's a lot of issues, with that. Now we have a Q&A session with Scott.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Sadia. That was a fantastic presentation. You did a very good job of breaking down something that I think is a little frightening for some folks, as it's kind of gets a bit heady and very technical. I just wanted to start with, before we kind of get into the big questions, I want to start with you personally. What got you interested in something like this? It doesn't feel like what people your age would just be normally into, you know? So I just give us a little background about your own story.
Okay, so it started ever since I was a kid. I've always really been super curious. Like I've always wanted to know everything. I've always asked a bunch of questions like why? And I guess that propelled me into looking into physics, primarily astrophysics, was an interest of mine. And going down a YouTube rabbit hole all the time, trying to look into, you know, what's this, what's that, quantum particles, etc. This is so weird. And my physics teacher at school, actually, I was speaking to her about it, and I liked computer science as well at the time. I would always be opening up machines, trying to fix computer problems. I would be the computer person of the house. So I think after speaking to my teacher this one random Wednesday, she said, you know, Sadia, I think there's this field that might interest you. And I said, well, miss, what? Tell me. And she said quantum computing, and I'd never heard about it before. And I think that's what kind of started this whole thing. So yeah.
Oh, Sadia, real quick, could you stop screen sharing? That
Yeah,
way we
of
can all
course.
see
Of
each other.
course.
And then, yeah. So, did you please continue though? Was there any other thoughts about that, or what have you been? What's kept you kind of going into all of this? It's you have a great deal of knowledge, and so I feel like that yeah. What's the drive
What's the
behind?
drive? Like I
Yeah.
said, curiosity. It has to be curiosity. Like I thought that nature would go as I matured and grew older, but no, some things never change. I remember
Fantastic.
you also asked, is this something that people your age would usually be into? I
Huh?
think people my age that are interested in stuff like this have their own little niche. Like some people could be into AI, for example. Some people could be really into different like kinds of medicine or medical fields. So it is everyone has their own niche, but I don't think I've heard I do have a few friends on LinkedIn around my age that, you know, would be able to relate to me in terms of quantum computing, but otherwise, no, not really. It's not very common.
Very good. Excellent. Well, I'll open it up. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to unmute, or you could type in your chat if you didn't want to show. I know, Bazir, you had some questions early on about the cloud and quantum computing, if you wanted to elucidate that a bit further, or Sadia, if you had any further comments you wanted to make on that.
No, not necessarily. I'm open to questions.
Okay.
Hi, Sadia. Awesome presentation and such enthusiasm, motivation, and I wish you all the best because we need enthusiastic scientists like you in STEM. So my question is, cloud computing was always delivered as a great promise. You know, it was going to be so much good. You know, it's unbreakable and this and that. And my criticism was faced with hostility. But that being said, is quantum computing going to replace somehow the cloud computing? So instead of the cloud system, that there's going to be an even more super powerful quantum systems? And I guess my second question would be, perhaps, NATO is always sharing the cost on certain developments and burden sharing, cost sharing, not just the cost sharing, but the burden sharing as well. So do you think that would serve as model, perhaps just in scientific and medical community? Thank you very much.
Sorry, could you repeat your second question again?
My second question focuses on basically how do you get partnerships through burden sharing and responsibility sharing, and perhaps just in climate change or major medical emergencies. So how do you see that play in quantum computing?
Okay, so in response to your first question, is quantum computing the new cloud computing? I think that's a very interesting question. We do have a field. I don't think you'd be surprised. There's like a quantum field for everything. Like you have quantum computing, and there's 20 different branches off of that. There is quantum cloud computing. That is a real thing. Will it take over the cloud? I'm not sure how we would do that. I think that quantum encryption and quantum networks, I think it could be useful to secure the cloud even more than it already is. Like how nice would it be to have a completely secure Google Drive, where you can store your passwords and information. But will it take over cloud computing? I think quantum cloud computing, perhaps, maybe a while into the future. But I am optimistic. Your second question was about burden sharing and NATO dedicating funds to certain things. I think definitely, like as I mentioned, that there is an ethical dilemma, like where the government has to consider opportunity costs, like whether we should give money to poor people or like invest in healthcare and education and welfare or quantum computing. And I think that as a result of quantum computing, since it's able to simulate probabilities so well, I think it would be really useful to combine maybe quantum computing and machine learning, like I said, to help us kind of find an answer to those problems, and an answer to where to dedicate funds. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. And my skepticism comes from 21 years ago when I was interning. I thought it was very neat that Google is able to scan all of my documents so that I will be able to find it very easily. And after a few months, I realized that there were some anomalies. So thank you very much. Great presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there's another question here from Winnie, if you want to elaborate further, but I'll read it real quick. Keep shining your light and share your knowledge. What is a good place to start to understand quantum entanglement? Do you have a specific book or podcast? Would you consider hosting a webinar?
That is really, thank you so much. That's very flattering. A good place to start quantum entanglement. Do I recommend I think YouTube videos were what actually helped me understand a lot. I actually when you mentioned like will you consider hosting a webinar, I did host one about quantum entanglement specifically. If you want, you can message me on Discord or you can add me on LinkedIn. It should be the same as my name on the Zoom. I'll send you the link to that. A specific book or podcast, nothing really comes to mind because I have my base concepts have started from YouTube. So yeah. Someone said, I feared quantum is not for me. Now I know at these temperatures it's far too cold for me.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I really like, as a futurist, one of your latest slide about ethical questions or what could go wrong, no? For you, what is like your worst nightmare, or what do you fear the most about the future of quantum?
I think it would be similar to a lot of people in saying that AI already is so scary. Quantum AI would be actually really terrifying. That would probably be my biggest fear. That computers not only are able to make decisions by themselves, but they're able to know what the best decision is in terms of their interests. So it is very scary. Also just the fact that we're able now to have computers that harness so much power in order to cause chaos amongst classical systems. I think that's also really scary, but I hope new protocols will be able to fix that.
Thank you
You
to
seem
bring
very
these slides
optimistic.
after. Yeah.
I was just curious, building off of that, because you do seem very optimistic. How do you weigh the bads and the goods, I suppose?
Good question. I am going to say I think it's necessary to rely on the government in this case to introduce new laws and legislations to put into place in order to mitigate these very scary issues. But how do I weigh the pros and cons? I think that in general, quantum computing, as destructive as it might be for the environment, is able to reverse those issues that have been caused. So, like, as I said, the government using them to simulate probabilities to know where to put their money, quantum genome sequencing, as I mentioned earlier, to help people prevent a lot of scary diseases that are likely to happen. There's a question here. Sadia, what is your next area to focus on? In terms of like career-wise or topic-wise?
Go anywhere with that one, yeah.
Yeah, true. Next area to focus on, well, this is my last year of high school, so I'm going off to uni next year. That will be my next area to focus on. Enough fun and games.
But out of the broad range of applications that you have sketched out, what is it that you would like to take further?
That's a really good question, a really complicated one as well. There's a lot going on. And honestly, everything seems so interesting that I cannot decide. But at the minute, I think definitely quantum error correction seems very nice to delve into. Also, I've got a while to specialize, so I'll wait until later to decide.
Anyway, very good luck with you. And Scott, we need to kidnap her so she works for us and not the others.
Yeah, indeed. But there's no way she'll work for evil people, I think. She's way too bright and sunny, so I think we have that going for us at least.
Also, Mr. Berlage, I think that's how I pronounce your last name. You're from Hamburg. There's so much that has come of quantum computing or quantum physics from Germany specifically. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah,
Max Planck, for example.
the Germans are quite good in technology and stuff like that. We are not the best in taking it to the market. So that's unfortunately true. And I have to admit, I've got no finger in that. So.
Well, there is a question from Jed here about what do you think about the situation of funding quantum computing, and in terms of commercial sales, would it be only for the riches? So again, the inequality is perpetuated.
I think in the near future, while these technologies come out, it unfortunately will be exclusive to those who are able to afford it, which is a real shame. Until we're able to implement these technologies in a more efficient way, so we don't have to hand make these computers and we can make them in a factory, I think that is when it will be available to more people than it would be, say, in the next 5 to 10 years, which is a shame because this technology is amazing and I wish it was available to more people.
There's a wonderful comment here from Lulu Lee, encouraging words for someone who does not understand quantum leap computing physics, which kind of inspires in me an interesting question, because you had talked about how governments might regulate this. And as an American living in Asia, I was very embarrassed by these congressional hearings that took place not very long ago with some of the big tech giants. And so as someone who's I guess you could consider yourself self-taught in quantum computing, how can we as people, more than maybe just futurists, become knowledgeable on certain things so that we know how to be ready for what's coming next, and maybe even we can properly regulate or create laws around this sort of stuff?
That's an interesting question. I think that everyone with an access to technology is able to educate themselves, which I think is brilliant. But the issue is that it's not a very commonly talked about thing. So you won't just find it on social media, you won't find it in the newspaper, you won't find it in movies that often. I guess Oppenheimer brushed on it a little bit, but it will definitely have to be governments taking control and saying that this is something that is going to be there, and this is something we need to be prepared for, and this is something we need to be educated on. So yeah, in terms of educating yourself, I think there's this brilliant YouTube channel. The lady's name is Sabine Hossenfelder. I don't know if you might have heard of her, but she does a lot of sciencey, physicsy talk, and she does talk a lot about quantum computing and its issues and the future with it. So I think, that's a great way to educate yourself.
Fantastic, thank you. If there's any other questions out there, there's another comment from Judd. What an amazing young scientist, excellent presentation, and hope you host more webinars on this fascinating topic to share your knowledge. So,
Thank you.
I was wondering how have you come into, so it's incredible that you've come into quantum computing as someone of your age bracket may not be what one would think would be someone into quantum computing. How did you also get into futures, which is another one that always kind of boggles my mind, how people happen into the space of futures? If you can kind of tell us that story a bit too.
I think futures in general is something that everyone should be interested in. I mean, especially younger people, this is our future as well. So I think it's important for everyone, not just me, to consider that this is stuff that will happen and we need to stay ready for it. Like I said earlier, the way I got into futures was just being a kid, I guess, like realizing that, stuff is happening, stuff will happen, I need to be ready for it. So yeah, young people are the future. Yeah.
Excellent. Very good.
I don't know if you said already, Sadia, but what are you going to be studying when you end high school specifically?
I'm in high school right now, so I'm doing my
After?
A levels. After high school,
Yeah.
I am applying, well, I'm going to be doing hopefully a bachelor's in physics first, which is a shame because there's a lot when you look at the field of physics. There is materials like how much a metal can stretch. There is how fast something can go in a circle, to space, to quantum stuff. So it's all over the place. You have to know how to program and like loads of maths. So it's very broad, unfortunately, but for my postgrad, I will definitely be looking into a quantum computing degree.
Fantastic. Yeah, that sounds like a really good pathway, because physics in general just will equip you, I think, with enough, just a really good base so that you can take that to wherever else you want to go. And while you're at university, you'll be able to get other core subjects in as well. So that sounds like a fantastic plan. So we definitely wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So yeah,
As much
definitely.
as it's nice that we have a new field where people can kind of make a name for themselves and there's so much research that people can do, I hate that it is so small and new and niche because not many people know much about it and universities don't have courses for it. It's still blooming, it's still developing, so it's a shame, but
You're referencing quantum computing.
yes. And
Okay,
quantum physics in
excellent.
general.
It's
Yeah.
the same story for futures. I was curious which one you were talking about, but it's definitely something we all run into. So
With futures as well, I think it's a shame that it's not a subject that's taught at school. I was talking to someone about this earlier, but we have history as a subject and how that can be used to predict certain circumstances in the future, but we don't have a subject called futures, which I think would be pretty interesting, where you have statistics, probabilities, etc.
Lourdes, did you have a question?
Yes, yes. Well, I wanted to say that Teach the Future is all about to include future as a topic in the schools. This is what we are trying to do, and it's not easy. But I would like to invite you formally to share more about your knowledge, or we will make sure that everything that you share on your LinkedIn, we can amplify in our networks, because I think when you are talking, this is motivating for other youth, for other young people. And it's not the same when an adult talk about quantum than when a youth is talking about it. So I would love to, yes, help you, and you help other youth to be more excited about quantum in general.
I would gladly accept. Thank you so much, not just to you, but to the whole of Teach the Future. And I remember meeting Lisa at Dubai Future Forum and her inviting me to these things. And I could not be more grateful for this opportunity. And I love that you guys are projecting youth voices, because it is very important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are lots of and I'm not speaking to any particular but there are lots of university level stuff going on with futures as well. So the more you kind of get to know this group and speak more with this community, the more you'll find out there's lots of really interesting opportunities. And so it'd be very nice to have you with us and be able to amplify your work and work together to build better futures, as it were. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess let's leave on maybe an interesting, crazy futures question. What comes after quantum computing? You know, that seems like it's sort of a one-step solution to many of our problems. Is there something further beyond that? Is your job going to even be available by the time you graduate, or will quantum computing have already advanced according to Moore's law?
Wow. Okay. I didn't see that one coming.
Sorry.
Yeah, honestly, it would be hard to imagine something like that, but it is definitely possible. Like, we came from using a Pascaline as one of the first computers to now supercomputers that can play chess really well, and quantum computers that are able to encrypt things and like calculate super fast probability. So I would say yes, probably there would be something that would be more advanced than quantum computing. I just struggle to imagine what it would be like or look like. Oh, that's a weird question.
Well, now that I have it in your head, hopefully you'll be one of the pioneers for what comes next. So
Hopefully.
that sounds very good. Well, thank you again. I think with that, unless there are any other questions or comments from anyone else, I think we can hand it off to Lourdes for the next hour. And then thank you all for being here. This has been very wonderful. And happy dinner time in Bangkok. And then good morning to other people around the world, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Sadia. Please, Sadia, share your LinkedIn link if you wish in the chat. I would love
I will
to.
do, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my smile, it's on my face all the time. I didn't expect that this session, or like the previous one with St. Peter's, is so inspiring to see the youth talking about the future with such enthusiasm, motivation. It's inspiring and give us hope in these dark times, and we really need this. So thank you very much, Sadia. Thank you very much, Scott, for facilitating it. Yes, I put some things in the chat, some links. Remember, we have also a hashtag if you want to continue the conversation on social media. And we are going to welcome our next sessions. So we are, for the ones that are joining, this is World Future Day Young Voices. And we are having a 24-hour conversation about the future, intergenerational. And the idea is to bring more young voices into the Foresight Futures conversation. we have the Hungarian hub here. I see Tamás, Ildiko, Elga, Bernadette. Hello. And of course, they are all amazing futurists. We have 2 youth participating, Dia, Loka, and Sahiti Radha. Yes, hope they are there.
Well, I just exchanged some mail with Dia, who just asked 5 minutes ago that, am I right that we will start in 45 minutes?
Okay.
I think they are running in a different time zone, you know, which is half an hour shift they have. So I just replied that, no, please come, in 5 minutes we start. So hopefully they will show up in some minutes. Right.
Perfect. No problem. This always happens in the World Futures Day. There are so many time zones. It's really difficult but it's good that whenever people want to connect to the session, we are here. I'm going to also remind the YouTube link if you want to share it on your social media. If people don't want to register at this point, but wants to follow the conversation, here's the link. And now that we have 2 minutes, maybe, yeah, we can have like an informal chat these 2 minutes. And Elga, Bernadette, Ildiko, Tamás, how are you? How are things on your side?
Hi. Thank you for having us. How was the day so far?
So the day so far? Wow, I was telling Scott before. So I just joined for the 2 previous sessions. The one on quantum that it was mind blowing, and the other one from St. Peter's School in Barcelona. And from St. Peter's School we had some students sharing their work, what they are learning about future thinking, what they are excited about the future, why they think it's important to learn this in the schools. And it was really, really inspiring to listen from their voice, you know, like it's not us trying to convince them that it's important. It was they explaining why it is important, how they are sharing this with their parents, with their grandparents. So really, I'm telling you, I have this smile all morning on my face.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, now we are in the top of the hour. I would like to formally welcome everybody to the World Futures Day Young Voices. We are having 24-hour conversations, intergenerational, about the future. And our idea is to bring more voices, more young voices, to talk about the future. For the ones that don't know Teach the Future, we are a global nonprofit, and we are trying to introduce futures thinking, futures literacy in the school curriculum in schools, so we don't need to wait until we are adults to learn about these skills. Just without further ado, please, you can, Tamás, Helga, Ildiko, Bernadette, introduce yourself and your session, and we'll put some information in the chat as well. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. We also warmly welcome all of you all over the world. And well, hopefully, yeah, Dia and Sahiti from India, the young voices, the real young voices will join us soon in some minutes. And from our side, we are from Hungary. We are representing the Hungarian hub. Helga, Bernadette, Ildiko, and me, who are basically teachers, researchers, and practitioners, but let's say quite young, at least in heart, right? So we would like to, we try to join, right, this stream. The title of our session is Playing is Not a Plaything. And of course, the question really comes that why to take it so seriously? Why to take gaming or the play so seriously? Well, to answer that, I think we have to travel now to the 2050, right, to the future, and to see back why it was so important this time of the year. So Ildi, may I ask you to share, or I don't know who has the video? Yeah, Helga, sorry. Oh, Dia is with us, right? Okay. Hi, Dia. Sahiti is also coming?
Hi, how are you? No, she won't be able to join us. I'm sorry.
Okay. We just started now, and I just mentioned the problems of the time zones. Okay, but now we are back. So with the problem that why to take so seriously, right? Gaming or play, and this video will answer that. Hi there, everybody's fine?
Yes, thanks. Give me a minute. I'm preparing something delicious. You all will be jealous, I can tell you.
What? Trees and woods or something?
Oh, I wish I was there. Hi there, everybody.
Hi, Helga. How are things in Amsterdam?
I show you. Nothing changes but the sea level.
Oh. Well, Budapest is not better either. We have become a desert. You know, we lost the iconic river Danube. Everything is dry, just stones and sand.
Such a shame. And also that we cannot hug each other, even though apart from Haga, we are in the same city.
Yes, again, it's the UV radiation. When they said on the news that it is strictly forbidden to go outside by daytime for another month, I cannot tell you how I felt. We have robots, we have AI, we have gene technology, we have socials, we have everything, but we have lost the planet itself.
The world has become a prison, and sure, some people have the protection suits, but most of us cannot afford it.
At least we are alive. Not many of us survive, but it's easy for me to be optimistic. Look what I have.
Oh, what? No!
Oh.
I just simply cannot believe it.
You don't need to know everything, but it's real nice coffee for the meeting, just like in the ancient times.
Oh, ancient times. It was like 2.5 decades ago.
Oh, if you had the chance to go back to the past and change decisions?
Okay, so let's say we have the time machine, right? What message would you give to yourself and to the humankind in those times when Amsterdam was on the beach and not in the ocean, and when Budapest had continental climate, and when we all had the chance to drink tea and coffee during meetings?
Fix the climate.
No matter how.
Right message, I agree. So let's get back to work. So here we are back to work, okay, from the future at the moment. And it turns out that, well, it's not really the future we expected or we wanted in 2024. But which is the real better future we wish to have? We would like to make it in an interactive way, and I pass now the word to Ildi, right? Some warming up in this field.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Are you ready for a small game to play with us? Yes?
Right.
Okay, because I would like to invite you to a game. In the short video, we traveled to 2050 with a time machine. So this game is called the Time Machine. Now it's your turn to travel. First, your first task is to select the year where you would like to travel in time, across the time. Which year would you like to go when you would feel playful, when you would feel safe about the climate, safe about the environment? You can arrive in the past and in the present too. So you can select any year in the past and in the future too. But you won't leave your location. Okay, so we travel in time, but not across places. And now I will show you a Padlet. This is a board, and I would like to ask you to type your name and the selected year and create cards on this board. So please open this Padlet. I will do that also. I will share my screen. And now the first task is to type your name and type the selected year. And then we will discuss, of course, a little bit. Okay, I can see already one card. Very good sign. Oh, I see people are ready to play with us. Very good, thank you. I will wait a little bit more.
Curious to know yours. You're also, where do you want to travel?
Oh, okay.
When do you want to travel?
Okay, I will tell you. I can also write it over there.
And for the one that don't know how to use it, is you click on the
yes,
plus.
so here you can see instructions also on the board. So you have to press the plus button in the right corner. Hopefully you can see that, because, for example, for me, people over here who are in the Zoom meeting are placed over there, but you can rearrange your screen and then you can have access to this plus sign. So you press the button and then you can initiate a new card and you can type whatever you want. So it would be also nice to place the location where you are on the card, probably, because we are from all over the world and we could see where you are. For example, Julia is from Barcelona. Thank you very much. ELC is from Amsterdam. Okay, now let's talk about the cards. So ELS from Amsterdam, you selected 1743. So you selected a year in the past. Could you tell us why did you select that certain year?
Sorry, I'm just eating also, so
it's okay.
I selected in the past because I thought we are here with all future-minded people, and everybody would probably pick a date in the future. So I thought maybe go back to the past, and also because Amsterdam was back then, I think, a very vibrant city with people coming over from all over the world, and having kind of a renaissance. So yeah, I would think it might be interesting.
Okay, thank you. What about Lourdes from Madrid? 3024. Why?
Yeah, I'm here as well. So I am really curious about all the space economy that it's blooming again. So I'm thinking, okay, if we really travel further in time, maybe we are already like having interplanetary trips. And I was imagining like no Madrid, but really outer space futures.
Thank you. And one more, Scott from Malaysia. 2089, it's not that far away from now, but still further than 2050. Why did you select that certain year?
It's 100 years after I was born, so I'd just like to see what changes. And also, I think around turns of the century, people get really anxious about time and history and the future. So that as well.
Thank you very much. We will come back to this board a little bit later on, but now I will pass the word back to Tamás.
Okay, thank you, Ildi. Right, it's wonderful to see on the one hand that a playful future could have already happened in the past, right, in the 18th century. And it's also wonderful that, well, this future is quite far from now, well, which is not that wonderful anyway. But anyway, I hope that it is really the year what you posted and not your postcode or postal code, right? Finally. But the point is that if we want this better future demands future skills building right now, and possibly at early age, right, which is regularly very sensitive to changes and to development. And now what I would like to share with you, yes, in the screen, is basically an idea, right? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is our theme. Is basically a short report about some experience with small children and how future literacy can be built with small children. And we have some experience on that with my colleague, Bori Katona, who is actually, unfortunately, not present. She is ill, but in heart, she's with us. So we are running a program for more than 15 years as pedagogues for small children in future skills building, but in short, it is basically a mind and heart opening program, as we call it, a spirit to spirit program. And if I want to sum it up, basically what is interesting that we don't make a direct future practice with small children, right? What for several reasons, among them that they live in the very present, which is anyway quite rich in futures, in different futures, and they have very restricted sense of time. So, talking about 1 year or 50 years has no sense for children, even if you say that your next birthday. So we made a kind of indirect way to do so. And this indirect way uses activities, okay, which are very, very close to this skill building, because singing, drawing, and moving are all activities which link the two sides of the brain from different points of view. So even these three are quite useful tools for skill building. But of course, what is even more interesting, linking these activities. So it's quite, fascinating. Drawing with singing, or singing with moving, or moving with drawing, or moving on drawing, or so several combinations there are, which make it even richful. However, this is only a part of that. What is the really heart of the whole program, and where these, we call them poem drawing songs, let me say, I will show you some examples, is really different. Of course, mathematically, this center doesn't exist because you cannot sing, draw, and move at the same time. However, these skills, what they create, you can put or you can press into certain activities. And let me show you anyway how. Another part of this program is basically that since they don't have time sense, we shift the time perspective into space perspective. So we put the whole program into a framework of fairy tales, which is quite far, right, from the present at the same time. However, it is imaginary for small children and quite easy to move in these different worlds of the small children. For example, this is one in the pandemic period, which we make in the Facebook Live, right? About at the end of the winter, one of the programs. Now, in these programs, anyway, we have different ones, quite different ones, even for each week of the whole year, and some special occasions, such as the World Day of Autism, or the Down syndrome. So we made programs for the Down syndrome children, or even for the water, the World Day of Water, Day of the Earth, Mother's Day, or the pandemic period. We have programs, and we make an application in drawing and things like that. Right. Now, I would like to ask you, okay, to help me and just to show where we are. As I cannot see all of you, sorry, on the screen, so just interrupt me and just shout, let me say. Okay, the question is very simple. What can you see on the screen, right? So let's just identify it. Can you just help me? Right, but I'm not sure if you see it. What is on the screen?
I see white.
Square.
Yes, a square. Excellent, excellent. Now, I put my magic glasses, okay, on, and I say that, no, I cannot see a square. I can see a chimney from the top, right? Which is quite clean inside. So I would like all of you, right, to take the magic glasses on you. No, I'm serious, okay? Please take it. So don't just imagine it. Take it and put it on, okay? Put it on, the glasses. And now tell me, what can you see? What you can see?
A window.
A window. Excellent. Okay, a quite big window. And right. Okay, what else? Make clear the glasses, right?
Box.
All right. Okay, excellent. Okay. What if I put another one next to it? What is it?
An open book. It's an open book.
Okay, a wonderful open book, and still like a diary, right? And it needs to, it wants you to write something in it. So it's a really open book. What else?
It's a domino.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
It's a domino.
A domino, right. Either it is the back of the domino, or somehow the spots disappear from the domino, but it's a domino, right? Excellent. Okay, what if I put two more?
Real tracks.
A sequence of houses.
All right, sequences houses, right, a ray track. Okay, what else?
We have some comments on the chat that said train, a map unfolded, ladder.
Or a ladder, right. Okay, wonderful. And what if I put one on the top? What's
Tetris.
that?
The Tetris.
Yes, it can be a typical Tetris. I think it's right, a good humor, but depending on the age, you know, not everybody understands that. Right, a Tetris. What else?
Just realized. A factory.
Okay, yes, a typical factory, right, from the 1960s or 70s, okay. Or from the early 20s, okay, a factory. Yeah, somebody says a toothbrush. Oh, wonderful, yeah. What if I add...
Or a cubist sofa.
Yes,
also
sofa, right, excellent, a sofa.
A pipe, a playground to climb.
Okay. And what else? Okay, we have quite so many. I think it seems that the magic glass really works. And when we play it with the children, something like that, it's very important that, yes, actually we put the glasses on. So not just, think about it. And like in your case, it opens up children quite soon. Because the starting point of the whole thinking, the whole issue concerning thinking about the future is opening the mind and having a special sight, right, on reality. And this kind of game or introduction helps a lot opening up this game. And even if I go on with saying that, 4 squares and 2 more squares, and maybe I can put half more next to it, right? 4 kocka meg 2 kocka. Maybe it is a castle. Mi épül itt várocska, rajzolok még egy felet. A half more. and 2 more circles, which are hozzák ördő kereket, 2 more tires, rajzolok még egy felet, és hozzá pörgő kereket. So basically we created, right, a car, from that, and you can start playing with the car itself, right, with the children. Now, this is a starting part and the sense, and let me show you some foundations and some pillars how this future skill building works with small children. Well, in terms of the foundations, one and very important rule that it's a collective knowledge creation exercise, which means that we always do the exercise with sharing these exercises together. Either it is a movement, so sharing movements, sharing songs, or sharing even drawings. As you can see here on the picture, regularly children are on the floor, so we don't sit on chairs and tables. What we are just laying on the floor and making, in the end, drawings together on the same piece of paper, so they have to cooperate somehow, which is not easy for small children at all. They are not at that age at all when they have to share it. But it works. So this is one thing. The other one, which is very important, that it is experimental, which means that we are of the opinion, and we are sure that experiencing the novel is the real new information or the possibility to create futures. For example, last in the World Conference of the WFSF, we made a game with Fabienne. And even among experts, futurists, it turned out that experiencing the novelty, experiencing the very strange future is not taken for granted. It's not common sense at all. So it's very important, the experience. However, it is not easy to do so. There are some conditions, to prepare these frameworks and this environment. And one of the most important one is trust. Simply because the journey to the unknown, what we do in space with the small children, can be very scary, right? Either scary simply with us, since regularly it is, so it is the first time we are with the children, so not regularly with the same group. It can be simply scary. They can be scary with each other, right, when playing, and scary with the unknown itself. So quite some time we spent on creating the trust within the whole group. Another one is, it's very important, becoming and being tuned. Realizing that experiencing the novel is not taken for granted as well. You should be tuned. You should have an atmosphere, right, and be tuned for there, and we spent quite much time on that. So just to have the same, let's say, level of energy, right, for all the people within the game. And last but not least, a very important condition is the joy. Simply because the unknown has a lot of discomfort, right? So when we make a journey to the unknown, finally, quite many small children can feel discomfort, and we can ease it. We should ease it, and they should take a possibility to release. Okay, in terms of some pillars, so how it is built up, we have some rules and some ideas, for that. One, maybe the most important one, is that so-called mistaking is allowed. Basically what the reason is that we are creating and not reproducing in these games, and I think this is the basis for alternatives. And hence, when small children can feel that they made a kind of mistake, it's quite easy to learn them that no, it's just an alternative what you are making and not a mistake. So we are not reproducing, but creating. Another one is also important as the mistaking is not allowed, is empathy or becoming. So which means that becoming, you know, a hedgehog or a ladybird or a tree or simply a ball is the real and only way to understand the being, understand it, understand the ladybird, understand the hedgehog, or understand the ball itself, including their attitudes, behavior, or strategic thinking. So what they would do, you know, in certain situations. So, in other words, learning to take another perspective is the basis for empathy. And with small children, with these games, you know, it's quite very, very effective to do so. And the last one, maybe the most important one, or as important as the previous one, is the surprise. You will see that these, let's say, small songs and poems, what we write ourselves, always has a surprise. And the reason is that the becoming itself is always a getting rid of insight. Getting rid of insisting on the expected one. So we try to become open to the unexpected and remain ready for the navigation. And with these songs, you know, when they expect always something to come and that doesn't happen, and something else is emerging from the drawing, it's a very good way of practice for the unexpected. Right, let's make a try, okay? I have an example here for that. There are two things I would like to ask. One, that just use your eyes and not your mind, okay? So don't think in advance what is coming and what is emerging, just let it go. The other thing is that now, may I ask you to close your eyes, because the picture which is coming will show you the final image. Okay, I don't want you to see, right? So just close your eyes for a moment. Okay, and I just started, and I will tell you. Okay, now you can open your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear the sound also? No? Oh, yeah. I was... Okay, just a minute. Because I was sharing in the wrong way. Share sound. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot about it. So here we are. And I go back a bit. Can you hear it now? Yeah, good. Okay. So I will translate the text, right? Summer moon is shining. Just two eyes are blooming. But I'm not a cat. Somebody else is hungry. I have serious mustache. But I haven't become a mouse. My nose never trembled. I wasn't born as a rabbit. I'm strong and bold, but I'm not a bear. Something is wiggling, but not the poison snake. I have a crown on my head with a robe of mane. Welcome you. I am az államok királya. Right. Okay, so this is what we do during the fairy tales, right? It's the participants of the fairy tales, and the outcome of many of these exercises are different images, because we are making drawings, and images from another world. So not from the future, but it could be from the future. You know, we shift the time to the space from another word. For example, the singing forest. Okay, what we have, and it is from a boy, age 7, and we collected these drawings and it was a kind of application, right? So quite many, 40 different schools participated from Hungary in this game. Or another one, right, also from the future, or from another planet, let me say so. Okay, the serious question is that, okay, who can benefit from this program? Because I was talking about kindergarten, so nursery school and primary school, small primary school students, about age of 5-10. This is the typical age. However, we have some quite experience from play school as well, which is rather interesting, right? How to adapt these ideas to the play school. We have some experience also from the high primary school. This is a literature lesson when we were working on a novel with building future skills. And yeah, this is the same from that. And recent years, fortunately, we have quite some experience with disabled children. You can see here some pictures from disabled children, and it works wonderful, right? Very, very effectively with disabled children. This is also another one. Some pictures about it when, right. Of course, the movement and the whole structure is quite different in this case. You know, sometimes they couldn't move, so we moved the gate over them, right? So we changed it. Or, for example, here you have this boy who was blind, who couldn't see, couldn't move, and couldn't talk at all. He could just hear, and you can see this is happiness what he has on his face. You know, just participating and hearing, listening to the songs, participating. So the heart-to-heart or the mind and heart opening can very effectively work even with people who are not normally ready for that, right? So it works. It works. It's quite very useful, and we love it when not only children but their educators and the parents are involved also in the program. So when we do it together, I don't know who enjoys it more, children or the educators or the nurses or the parents, right, to do so. And even we tried this program among pensioners, right? And when they realized that going back to the small children age, because we did just the same, like with the small children, right? They realized that they have a part of their self, okay, which they completely forgot, and which is much, much open to the future, to the alternatives, to the changes, and to the specialties, let me say so. Right. Now, so all in all, to finish it up, the point is that creating and creation is wonderful. And what you can see is basically the output of a small project, what we did in a class. And these small pieces were created separately, completely separately. And finally, we just put them together and created a new world, a new future. And we were dancing around it, you know, playing and singing for that, and tried out how this future, this space could work, basically. Right. So thank you very much for this. And last but not least, let me share again another small piece from the drawing songs. So may I ask you to close your eyes again, right? Close your eyes, just not to see what the final image is. And I just start it. Okay, now you can open your eyes, yeah, and see it. A small smile, or a big smile. The skies are happy when they clang. Bim bam bam bam. The smallest smile has a laughing song. This is a joy in the skies. Giling galang, jingiling, jingiling. Which is the sound of angels. And if you were really with us and you are in silence, you can even hear the big bell and the small bells together at the same time. Örül az ég, ha zeng, ha szól,
Bing bong bong. Anjal hang. Anjal hang.
Okay, so thank you a lot for the journey with the small children, right? Far in space, far in time. And of course, we are very much interested in your experience and your ideas, either as an educator or as a parent. But this is just the human side of having a playful future. There are other aspects and other perspectives. And this other perspective, Dia will share with you, right? Dia, I pass the word to you.
Hi, thank you. That was a great presentation. It's so inspiring to see. And yeah, I'm Dia Loka. I'm the youth advocate for this panel, and I'm from Hyderabad in India. So a little bit about me. I'm a 16-year-old student, and I'm an environmentalist. I'm also the founder of eCycle, which is an internationally awarded India-based climate forward initiative focused on solving the e-waste problem step by step. So last year, I won as runner-up for the NGFP Young Voices competition by Teach the Future, and I'm so happy to be speaking here right now. I'm going to be circling back to the initial topic right now. I'm going to be talking about the topic, fix climate no matter what, and I'll just be adding to that discussion. Did you remember the scorching summers just a few years ago, or maybe from your childhood? Ever since then, the Earth's average temperature has risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius, and the future holds even hotter realities if we don't act now. Extreme weather events like hurricanes, heat waves will become the new normal. Imagine week-long heat waves pushing through the limits of our now developing infrastructure, threatening lives and livelihoods. Rising sea levels will swallow coastal communities as a whole, erasing familiar places that each one of us have. Nature is the foundation of all life, and it'll be under immense strain. Species that we once took for granted might vanish, disrupting ecosystems and the delicate balance of life. Food security will become a global concern as agricultural yields will be threatened by changing weather patterns. And the very air that we breathe will get thicker with pollution, jeopardizing our health and well-being. When I say all of this, I'm not just looking into prospect. I'm not talking about 2050, but I'm talking about now. This very moment, because the Earth has started to burn up, and we still look at climate change as if it's in a foreign planet. Our planet is at the lowest point at this moment, and the job has been handed on to the youth to solve the climate problem. But wasn't that the case last generation as well? A small change in our daily lives can make a huge difference for our future, whether it's recycling or just advocacy. Addressing this crisis requires collective action, both globally and individually. Climate change demands a spirit of cooperation, supporting sustainable policies, advocating for environmental protection, and even making just small changes in our day-to-day lives can make a huge, significant difference. I'm going to be talking about my contribution to solving the climate issue in India as a high schooler. So my best friend Sahiti, who couldn't join us today, and I had started our initiative, eCycle, in 2021, which is basically an e-waste climate forward initiative. And we started as 14-year-olds who barely knew anything about business. Through a series of calls, we got a call back from who are now our corporate sponsors, and we couldn't have gotten here without them. Basically, what we do is tackle the issue through student-led awareness sessions at schools, campuses, and office spaces. After explaining the perils that e-waste poses, we facilitate a e-waste collection drive, and the waste is then recycled by our recycling partners. The collection drives usually span from 3 weeks to 4 months. Next, our corporate partners handle the collection and the safe recycling of e-waste from our designated locations. This not only helps the local community, but it also helps younger students branch out and volunteer for the solution of climate change. And we have collected thousands of kilograms of e-waste, and so this has made a small change in our local community. Not only have we done this, but we've also educated thousands of students about the perils of e-waste that not many people know of. So we have come really far, and I'm just happy to be making a change in our local community. So the future is not predetermined. The choices that we make today will determine our future in 2050 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. I am curious if I can ask a question. Do you have like a website or some social media with the project that we can follow, like latest news?
Yeah, of course. We have a website. I will share it in the chat, and I'll also send our Instagram handle.
Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful, Dia. Right. This is even as an experience, it is wonderful, right, at this stage, and your contribution is amazing, right? Okay, now you see that we had two different approaches, let me say, to protecting the nature as we started, where we started from. This was the physical part, which is very important, protecting the physical nature. And the other side was protecting the human nature, which is also part of the nature. And this is why the Small Children program tries to contribute. So these two go together. And now we open the floor basically to the questions and to the remarks and to your experience, to your own experience, right, as a contribution, either from the physical nature or the human nature point of view. Okay, I'm not sure I see all the screens, so just jump in if you have any remarks or comments.
I would like to ask Dia also, did you know about future thinking before, or now that you are part of this next generation foresight practitioners, young voices, or this is when you connect your idea with the field of future thinking?
I feel like when I started my organization, we did really think about our future because our main goal was to make an impact, no matter what it may be. If it is a change, then it is a change for the future, right? So I haven't thought about the future as much because for me, it's living in the moment right now and the changes that I can make right now, because that is what will ultimately affect the future, right? So after winning the NGFB Young Voices Award, I definitely started thinking about the future more. I did a lot more research, and it was great to participate in the WSFF World Futures Conference and many more, because it has opened me up to a lot more opportunities. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dia.
Okay, yes.
Can I ask a question of you?
Yeah, sure.
So with the kids, hi, good afternoon, everyone. What you're doing with the children, do you ever have the opportunity of progressing the same or doing actually the same thing with those children as they move on through their age groups, so you can see comparisons? And I also wonder whether you can recycle back with them and ask them, when you show them what the work they did in 1 year, to say, well, what's your view now on this alternative sort of ideas that you were building? I wonder if you have sort of more of a continuum with all with it or not.
Right. We have basically the programs. The idea of the programs is to share, right? How to do that, and to share it with the nurses, with the educators, to continue the program themselves. And many times we ask them, right, how they could proceed. But last year or 2 years ago, right, we had the chance to do this program every month throughout a year, right? For a class. This was a primary school. I think the age was so basically they were the third, fourth, so 2, 4 years, so about 8, 9. This was the age, and it was a wonderful progress. Okay, it was not, of course, quantitatively measured, but we made a discussion with the educators, and what we reported later on back, that time to time it was much easier for the students on the one hand to open up in the beginning, and the outcome what they created was wider and wider in terms of activities, drawings, and the educators, so the teachers, mentioned that it had a quite good influence on their other subjects. So when learning, writing, mathematics, so in other subjects, simply opening up the brain and the heart was very, very useful for them, which is a very good feedback, right, for us. We also made anyway this program for students at the university, so who will become later on teachers, either in primary schools or in high primary schools. And we tried, or we are planning to extend this program for basically as a training program for future teachers, right? How to involve it in the activities. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Okay, Helga? Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, I have a question for Dia. What was the acceptance of eCycle from the different age groups? Your fellow students and your teachers and parents and other industry members, maybe?
So basically, we try to loop all ages into the solution of the climate problem, right? So basically, our awareness sessions at most international schools are targeted towards middle schoolers or elementary schoolers, and sometimes even pre-primary schoolers, right? Also high schoolers, yes. So we've also given awareness sessions at many universities and colleges to educate them about the climate problem, because it's a little bit shocking how not a lot of people know about e-waste. Many people know what it is, but not many people know about the carcinogens and how we can manage it easily, right? So we just want to make that easier for everyone. And when we do collection drives at residencies, as in like home residencies and also office spaces, we don't usually give awareness sessions, but we do try to spread awareness as much as we can through posters and posts on LinkedIn. Basically, we're trying to target all audiences.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Datti? No?
Thank you. I just want to point out to one very important sentence said by Dia, among many, many important sentences, that yes, there is a certain wave in the globe that the youth will solve the problems we haven't managed to solve about the environment. And I think it is very unfair. And I love the way you approach this topic, saying that this was a situation with my generation as well. And yes, I remember I just went back to the past a little bit, so not to the future, but to the past. And I remembered myself how we tried to advocate about vegetarian diet in my high school. And those times it was really very, very hard to push people into a completely different direction. Here in Hungary, where eating meat is somehow related to being well fed, to say so. So I really amazed that you go on with this, and I really believe in the cooperation of the generations to solving the problems, and really boundaries are really not exist in this topic. So I really appreciate that you do it and you keep going on with this, and I hope we somehow all together will survive, because yes, we have to fix the climate no matter how.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Datti. Yeah, Ildi, I think I see your hands right. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. So My question actually connects the two presentations together, because when I saw your presentation, Tamás, I had the feeling that it's so wonderful that we can make people future oriented in any age. And this is really ageless. And it's so important to inspire other people. And then I listened to Dia's wonderful presentation, which is also very inspiring. But my question was immediately, how, Dia, you personally were inspired? So can you recall any moment in your life when you felt that your heart and mind was open for these problems? Because I think it's really wonderful that in such a young age, you started to focus on such a huge problem. Plus, you also started to take actions, which is very, very extraordinary.
Yeah, so we started this organization around 3 years ago when I was 14 years old, when I was 13, 14 years old. So it was quite a long time ago, so I don't personally remember how exactly it started, but I remember that in where we live, there are so many sanitation workers who are also known as the Safai Mitra, who work in the sanitation sector, where they facilitate the recycling of e-waste, right? And e-waste contains so many cancer-causing carcinogens, and they end up in landfills and roadsides. And there's so many young children who are underage, child labor, who work in this sector and who work with the carcinogens with their own bare hands, right? This is a problem that isn't very well investigated, but it's something that I've observed, and even Sahiti has observed.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. And in this case, when we are talking about our takeaways, it's high time. We have a couple of minutes. It's high time to share your takeaways, okay, from these discussions. So I pass back to Ildi, right? You mentioned something that we return. Yeah, with your Padlet.
Yes, so I reshared the Padlet link again in the chat because I can see that there are a lot of people over here, almost 30 people. So probably there are people who haven't seen the beginning of our session. So please go to the Padlet, and if you haven't done so, you can still join our little game, and you can open your very own card over here. So the first task was to write your name and location, and then the year you would like to travel, where you feel comfortable or playful, and where you feel comfortable related to the climate. And now you can see that there are already some people over here who wrote down their year. And now the task is to write your message to the present self. Okay, so what would be your message from that given year? And if you write down these messages, then by the end of this day, actually, we will have a tableau of messages from different years, from different locations to the present. Okay, so the task is the following: write your message to the present self.
From the future to the present?
From that given year,
Yeah.
what you have written over there. So Lourdes, you will write your
Yeah.
message from 3024 Madrid to the current self. And anyone who would like to enjoy the game, just press the plus button in the right corner. You can initiate a new card over there, and you can join the game. Think about what you see in that given year. What are your experiences over there? What kind of technologies you see over there? What is the thing that you observe immediately when you get out of the time machine and you arrive? And then looking around, what would you what would you phrase as a message?
I edit mine, so I think you need to refresh, or I can create a new tag.
You cannot edit. Okay.
Yeah, if I edit, you don't see it, it seems.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Here it
Thank
is.
you. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. Normally, this refreshing automatically, it was just because I used the earlier version. Okay, so ELS from Amsterdam, 1743, so much space. I can see a horizon by walking in the city. Lots more water too. Let's try to not build too much in this city. Wonderful. Lourdes Madrid, 3024. My message from the future: there is nothing out there like the earth. Protect it at all costs. Thank you. Bernadette from 2030. Take the sustainable development goals very seriously. Yes, that's right. Preserve Barcelona's beautiful green areas, water and space. The city will be more livable or livable in the future, and it will be easier to manage some challenges such as heat waves, droughts, and pollution. And preserve all the land around Sagrada Familia. It will be so much beautiful. Yeah, that's also very nice. Helga Amsterdam, every small action matters. Keep it going towards the preferable future. Okay, guys, thank you very much. It's really amazing. Anyone can still edit the Padlet, so it will be working and live till the end of the day. So anyone who would like to add some comments and initiate a new card, please do so. And later on, we will just save the whole board for us, and we will share it with you. I think it's very interesting to see these messages across time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ildi. And so the future is still open. And the only thing what we have to say is really a farewell. It was wonderful to be with you. Thank you on behalf of the whole group. It was wonderful to be with you. Thank you very much for that. And Lori, we pass the word back to you. Right.
Thank you, Tomas. Umar, do you have something to say to Tomas before we close his session?
Yeah, thing is, next session is mine, and I would love that you guys continue. We could have this Padlet and say, I mean, my topic is talking about failure. I said, okay, guys, how would we fail in the future? That'll be wonderful.
Yeah. Let's
But
keep
thank
it
you very
open.
much. You guys, I mean, you guys have really set it up for me. Wonderful work. Really congratulate you for a great job, guys. Wonderful.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
If you have some time, please join us as well. Yep.
Thank you, Umar. Thank you for your comment and your recommendation to talk about failures from the future as well in the Padlet. Thank you, Tomas. Thank you, Ildiko, Helga, Bernadette. I think Dia left because she had classes. It was wonderful to hear your experience also with young kids, because usually, we thought that we can't work with the future with kids because they don't have a past, so it's more difficult for them to think about the future. They live in the present. But you gave us like many tools and imaginations exercise that I will love to put into practice. Thank you very much. It was super insightful. So thank you and welcome to the newcomers. This is World Future Day Young Voices. We are having 24-hour conversation, intergenerational, about the future. My name is Lourdes Rodriguez. I work in Teach the Future. And this, we are a nonprofit, global nonprofit. It's present in more than 30 countries. And our aim, our mission is to bring futures thinking into education. And we hope we can do this in the near future. World Future Day is organized by Teach the Future, but all in partnership with the Millennium Project. And now I would like to welcome Umar and Mohammed. It's that, yeah, I see M. Ukasha in the name, but I think it's you are on mute, Umar.
No, I just wanted you to continue talking.
Okay. I will give you the floor also to introduce yourself both properly. But I'm really curious about this next session because it's talking about failure. And in the entrepreneurial startup ecosystem, they talk about failure a lot, but maybe in the futures field, we don't talk about it that much. So really curious about this session, and I will put more info in the chat about the description and about the facilitators, but please introduce yourself on the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ek minute Ukasha beta, ek second. I'll let you know, I'll give you a cue. Yeah, this is Mohammed Ukasha, by the way, he's on the screen. So yeah, he'll be joining me today. He'll be the, I'll take part of the adult part, he'll take part of the young part. Okay, so welcome everybody to this session on, Teach the Future. And, let's talk about failure. This is something which has been very close to my heart, and I've always wanted to talk about it. So today we'll have this beautiful discussion. Myself, my name is Omar Shiraz. I'm a futurist based in Pakistan. I work at ComStats University in Islamabad, and I'm joined today with a young person with me called Mr. Mohammed Ukasha, and he is also working with me on Teach the Future. He's also an alumni of the Teach the Future program, and he's learning from there as well. So we look forward to this discussion. Okay. So let me just upload my presentation. And thank you for those kind words in the chat, by the way, lower this. They're really nice. Thank you. Okay, where do we share the screen? Okay. So, hang on. Janab, okay. Can you see the screen lower this? Wonderful, thank you.
Perfectly.
So let's talk about failure. The challenge, Janab. Hang on a second. Ukasha bete, could you start from this screen, ji? Bataएं.
Creating the Future is based in Pakistan.
This is bole aage. Is your voice muted, Ukasha bete?
I hear him, but maybe he can introduce himself a little bit first.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Ukasha and I am from Pakistan.
Okay, बताएं चल. I think he's having problems with the.
Creating the Future is based in Pakistan. Initiative to explore future from the perspective of children. Our activities include interview dialogues, gaming adventures, foresight workshops, future imagining experiences.
Okay, so this is some of the work which we do in Pakistan. So more than welcome to explore some of this on our website. And you could talk about these as well, Ukasha, but yeah.
These are also the organizations that we have worked with.
Okay, so these are some organizations where we've worked with in terms of Teach the Future, and it's been a wonderful experience. I really am indebted to Teach the Future program. I worked with adults, but I never thought about it for a minute that, why not ask children? So that was a great experience. I mean, going out to children, I must say I was skeptical in the beginning. But when I reached out to them, and those experiences have been amazing, really amazing. And I'm really grateful to them. So here we are for the second consecutive year. And we're looking at, many more merry adventures along the way. Look forward to working with other people as well in this field. Okay, well, let's get straight to our topic because I chose a topic to talk about. So, and I'll need the, the help of the audience as well. So if in the chat, if you could just tell us a bit, failure. Yeah, why talk about failure, guys? Anybody? If you could just put in the chat, we'll wait a few seconds. Why do we need to talk about failure? I mean, anybody? Okay, so we're getting some options because that is the only way to learn. Okay, that's cool. It's part of life. You needed to learn. We can learn from them. That is great. Failure is a stepping stone to success. Beautiful. Part of the learning process. Beautiful. Okay, great. Without failure, there is no success. Okay. It is an everyday issue, but we try. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Stephanie. It is an everyday issue, but we try to avoid it. That is beautiful. I mean, all the comments are wonderful. Great. Failure. Thank you, Marcella. Yep. Failure is a human quality. Yes. It reminds me of the John Steinbeck quote from the East of Eden. Now that you don't have to be perfect, you can be good. There is a pervading fear of failure in our fast-paced contemporary world. Wow, that is great. Sure, dare to try. Not to repeat what led us to the failure and be emotional ready for personal other failures. Wow. Makes life interesting. Wow, how good is that? Makes life interesting. That is amazing. Wow, guys, that is wonderful. Thank you very much. What defines a failure anyway? Okay. First step to success. Wow, that is in Urdu. That's great, yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. That's great. Acha, chala ji, let's make this a bit more interesting, guys. You already have made it so wonderful. Acha, I'm not going to share something with you, a slide with you. You can scan it and you could use this, go to this particular website and you could, what I need from you right now is, give me a word for failure in your local or native language, all right? Okay, so let's try to do this, all right? Ekman, let me present this and I will share this with you. Ekman, hang on a second. Let me present this, just a second, please. Let this load for a minute. Oh, just a second, please. Okay, let me share this. How do you share this? I'll have to go from here to the screen. Lower this. Can you see the screen now? Okay, some people are already here. Okay, so you could scan this particular screen. You could scan it, or what you could do is you could go to this website. Let me click it and let me put it in the chat. So I'm putting this in the chat, and some other beautiful comments are there as well. So you could go to this place. And you could tell me about a word for failure in a language. Some are already here. I'm sorry. Let me just remove these. Okay. So go to this website. Tell me a word for failure in your language, in your local language, in native language. If you belong to a personal place and there is some, some other language which you use over there, you could tell me about that as well. Let's look at what failure means in other languages, guys. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. I look forward to your comments about it. And if for some reason you are unable, if there is a failure to do this, there's always the chat function. So you can always use the chat function and then we'll do it for you. All right. So let's do this, guys. Let's do this.
Are you sharing again, Umar? Yeah,
Ekman, give me a minute. I will do this in a minute. Okay. Okay. Pause the share. I'm going to stop share and I'm going to go to the, I'm sorry, this is, sometimes this happens, but let me go there. Go to the, Okay, there we are, folks. Okay, some submissions are already here. Oh my God. Okay, I need to then ask somebody to please unmute. Tell me what this is. Okay, somebody else? Okay, so that's one word for failure in a language. In the chat, somebody said fallimento in Italian. Okay, I will need to know, understand what this is. Okay, Okay. Official. Error. Okay. That is cool. That's new for me. I would like to know what this word is.
It's mistake in Spanish.
Okay. Yeah, please, sure. Please do tell me what it is.
Mistake.
Okay.
A mistake. It's
There
an
is
error.
one error, Rocha. Varsagan, Kigaglan, Fashal. Okay. There's one in the chat. Is it possible for you, Lourdes, to actually put in there as well? There's one or two in the chat as well. Okay, so we're getting some. Tolvi in Tamil. Wow, how beautiful is that? Failure looks so beautiful, you know. So wonderful, guys. We are having success in looking for failure in different languages. Wow, how good is that? Wow, somebody wrote Heba. Wow. Now, guys, you have to do me a favor. You'll actually have to read what these words are. But this is cool, really cool. This is really cool. Thank you. And there is one in Spanish as well. It says derrota. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Okay. Oh, I did pronounce it correctly. Okay, so great. This is really great, folks. I didn't know. I mean, failure has so many names, so many colors. Looks beautiful. Okay, I'll just give one more minute. Then we need to move ahead. So one more minute, and let's see if we can get some more, and then we'll ask some people to actually read these things out to us because, these are new things, new words for me. Okay. Wachenko, Mr. Flog. Okay. Okay, Lourdes, if you don't mind, could I just unmute one or two people if they could actually read out how they spell? If that's fine, you could
Yeah, of
actually go
course.
ahead first, Lourdes, if you know a few words. Yep.
Yeah, we have derrota already there. Fracaso,
Okay.
fallo or fallar, that it's similar in Italian. And yes, I would like for the ones that write in different languages and different even alphabets to say it.
Yeah. Oh, I pronounced the Hungarian version Hiba correctly. Wow.
I see
Thing is,
Carol.
my daughter's name is Hiba as well, but I didn't know what it means in Hungarian. So thank you. So in Hungarian means fail. Okay, wow.
I see Carol here. Yes,
Carol, would you
please.
like to?
Sure. So, yeah, in Chinese, it's pronounced as 失败, and it's two
Wow.
characters. 失 actually means you lose something. Actually, that's what 失 means. You lose, and then 败 means defeat.
Wow, that is beautiful. I'll take one more. Let's take one more comment. This is very nice. This is really cool. Yeah.
Sureka, do you want to
Sureka, yeah,
say?
would you like? Uh-huh.
Sure. So I put the Tamil one. It
The
means
Tamil one,
tolvi.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's
tolvi.
and it literally translates to failure.
Wow. Tolvi in Tamil. Wow, great. How cool is that? All right, wonderful. Okay, that is great, guys. Thank you very much, everybody. Good job. Good job. So we have succeeded in putting the word failure in so many languages. That is a success. Okay, so great. All right. So let's go back. Okay, let's go back to my presentation. Okay, let me stop this share and let me go back to my presentation. Hang on a second. Where is it? There we go. Okay, guys. Okay, now I'm reminded that there was an online webinar by UT Austin, and there was this program called Creating a Failure Resume, and I really loved the idea because all the while we are looking at those resumes of ourselves where we glorify ourselves. I am this, I've worked with this, I did this. We're always self-glorifying. But then there was this resume right in front of me, and there were the different sections in it, like saying, okay, so these are my school failures. This is where I fail in work. Where did I fail in my relationships? Where did I fail in my sports and clubs? And I was like, wow, that was an amazing way of self-reflection, which I'd never seen before. That, okay, so I knew about glorifying ourselves in resumes, but failure resume, that was a totally different experience. I actually then started working on it. okay, where all did I fail while I was in school? And it gave me a lot of self-gratification. That's wow, I'm so blessed, And this was part of me. That was part of my, learning curve. So yeah, so really grateful for that. So, I think this is I'm not going to do this today, but this could be a template for all the people who are part of this workshop as well. Perhaps having some reflection, what it means, what does failure mean for us? And these different reflections on different aspects of our life, which are so important. And then eventually, what does it mean for failure in the future? So that is why, Lourdes, I was saying, what those guys were doing in the last session, that was so beautiful. I wanted to do some sort of a time travel where they could do a time travel and tell us, how does failure look like in the in the future? That would have been so wonderful. Okay. Acha. So it's nice that some of you came up also with why we need to think about the future. Thank you for those people who have. Okay, there's actually one request as well. I want to hear the Finnish one. Okay, else direct I will do that. Sure, I will do that. I will look at that request as well in a few minutes. Okay, what I want us to do right now is that failure. One thing is that it's really amazing what failure means for different people. It's really has always amazing when I talk to people about failure. Just to make a point, there's a person who's on the podium and he's on the second, he's got second place, and there's a person on the podium who's got the third place. Okay, so one is the second, one is the third. Guys, who do you think is the more happier of the two? Let's put this in the chat. Who do you think is the more happier of the two? The number one and the number two, or the number three? Who's more number one? Okay, number one is happy. That's great. Or number three is happier. Oh, wow. Achha ji. Let's hear some more comments. So there's a podium. There's one person on number two. There's one person on number three. Who's the happier of the two? Number two. Carol says number two. Okay. Okay. Let's hear a few more, reflections from other people. Hang on a second. Okay, so number two, this is number. None of them. What's the matter, Stephanie? Why would none of them be happy? Wow.
They're on the podium. They're on the podium. They're exposed.
Wow. I really wasn't expecting that as a perspective. Wow. I really wasn't expecting that, but thank you for that. Okay. There are many instances where the person who's on the second, who comes second, he is a bit unhappy because you see, the thing is always going to bite him for the rest of his life. If I had tried a little bit more, I could have come one. I could have been the number one, been top of that podium. Okay? So there's always that thing in your heart. I wish I could have tried a little bit more. Okay. At the same time, there's a third person, the person who's on the third place on the podium, and he will be like, wow, thank goodness I've reached the podium. All right. So it's amazing what failure or what it means for different people. Okay. So let's do a little experiment right now. What I'm going to do is, Lourdes, if you could do this, I would like to, put people in groups, let's say a group of 4 or 5. I would like to see, okay, listen, throughout the world, we're having failures of different kinds. In the sessions that we have had before, there have been many failures. It's also been, people have talked about them. So some talked about climate change, some have talked about other issues, about the oceans and all, sustainability issues and all. Let's talk a bit about that as a group, as a community, as an ecosystem, what are some of our failures? How have we failed as a group? All right. And then a second question which comes from that is, what have we learned from them? All right. Everybody understand that? So this is my question to you. As a group, as a community, as an ecosystem, as Earthlings, what are some of our biggest failures and what have we learned from them? All right. So let's do this small breakup. All right. What do you say, Lourdes? If you could just put people in breakout groups. let's have this small discussion. All right, I'll be
Okay.
back in about 5 to 8 minutes. What are our bigger failures? What do you think we have learned from them? Or as they say,
Not as individual, not as individual, as
as a group,
globally.
because this is a talk about a group. So let's chat between people. Let's people talk between themselves. What are some of our failures as a group? Okay, let's say a group could be anything, folks. It could be like the global ecosystem. It could be the global community. If you, let's say, from one country, okay, where have we failed as a group? Where have we failed as earthlings, as human beings? All right. So let's try to look at that. And it's amazing how people will come up with different perspectives. And what do we learn from them? Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so I will create the groups. Some people are online but are not here in the conversation. Like Lisa is connected, so don't worry if in your groups there are people without the camera that maybe they are not there. But let's get back here in 5-8 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's do that.
Hey, Tomas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I somehow left the room.
It's okay,
Maybe
but
I just pushed the wrong button.
do you want to be in a
Yes,
okay.
please just send me back.
Okay, let's see, where are you here? Tomas, let's send you to the group one. What happened?
I don't know, it's still the same. I think I just wanted to enlarge it, but somehow, you know, I skipped the room. Yeah,
I will do it
let's
again.
try again.
This is why I'm here, so don't worry.
Yeah. I know how it works. Yes.
So there is not room 1 anymore, so let's move you to room 3. I don't know what happened. Hi, Saba, are you there?
Yes, we are.
Okay, do you want to join a group to discuss about failures and learnings? I will put you in group 1, okay?
Assalamu alaikum. Sheikh Asma, كيف الحال?
Alhamdulillah, very well.
Oh, great. You're here at a very right time. I've actually assigned that, all the participants that you need to think about some of the failures of humanity as a group. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, she's been assigning. Oh,
Hi, Umar. How are you?
Lourdes. I'm great. I'm doing great. How's the session happening, Lourdes? What's the feeling? What's the temperature?
Yeah, it's amazing. Everything it's amazing, and I am just having a look in the breakout groups because some of
Yeah,
the people, as I told you, they were not connected.
Okay.
So some of the groups were kind of silenced, but now we have three groups: room 1, room 3, and room 4, and they are having conversations there.
Wonderful. I also went to Sala 1 and Sala 2, but Sala 2 is right now empty. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you've joined the groups. Okay. We've got about 7 in 3, so yeah. 3 or 4
Yeah,
rooms.
this because in all the groups there are people that they are not connected. So if you now you can move to room 1, room 3, or room 4.
Okay. What I wanted, could you just do a little broadcast piece, let's say in 1 minute, if you could come back, all right?
Yeah, let's do that.
If you
I
could
can
do
do
that
that.
broadcast, I'll go to, let's say, I'd love to go to room 3, Sala 3. Going there. See you shortly.
Let's give them 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes. All right.
Okay. Because there are many to talk now. So. So for the ones that are watching on YouTube, we are in breakout groups. We will be back in 2 minutes. Please stay with us. Here we are again. Yeah, the rooms gives like 60 seconds for everyone to return. So let's wait. Hi, Asma. Hello. Nice to see you.
Hello, likewise.
Yeah, we were in the breakout rooms when you joined.
I was just setting up my my laptop because we're having a session after you.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry, I couldn't like participate or anything.
it's okay, it's okay. So 5 seconds and everybody will be here again. Hey, nice to see you. I always love when people go to the breakout rooms and then come back because it's like Star Trek. It's like teletransportation.
Wonderful, guys. All right. Welcome back from your failure adventures, guys. Wow, I hope you had a good time. You know, thing is, it's amazing. We talk about success and leadership and mix them together all the time. It's amazing when we actually start talking about failures. Like, wow, that's a human being right there. We try to humanize people. That's a human face right there. Okay, so we had 3 or 4 breakout rooms. So if 1 or 2 people could like just say unmute and just tell us a bit about your experience. How do you say, okay, so let's say room 1. So if you could appoint someone and somebody could share their experiences, what sort of dialogue happened in their room? Okay, who wants to go first?
Just open your mic, don't worry.
Yep, just open your mic and let's do this.
Stephanie, I'm going to ask you
let me
because
start.
you have.
Stephanie, do you want to go?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Just
so
go ahead. Yeah.
so she
Yeah,
and
so-
after Stephanie.
So we had very interesting conversations, and we talked about how man-made things have led to disasters, and then me from India, I also shared that we have inbuilt systems to actually see where the disasters are coming from. We get signals all the time. So we talked about one of the tribe in India who were even not affected by the tsunami. They came to know about tsunami and they saved themselves. And then we had from Hamburg, I don't remember his name. So he talked about how we should analyze our life, and we know where we have done wrong. It's a lesson we have to learn. So it was nice, and we discussed Istanbul and we praised the beauty and everything. So it was nice conversation. Thank you.
Wow, great. Thank you for those insights. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it, Chief. Okay, Stephanie, you wanted to say something? Please,
I'll
okay.
start. Yes, I think in our room we had an interesting conversation that failure is actually, these are now my words, but kind of also a need and kind of the spice of life. Without failure, you actually cannot go further. And it seems also the more we try to plan and to have a goal, and this is how it should be, the more we're likely to fail. I think this was kind of the gist of where we were at. And so the rules and our norms kind of create only the platform for failure because it's so specific in that way. So, also failure can be different for every person also in not just person, but also in the gist in the entire world. So, and also from failure, something good can actually emerge. So only failure can bring up new aspects, new ideas. So if you're always just doing what you planned and you're going into one direction and everything works out perfect as you think it should be, nothing new can happen. So this emerging and the uncertainty actually helps to create and to bring up new ideas and hopefully new solutions.
Wow, beautiful. That is wonderful. Thank you, Stephanie. That is wonderful, wonderful, great. The third room. So we have had 2 rooms. The one which is left, I don't know, it's 1, 2, 3. There's a failure to identify which room that is.
Yeah,
So
I
could
think
we have
nobody knows the room, but it's okay. Just open your mic.
Yeah, just open your mic, guys. Let's hear what you have to say. Let's add to the body of knowledge about failure.
maybe Shukat.
Shukat sir, would you like to say something?
I think I have already said sometimes failure is because of the other people as well. You know, that I mean, collectively, there are some people because of their action, and then everybody is going to fail. As I have given an example regarding electricity, our politician, they have I mean, wrong kind of decision because of they want to put the things in their own pocket. So then their nation, they are the one who are suffering. So they are, I mean, they are getting failed.
Wonderful. That is great. That is excellent. Ajit, thank you very much. I realize there will be more people who would love to talk, but time is always going to be, something which will be against us. So let's take this a little bit further, okay? Okay. We've talked about, okay, sure. Thank you for the links in there. They sound cool. I would love to check some of them. Hang on a second. Okay, so we've talked about, sorry. Oh, my apologies. This happens when you share and you.
This always happens, Umar. Don't worry at all.
Okay, yeah, it does. It always does. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so one thing was about failure, and we talked about it as a group. Now, the single most unit of almost any community ecosystem is the self, the person, I, you, me. Now, we are part of this ecosystem, okay? So then what does failure mean for me? So we've talked about as a group. So great, that's been a wonderful conversation. Now let's talk a bit about me. So what I would like to do is that, okay, let me share this. Hang on a second. There we go. Okay. So what about failures as a person? Okay. I am part of, this whole ecosystem. I'm part of the planet Earth, but it starts from me as well. What about me as a person? What about some reflections about that? So what I would like to now do is that we'll put 2 persons each in a group, all right? So we'll have breakout rooms in which have 2 persons in a group so that there can be a personal dialogue between 2 people. One is you do it as a group. I hope you're fine with that, okay? Because now I wanted to be on a more personal note. Again, let me, reiterate that I'm not asking you for a confession. I'm not asking you to confess your sins. But thing is, what did I fail in life, okay? Or where am I in the grander scheme of things? It's really amazing when there is this self-reflection. It leads to that exploration of the self. Okay, what about myself? Okay, so we agree on that. So let's go out into groups and let's go into groups of 2 people. So that can be a bit more intimate conversation. Again, you don't have to confess your sins, all right? Okay, so let's do that. Lower this, we can do that, okay?
Okay, so we may have a technical issue here, and that is that some people are in the session but are not connected. So what may happen is I put you in a room and nobody's there, like there is no one in the other side because they have the camera shut. So I will create groups of 3 just in case.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
Okay, and I will go also one by one to see if everyone is in a group of 3.
Wonderful. Yep, that'll be
okay.
wonderful.
How much time, Umar? 5 minutes?
Let's take 5 minutes Japanese time. All right, G? Let's do that.
Okay, let's do that. Okay. Hi, Adiba, are you there? So for the ones that are connected in YouTube, we are in the breakout sessions. It's only going to be 5 minutes, and we are talking about failure in an individual level. So I see that some people are on YouTube, and if you joined just now, we are in the breakout rooms. We will be back shortly in about 3 minutes. We are in the session of Umar and Mohammed talking about failure as a collective and also as individuals and our learnings. Hi, Yaiva. Welcome, how are you? We are in the breakout rooms right now. This is why nobody's here. I don't know if you can listen to me. Yeah, now I see that you are opening the camera. So people will be back in a couple of minutes. Hello, Sarah. So again, this is a reminder that we are in the breakout rooms for the ones that are on YouTube. We will be back in a minute. Hello. Tamber, we are in the breakout rooms. This is why it's only me here. But we will be back soon from the breakout rooms. Hi, Umar. Welcome back, and thanks, Carol, to be here with us. What time is there?
Oh, it's nearly 9 o'clock. So
Ah,
after this session. No, I have to be here because it's Umar, right? So Umar, I have a curiosity about your question. Can I ask something?
Sorry. Yes, please. Sure, Carol.
Your question was, how does failure influence us, right? The word is influence.
Okay. My question was, how did it influence me? That was the second part. How did that failure then influence you? The failures as a person. So what does it mean for us then? I mean, different ways of interpreting it. Keep
Okay,
it general, all right? So different people will interpret it in a different way. What are your
Okay.
assumptions? What do you look at it? Let's hear that. Okay.
Okay.
All right, folks, I think we are back. So thank you very much. I mean, wow, it's great. So we've talked about society, we've talked about, at a group level, now at a more intimate level, at a personal level. All right. So anybody who's anxious to actually share their adventures. Okay, what did you hear today, guys? Anybody can just unmute and start talking. Yep. Who would like to begin?
don't be shy. Open the mic.
Yeah, don't be shy. You just had a great conversation. I was looking to hearing some of those conversations. It was really amazing, really amazing. Okay. Who wants to go first? Okay. Let's listen to somebody who've not heard till now. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see who we got over here. I'm sorry. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Tamas Gaspar. Am I pronouncing that correctly, sir?
Yes, that's wonderful.
If you
right.
don't mind, sir, let's just pick you up on random.
Yeah,
How was the
sure. And
conversation?
anyway,
Yeah, please. go ahead.
this final conversation, do you mean?
Yeah, yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was very, very good. I was with Sureka, and we were very much of the same opinion concerning how helpful, right, the failure can have and how natural it happens. And what we shared were both from the school years, But on the one hand, because Sureka is just ahead of some exams at the moment, and I just shared, right, that. How it happened when I was with small children, right? Teaching small children at school, which, you can take that always a failure because they never do what you expect. And fine. And that's fine. Right. Because, they have different moods, different levels of energy, different backgrounds. So you never know how they arrive next day. And So it was a very, very useful, right, conversation. We just add up all these experience.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
Thank
that's
you.
really appreciated. Okay, could we have one more? Because I realize this is into the last 9 minutes. I would like to go to the next activity, but let's hear one more comment. I mean, one more dialogue which happened. You could share that. Somebody? Okay. Yeah, just unmute and you can talk. Share your experiences.
People are shy today.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Okay, let me just call on stage. Is Laiba Mamun over? No, okay. Let's see. Hang on a second. Who else is there? Basir, you want to say something, man? I haven't heard you for a while. So Basir, right? You there, my friend?
I've already spoken, so there should be other participants. So go ahead.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Let's
guys.
Let's move to the next
activity. Let's move on to the next part. Okay. One last thing.
Okay.
So one last thing. So now we've looked at different aspects of failure. We've looked at what failure sounds like in other parts of the world. And by the way, there was a request. Somebody asked, what does this word failure sound like in Finnish? So there was a request earlier. So if whosoever it is, I want to hear the Finnish one. So if anybody could tell that, that would be great. The person, whoever wrote that in Finnish.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, sure, sir,
Erkki
please.
Aalto. It's in Finnish epäonnistuminen. Onnistuminen is succeeding. Epä
Okay.
is no, non-succeeding.
Unsuccessful. Okay, wonderful,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you. That is news for us. That is really knowledge for us. All right, one last activity. Okay, we've looked at various aspects of why it's important to think about about failure. We've talked about words about failure. We looked about failure from a group perspective, plus from a personal perspective. Now, my last question to all of you is, why do we need these dialogues on failure? Now that you've been part of one, so why are these dialogues on failure important for the future? Okay, so I present this to you, sir, again. So it's the same, you just have to go to the same slide and you can just put in your ideas over there. Why do you think these dialogues on failure are important for the future? You could actually make it a bit more interesting, say, what does then failure look like in the future? Okay, so you could add on to that, all right? So let's do this, okay? We've got some really nice feedback. So one last activity. Why are dialogues on failure important for the future? Okay.
Omar, do you want to use the link that the other sessions share?
Yeah, are you showing it now? Yeah, it's the same. Hang on a second. It's the same, all right? It's the same link, by the way.
Okay.
It's the same link. For some reason, the link is not coming in. Hang on a second. I don't
I
know
can
why
share
that
it
is.
again, don't worry.
Assalamu alaikum, Umar. Hope you are fine.
Welcome. Yes, I'm fine, Ji. Yeah, we're
I'm
right now we're in the
I'm
middle of a
Sadia.
session. We're right now in the middle of, yes, please. Would you
Okay.
like to say something, ma'am? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Sadia Zishan. It's my first time. I joined your session. It looks good. So, what will be the next session conducted? How can I join the
Listen,
next one?
You could just be on the Zoom link. It will be continued. All right, Ji? All right. So let's go to the side. Let's try to, talk about this. Why are dialogues on failure important for the future? All right. Let's have a, if you could go to this particular site or let me put it on the chat as well. The link is in the chat as well. You could just click on this link and you could try to address this question as a liner. Why are dialogues on failure important for the future? Okay. They guide for better results later. Okay, sir, that is amazing. Okay, because we need to learn from them. Oh, great, that's wonderful. Yes, we need to learn from our failures. One of the lessons from history is that we learn no lesson from history. It's really amazing. Okay. Hence, the future will have more wisdom because you need to embrace it and learn the future and do better. Expectations management. Thank you. That is beautiful, beautiful, wonderful. To have the unexpected happen through failure will only get more complex, uncertain, ambiguous. So failures may get more common. So we need to normalize failure. Thank you. That is wonderful, wonderful. Let's take a comment or two. Next thing what you can do is you could also vote on it as well. So if there is something over here which really resonates with you, put a click next to it, okay? So let's try to put some, all of these are great, wonderful. This is great, what all has been presented. This is wonderful. What is one which really resonates with you, all right? So let's do that. Yeah. Okay, future will have more wisdom. Okay, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yep. Now, okay, great. Thank you very much, everybody. This has been a beautiful dialogue. I believe in less is more. I think I have always believed in that. And, it's nice that I could end my talk with some sort of a sermon or say, this is what you need to do. But I think this dialogue in itself, I think it would have been useful for you. All of us would have taken the lessons which we need. The dialogue in itself is important, and what we take from it, I think that is also very important. I would like to thank each and everybody of you for your, for participation in this and for being so actively, participating in it. I hope this was, you had the chance to learn, you had a chance more to reflect This was more about reflections and the learning part, and I hope there was some learning as well. Thank you so much, and I look forward to future dialogues in which we talk more about failure. Wonderful. Lourdes, over to you. Any other parting words? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mar. Could you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, sure. I will, ma'am. I am, ma'am.
Thank
you very much, everybody. Really appreciate it. And yep.
Thank you, Mar. Thank you, Mohammed.
Probably instead
yeah,
of failure, you should put it as lessons learned. The whole history of health, safety, and security is written in blood, because in the 19th century and early 20th century, many people died, laborers in the US and England, whether it's the mines, the textile workers, where they were really crammed in. And in many parts of the world, those mistakes are repeated. So I guess besides failure and sticking into that moment, the key is lessons learned in order to move on.
Wonderful,
idea
Basir. That is
for transition. Yeah.
Those are gems. Thank you. Those are priceless. Thank you, Basir. Always a pleasure. So, yeah, the word is any concluding words and all? Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. This is like my last session as Teach the Future facilitator for now, and I'm going to give the floor to Amna, to my colleague Amna. I had so much fun and so much inspiration from all the sessions. Thank you, Umar, but also St. Peter's, the Hungarian Hub, the quantum computing, about the future of quantum. It's
amazing stuff.
It's amazing, and we still have like a lot of hours to go. So Amna, I will give the floor to you, and I post some links there in the chat. So we have a Google form, Wix form, in fact, to ask you about these sessions. And also don't forget about our hashtag if you are sharing on social media. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you so
Amna.
much. Thank you, Lourdes. You were a real gem. Thank you for all your kind facilitation. And this will continue. So somebody actually asked, Madam Sadia actually asked. So this will actually continue for it's for 24 hours. So let's move on to the next one. I really look forward to that. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Umar. Thank you so much for conducting such a nice session.
Great. So hello,
Thank you,
everyone. We are right on time to start session 11. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, loading. So today, or for the hour right now, we have 3 amazing facilitators joining us for session 11. We have Sureka, Atanda, and Asma joining us to talk about Ready, Set, Future. What skills will take you there? This will be a presentation and discussion. So just a little bit more about the facilitators themselves. Sureka is a proud fellow of National Scholar Development Program by Dexterity Global. She also founded the social entrepreneurial venture Saaf Jal, which produces water filters to remove toxic heavy metals from contaminated drinking water using food waste. Sureka is an invited member to Y20 President's Office during India's G20 presidency and has co-authored Y21 Future Book. Asma is being selected as an emerging fellow in 2022 by APF. She is a PhD scholar in business management, focusing on government capabilities and strategic foresight, has co-authored 2 books on futures thinking and organizational excellence, and since 2020 has published more than 6 articles in various journals in topics related to innovation, future, agility, and advanced technologies. Welcome, everyone, for this session. As a reminder, again, this session is hosted by Teach the Future and Young Voices Network in partnership with the Millennium Project, and World Futures Day is a 24-hour-long intergenerational conversation about the future and a space to involve both young people and futurists in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. We are also live on YouTube, just as a reminder. So I won't take too much more of our session time and hand it over to our amazing facilitators to take the show.
So Amna, I'll start sharing and Sureka will go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amna, for the kind words.
Is the screen clear?
Yes, I can see the screen.
All right, let's start.
Okay. Warm greetings to everyone present here. In the second 11 of World Futures Day, we will discuss what skills and traits will take us to the future. Before we proceed, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Sureka Jaykumar, and the other speakers who will be joining me is Laughter and Asma. Laughter, could you please introduce yourself?
Good day, everyone. In whatever time zones we are in different parts of the world, I am Laughter, a young, passionate change maker from Africa, Nigeria, the Queen of Africa. I am so passionate about leveraging technology for social good, and I've driven and led initiatives that have impacted young people in rural communities with digital skills and literacy. So I'm happy to be in this conversation. Look forward to an amazing time with everyone.
Thank you so much, Laughter. Extremely grateful to be hosting the session with you. Let's start this session by discussing what skills we think are necessary for future. So Asma, if you could move on to the third slide, it would be helpful. The next one, please. Yeah, that one, great. So please feel free to unmute and share your thoughts. It was the one that asked the question, Asma. What skills do you think are necessary? Yeah, great, that's one. So please feel free to unmute and share your thoughts on what skills you think are necessary for future. So here the skills can range from cognitive, technical, self-management, or functional. So I would like to hear what other things. If you, yeah, sure, go on.
Critical thinking, so important.
Oh yeah, definitely. Critical thinking is one of the important skills. What about others? Maybe you could have Carol if she is there. Or whoever wants to join in, you're more than welcome to. Or you can also drop down in the chat. Yes, Carol.
Yeah, I think the skill to empathize with somebody else.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Empathizing and critical thinking, amazing skills. Yes, Umar, you can go on.
Yeah, I just started, teaching university graduates, and one of the things I'm standing in front of my kids and children, I'm just saying that what are some of those skills that I need? I mean, YouTube will perhaps do a better job than I do. So then I try to relate with people. I try to look at their issues, try to look at not just learning, but create some sort of a bond with them as well. Create an experience, not just learning now, rote learning. Now it's more about creating those learning experiences. Otherwise, the question for me always is, an AI could do something better than me. So yeah, I think those are that connection with people. I think that is very important. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. So the human feeling that you're talking about, being humans. In this world where everything is becoming more of AI, I feel like one thing that still stands unique is that human feeling and the connection that we can make. Such a good point. Thank you so much, Umar. So we'll move on to the next slide. So in this session, we'll be talking about key future skills. And then, I'm sorry, is someone there? Okay, yeah. So we'll talk about key future skills, adaptability and lifelong learning. Then we'll be talking about how we can lead a team successfully, and then how we can be an effective team member. Then we will talk about the action plan for preparing for the future. Next slide, please. In the for this session, it will be really helpful if we all could keep our cameras on, share ideas by muting, and engage in discussion. Now I would like to hand over the presentation to Laughter.
Okay, thank you so much, Sureka, for that warming up. That was great. And here today, welcome everyone. And then I'll be handling this section of this conversation. I'm talking about key future skills and how to navigate tomorrow's world with essential abilities. And we'll be talking about why future skills matters, and we'll also examine cognitive skills, social skills, technological skills, and it would also be interactive. So please, can you hear me?
Really low. We can hear you, but it's a little bit low.
Sorry, what about now? Can you confirm if my sound is all right now?
What about the rest?
Yeah, it's like quite low, but we can hear you. you can go ahead.
It's a little low. Perhaps you could like reboot or just check your equipment. So these things happen sometime. Yeah.
Sorry, okay. Can you confirm if you can hear me now? I did some adjustments.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And also speak loud, like in
Anyone hear me?
a big room.
Abse.
Go on, laughter.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can go on.
Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so first of all, I would love us to start this conversation by everyone in this room, utilize the chat box to explain what comes to your mind whenever you hear about the future of work, how AI is replacing, disrupting industries, the way we work, the way we live. Can you share your thoughts briefly in the chat box, please? Okay, did anyone get that prompt, please? Okay, I'm still waiting, so we could move on, please. Can you share your thoughts when you hear about the concept of the future of work? Like, what really comes to your mind? What is the feeling? What are your fears? What do you? Okay, all right, please go on, please.
Yeah, I something that I'm thinking a lot this day with the generative AI is that we have like two views. One that said that generative AI is going to help us to work less or to be more creative even. And the other side that said generative AI is going to make us less creative because we are going to create only for the AI, like to give prompts, so our creativity is going to to funnel it to be creativity for AI. So I think these two visions about the future of work is interesting. Is AI, generative AI, helping us to work less, work more creatively, or the other way around?
Okay, thank you so much. Sir, please, can you take the slide back a bit? Yeah, so yeah.
And regarding that, if no one wants to answer that, this is what Teach the Future is trying to convince everybody, like future skills matter because, as we say, it helps us think critically about the future and about this topic like generative AI and explore different possibilities so we can be more prepared for different scenarios. So we don't feel like this uncertainty that much or this anxiety about the future.
Thank you so much for that contribution. I really appreciate that. So moving on, talking about why future skills matters. Okay, we have someone. Can you unmute your mic and express yourself briefly?
Basir, yeah.
Sorry about that. So why these skills matter? Otherwise, we will just end up being a consumer, as opposed to independently and critically think. Because when you can think independently and critically, you will be able to get the answers that nobody else will easily give you, or give you for a very high fee. So you'll be saving a lot of money by thinking critically.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Basir. The importance of critical thinking, cognitive skills is important for us to try the future of work.
We lost you.
And
yeah.
So moving on, According to the World Economic Forum, by 2025, the top skills that employers will seek from employees of people in search of job opportunities would include critical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, and digital literacy. And understanding the factors that propel this change or that would propel this trend, it includes the unprecedented pace of technological advancement. We have AI, emerging technologies, the economic and societal shift that is shaping our interactions, the way we would live, and the way we would work. So these skills are important. They are not just to be desired alone. They are essential abilities that are needed for us to thrive in the future of work that is upon us right now. And so, yeah, can we move the slide to the next? Yeah. So first up, let's talk about cognitive skills, and specifically critical thinking and creativity, because I could see, with our suggestions, so many people mentioned or highlighted critical thinking as one of the necessary skills needed to thrive in the future of work. And critical thinking involves analyzing information objectively and making informed decisions. And a report, as a result of certain studies and research, states that 94% of employers consider critical thinking skills to be crucial for success, to be crucial for driving organization growth, organization objectives. And these skills are important for us, to thrive in the future of work that is coming or that is even around already. So can anyone also, just one person, please, can you give an example of, or a demonstration of where you've applied your critical thinking skill, maybe in your work, in your workplace, in your endeavors? Can you please, can someone share that quickly before we move on? An example.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, I couldn't get the question.
Okay, so I said that can anyone briefly explain or demonstrate any area in which they utilize their critical thinking abilities, either in the workplace, in your community, and your endeavors, briefly? Did you get that now?
Great, I do. Yeah, okay. Thinking.
I can start for the shy people out there. We have also in the chat, but for me, critical thinking is key when reading the news. Trying to read both sides and to reflect why some narratives are reinforced on one side and some narratives on the other. This is why I use it every day.
Okay, some of you must have been students. Now I'm facing students who are young. For me, the critical thinking comes when they're asking me for leave. I have this and this issue. I need a leave today. I really need to use that critical thinking. Is it true or is it false? So yeah, those sorts of critical thinking, because I'm working with youngsters, some very nice up people, but sometimes they'll make those excuses and I really need to think critically. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that insightful contribution. And those are great examples. I was happy hearing them. And to add up to that, an example of critical thinking or that could help us to thrive in the coming future of work could be our ability or the skill, our ability to solve complex problems by breaking them into manageable parts. And in the field of product management, which I belong to, it's called agile. Our ability to do things agile in a more smarter way, and I believe these skills are important for us to thrive in the future of work. Yes, I can see, analyzing previous, this is a good suggestion. Thank you so much for your contribution. And also, can we move to the next slide, please? Now, the next again. Yeah, so now it's important that we shift our focus to social skills, because we do not just need critical thinking skills alone, because we live in a world that has to do with not just individuals, but a community. In an organization, you have
Laughter, I think we lost you. You're on mute.
Sorry, please, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Now, yes.
So I was talking about or shifting to social skills, focus on social skills. You know, we talked about cognitive skills, but I said in the world we are in today, or in the world we'll continue to live, it's more than just an individual. It comprises of 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 10 people, 20. At times, you have big companies like Google, you know, have thousands of workers working and employees working, and, you know, we need social skills. And this involves our ability to, it has to do with emotional intelligence, effective communication. And, you know, studies have shown, just like you can see on the slide, that companies with high levels of emotional intelligence among their employees tend to have higher productivity and lower turnover rate. Also, a study published in the Harvard Business Review found out that about 71% of hiring managers prioritize emotional intelligence over technical skills when hiring. And, you know, this is very important, especially when you know that you are going to be part of a team that is trying to achieve a goal. So social skills are relevant in the world of work that we're about to enter into. It involves our ability to work with a team, collaboration, and you would hear more about this, you know, in the course of this presentation. And again, an example of social skills could, you know, include, sir, please, the next slide. Yeah, could evolve around resolving conflict diplomatically in a team setting, and also someone's ability to deliver a persuasive presentation to a diverse audience. You know, these are the social skills these are one of the demonstration of social skills that is needed to thrive in the future. And yeah, so lastly, sir, please, the next slide. So it's important that we explore technological skills because we live in a world that is principally driven by the fourth industrial revolution. We have emerging technologies, and, you know, everything in the society, the way we live, the way we work, is being influenced with the power of technology. And, you know, looking at the stats on the slide now, you know, over 30%, 50% of jobs today require some level of digital skills. So can somebody share again? You can unmute your mic or share in the chat box an example or a situation where you've demonstrated that you have technological skills in your work, in your community again. I would love to hear that as we proceed in this conversation, please. Can you share that briefly? You can unmute your mic. You can share in the chat box.
I'll go ahead and share something. So I would say like technology is like such an important part of our lives. Like even right now, if it wasn't for technology, we couldn't connect together and be part of such a conversation. Personally, like for me, technology has been immensely helpful in accessing educational opportunities. So when it comes to e-learning, it's really important, and it opens up all of these barriers that otherwise exist when it comes to accessing educational opportunities. So yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Hamdan. That's a wonderful contribution. Do we have any other person in the room who would like to share a demonstration of technological skills in their personal lives, in their work? Because we live in a, okay, yeah, go on, Umar.
Yeah, thank you. And now, not exactly with a job, but in Pakistan, we're having a lot of floods. And 2 years ago, we had such a lot of floods that, you know, every 7th Pakistani was influenced by it directly. Now people lost their homes. But because of digitalization and these communication skills, it's becoming better now. You know, the mitigation and early warning system and all. So people can then protect their livelihoods, they can protect their homes, they can protect their lives. So that because of these technological skills and better communication, and even in the villages now people have you know technological skills, and they're better modes of communication, which is leading to better disaster management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful suggestion, Umar. That's a good one. And I believe that by now, everyone in this room should understand that technology, its impact on our future, it's more of a blessing and not a cause as some would assume. I believe that it is a catalyst for change, and it helps us to augment and do things in a more better way to create a sustainable and a smarter world. And so, yeah, so can we move to the next slide? Another interactive poll. Yes, so what tech skill do you want to learn? as someone who's preparing for the future, as a youngster in this room, as an adult who still has a few years to go in your work or your career. So what tech skill do you want to learn? Upskill, reskill yourself to thrive in the future of work. So can somebody, can we share that? I would love a young person, someone who's about to stepping into their career. So what tech skill do you want to learn? Yeah, it would be nice if you can share that with us. Okay, so before anybody would come up, so I'm going to share my own thoughts about this question. Okay, better command of AI. Yes, that is very true. How do you interact? How we interact with AI? How do we get the best of it? Yeah, that is a good suggestion. We can keep it rolling in. But for me, as someone who comes from Africa, and you would notice that in the past 10 years, 11 years, one of the key improvement that you've seen is in the digital economy. Over the past 10 years, we've seen tech unicorns rise out of Africa, especially Nigeria, the likes of Flutterwave and all. And so for me, a tech skill that I would love to learn, it's product management, because there is need for us to come up with better growth strategies that drives technology, product, and services to grow in Africa. So that's a tech skill I want to learn, product management. Yeah, so can we keep it rolling? I would love to hear more suggestions on this.
Just adding on to the amazing point Lindevi shared in the chat, I think in today's time where AI is just everywhere, like all of the news articles are about AI, everybody's sort of worried and also looking forward to how AI changes. I feel like specifically just understanding how and where specifically I would want to further enhance my skills. So if it comes to, let's say, coding, right? I do know how to code, but maybe taking it to the next level, learning new coding languages, or seeing how I can implement them in my personal work or at school, and just seeing how all of that plays around.
Thank you so much for that. That's a nice one. Thank you, Amna. You've been so active in this conversation. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so yeah, go on, please. You can unmute your mic and speak. Lindway.
Okay, hi. So just adding on to what she just said now, which was very vital, I realized that more and more I get this spam or hack messages or something that says your computer is compromised, and it makes me want to understand exactly how this works and how I can protect myself, because more and more as technology gets advanced, we are going to be under threat if you don't understand what's going on your phone. You could just click on a link and then the next thing you cannot access your documents or whatever. So I think the knowledge as well of being able to know how you can protect yourself or how to code and how to see if this is a risk or not. So yeah.
Thank you so much. In a way, that's a nice suggestion, because the emergence of AI, the way it's operating in our world today, and I believe that organizations who are in charge of deploying these systems have also set up structures that helps to ensure ethics and to ensure that our privacy is not compromised, and also it would be also nice for us to embrace digital literacy more. The internet is just right at our fingertips to search online for information, to harm ourselves, and cybersecurity tactics, personal ones, and this would help us to ensure our safety, even in a world that is rapidly changing due to technological advancement. So yeah, so thank you so much. And yes, can we move to the next slide? Okay, so here is the thing. We're talking about adaptability and lifelong learning in a world that is fast changing. And I would love to, yes, ethics, yeah. Thank you so much, Nluwe, for that. And in a world that is rapidly changing, a world of work, there is need for adaptability, because, can you move to the next slide, please? Sureka, thank you so much. Yeah, so before I tell the story, can you read the stats here that states that over 35% of the skills deemed essential today will change by 2025, And there was a time I was reading an article that stated that even children who get born today would work in roles that do not even exist yet. So it's a world that is, I would not want to use the word complicated, but it demands that we become adaptable, to move with the changes, the trends, and upskill ourselves, reskill ourselves, so that we can be relevant in the world of work. And yeah, the next slide, please. So quick, yeah. Okay, yeah. So adaptability is not just a valuable skill, it's a competitive advantage for anybody who wants to lead a successful life, a successful career in the future of work. So yeah, the next slide. So let me tell my short, beautiful story. So pay attention. Yeah, so once upon a time, there lived a young professional who had always been passionate about her career in marketing. She had loved marketing all her life, right from when she started to get mature. And however, as the world around her began to change rapidly, she realized that she needed to adapt to stay relevant in the future of work. One day, the HR manager of the company where she worked in announced, it was a traditional advertising agency, came to the office and then announced that the company's shift towards digital marketing strategies and remote work arrangements. So many of Maya's colleagues insisted the change that, oh, I don't want to change this. I've loved traditional advertising all my life. This is going to be so hard for me. I don't have the time to do this. I'm not just going to move with this. But she saw it as an opportunity to embrace new challenges and expand her skill set. Instead of clinging to her familiar ways, she enrolled in online courses, leveraged edtech platforms to learn about digital marketing tools and techniques. She attended webinars, joined virtual networking events, connected with industry experts on social media platforms, and through a proactive approach to learning, she became proficient in areas such as SCM, serial engine optimization, social media advertising, and content marketing, which was relevant for to the change that was going on with the organization she's working with. And as a result, she also embraced the flexibility of remote work. She set up a home office, learned how to collaborate effectively with teammates across different time zones. And she also mastered the art of balancing work and personal life in a virtual environment. Despite the initial uncertainties, because it was not easy, change at times comes with a whole lot of sacrifice, a whole lot of resistance, personal resistance. But adaptability paid off. She not only retained her position at the company, but also earned recognition for her innovative ideas and contributions to the digital marketing team. So looking at this short story now, why change may be daunting, but it also brings opportunities for growth and success. In a world where the roles that we work with in the future are not even defined yet, adaptability is needed, just as you learned through the story of Maya. As she was working with a traditional advertising agency, then the change come, remote work arrangement, and then shifting to digital marketing options. She upskilled herself while other colleagues were complaining that, oh, we can't move with this. And in return, she was able to ensure her relevance in the organization, and it helped her to be creative and innovative. So yeah, so thank you. I hope you enjoyed that short story. So yeah, please, the next slide. Yeah. So yes, and I'll be discussing just two strategies that can help us to foster adaptability in the future of work. Especially when we've been used to doing something for so long. Now you're telling me to change. No, I won't allow that. But look back, if you check through history, there was a time when it was about human power in our industries, the revolutions of the past. But it came to time, technological advancement came. We have more, it has helped us with more efficiency, and it has also opened up new roles, new ideas on how to even manage these innovations. So it's a growth mindset is needed. And also learning from the story of Maya, she prioritized learning and development. And one blessing for us, in this world of uncertainty, is the rise of educational technological platforms, which has opened us up to a new way of learning. personalized learning, tailored learnings to upskill people. We have initiatives like Upgrade in India. We have Coursera. We also have beautiful edtech platforms even here in Africa, and that helps people to embrace change in the world of work by providing them access to learning resources, short-term courses, courses that do not even it doesn't take you long to assimilate them because they are tailored and personalized. And I believe that if the strategies are employed, we'll be able to embrace change the future of work and ensure our relevance. And so, yeah, so let's go to the next slide. And that's the last. So I would love us to engage in a discussion. Can anyone in this room share something new they've learned recently, and how did they learn? How did you learn it? This could be a new skill, a piece of knowledge, or a valuable lesson. So we could turn on our mic if you'd love to share or contribute to this discussion. Any new thing you've learned recently, and how did you learn it? It could be a new skill, a piece of knowledge, or a valuable lesson. I'd love to hear our thoughts on this. And I drop the mic for my colleague to move on in this conversation, please. Sorry, please. Did you get the last prompt? Sureka, please, can you move the slide to the next? Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, so it's a discussion. Yeah, this is the last discussion for our section. So can you share any new thing you've learned recently, and how did you learn it? Yeah, it would be a nice contribution to this conversation, please. You can unmute your mic or share in the chat box also.
I'll go ahead and share. For me, because I am currently in university and it's very different from how high school used to be, one thing that I experienced is how working in groups for multiple different things. So not just presentations, which is kind of like the most typical route of group work, but also building things together and looking at how each of us can contribute. And one thing that I really am exploring these days is how can people work together and see how they can bring together their current skills to create even something better, because as the saying goes, two people are better than one, right? So whenever you're working in a group, it's really nice to see how everyone brings in their own sort of set of skills and can combine that. So communication is also key for sure. If you don't have communication, then there's no use of having the skills because there is no collaboration. And I think that's something new that I've experienced more so in a school setting. Work setting, collaboration is always happening. So pretty set on the work part, but this is something new that I've been experiencing.
So much for that beautiful contribution, Amna. I appreciate that. So if we don't have more suggestions, I would love to mute my mic so we could move on with this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amna, for sharing that, because that beautifully transitioned into my part, which is collaboration, leadership, and sustainability. So in this part, we're discussing how we can form teams and how we can lead teams successfully, and then how we can be a better, effective team member. And towards the end, we'll have an interactive poll. So could you please move on to the next slide? So, I'm sorry. Teamwork. I bet we all must have heard this many times. At least today, you might have heard it twice or thrice. So let's unmute and discuss what we understand by this word. From my perspective, teamwork is like a collaboration between two or more people towards a shared goal or purpose, right? So what do you think? Who wants to go first? Or you can also drop down in the chat. I see Rocco has unmuted. You can go ahead, or anyone who is interested. Or please feel free to share. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so my idea of teamwork, in my own context and my experience so far, I believe that it's a situation where two or more imperfect people, yeah, let me use the word imperfect people, come together to leverage their strengths, their weaknesses to achieve a common goal. So the more emphasis on the imperfect people, because we actually don't have it all individually, but teamwork considers people who are imperfect coming together to leverage on each other's strengths and weaknesses to achieve a goal. So that's my own perspective about teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. And that's like really interesting because it is similar to what Amna shared. So as individuals, we might not have all the skills required to perform a task. So when we come together, we become a culmination of different skills so that we can work towards something with a greater force. So yeah, there is something in the chat as well. More than one people working towards common objectives or deliverables. Great. So that's exactly what teamwork is. And we can interpret it depending on situations as well. So could we please move to the next slide? So I've just jotted down few themes that came into my mind. So like right when we wake up, we're already part of a team called as family. And then we either move on to our workplaces, schools, or colleges where we're again part of teams. So we come across many teams, we are part of many teams, and also teams contribute to our success, or maybe they also provide services. So here I've jotted down few teams that provide services in our daily life, and this is a non-exhaustive list. To just give an example, I jotted this down. So could we move on to the next slide, please? So we all know that teams are changing, and these changes are like different types. One could be is the change to hybrid and more remote team. And other change that could be is that nowadays team members are restricted geographically, right? So due to the use of technology, team members are from different cultures, different time zones. And in such teams, we will have to relearn how to be successful. We should gain adaptability, as discussed by Laughter, so that we will be able to work in a different condition more effectively. And we'll be learning how to do that in the session. Could you move on to the next slide, please? So we'll be discussing how to make new teams thrive, or how to lead new teams thrive. Before I share my points, I would like to hear from you on how you think that we can make new teams thrive, or how can a leader make a new team thrive. You can either drop down in the chat, we'll just wait for 1 minute for your response. So anyone wants to go ahead and share?
I'll go ahead, Sureka. Personally,
sure.
I think, there is a comment in the chat saying understanding, which is, I think, a really great trait. For whenever it comes to teams, it's always important to just look past, okay, I have to work, but instead changing the mindset and being like, I will get to learn something new when I work with this person, right? And just being more empathetic, I guess, because usually we're always just in such a rush to get things done that often we don't really think that, we're actually working with other people and they have their own stories, they come from their own areas, and just really thinking that, okay, if I'm working as a team, this is something that we all are contributing towards, and we all can work together to make it even better. So I would say whenever new teams start, it's always necessary for everyone to just like meet each other. Like icebreakers that's why they're so great, because you can sort of just truly look at a person and connect with them more so than just what their titles might be or what their education is, because that's just how we as emotional beings work.
Great, thank you so much for sharing. So from what I understood, we highlighted understanding, being empathetic. That's a really good skill that we should have to lead a team successfully. And in chat, we have one more response of defining the objective clearly upfront. That's an amazing response as well. And then measuring our metrics, measuring our achievements. That's a great one as well. So I see another hand raise. You can share the response, but it would be really helpful if you could keep it short within like 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
I think can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I think somebody already mentioned part of what I wanted to say, but I think setting a clear goal so that everybody understands, because sometimes you set a goal and then to achieve it could be easy, but then also
you could have hurdles if it's not set clearly for everybody to understand what their role is to achieve that goal.
Right, that's it. That's amazing. So if you can move on to the next slide. And as everyone shared, my first point was having a shared vision, purpose, and goal. So when we instill a shared vision, we create a team charter, I would say. And we give an opportunity for team members to work on something larger than themselves. Moreover, when we are forming this vision or goal, we'll be able to understand the roadblocks or obstacles that come along the way, and we'll be able to come up with ways to mitigate away from them. And it also helps in creating a time frame. The next one that we can do is to create a coordinated structure. So when we create a coordinated structure, it may seem very simple, but more often teams suffer from lack of clarity around who is doing what and by when. So when roles and responsibilities are unclear, things fall through cracks. So to create coordinated structure, we could use RACI analysis. Asma, could you move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so I have not put in here the RACI analysis. I could share that picture in chat. 1 minute. I'll just share that in chat so we can have reference to it. Asma, could you stop sharing? I'll just share my slide. Yeah, thank you. I don't have the permission to.
I think Amna, if you can
Let
give.
me go ahead. Yeah, I'll go make you go host.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry for the inefficiency.
That's okay.
Yeah, great. So if you could see here, this is, it's loading, right? Yeah, great. You can see now. This is the RACI chart. So when we're using this chart, we basically list down all the tasks that we must do, a team must complete, and the members of the team. And then we mention who is responsible for that, basically who will finish that work, that is R, and who will be accountable, who will make sure that the job is done. That person will be marked as A, and then C, which is consulted, who can provide input to finish that work. And then I, basically the one who will be informed that this job is done and informed about further update. So when we clearly lay down a structure like this, it becomes easier to work on a task. So this is RACI analysis. Asma, you can share your screen now. Okay, so next one is to create a supportive framework. We all need systems and processes that will enable our team members to do their best work. This just goes beyond technology, right? So we need to clarify the protocols, expectations, and resources available to help our team do the work. How can we implement it? It's simple as creating a team charter, which would include team missions, communication, protocols, and agreed upon ground rules, so that the team members will know which behaviors are accepted and those that aren't accepted. So, and we should also regularly check in with our team to make sure what's working well and what could be improved. One more essential thing that can be done to create a supportive framework would be to give continual feedback and constructive feedback. The next step that can be done is collective trust and transparency. Asma, could you, yeah, great. So transparency basically builds a culture of trust, wherein these team members will be able to put conscious efforts towards a task and procrastination can be avoided. At moments of crisis and like change initiatives, when there's a transparency, there is a minimization of resistance to the change and adoption of change. And extraordinary results demand extraordinary efforts. And that is only possible when there is collective trust and transparency. The next step that we can do is to create a psychologically safe environment in our team. Basically, psychological safety is like the glue that holds other elements together. When we are in a psychologically safe environment, we can be ourselves with our team. We can share our mistakes, we can share our feedback, we can ask questions. So basically, these are 5 steps that we can take. So to conclude, first we can create a shared purpose, goal, and a goal, and then we can create a coordinated structure, create a supportive framework, or create a collective trust and transparency, and make sure our team space is psychologically safe. So next, what we're going to discuss now is how we can thrive on new teams. So we discuss how to lead a team. As important leading a team is, similar to that, being an effective team member is also really, really important. So now I would like anyone to unmute and share how we can be an effective team member, what skills we can develop to be an effective team member so we can contribute to our teams better. Limbi, you want to go ahead? You can. I hope I pronounced your name correct. If it's not, please correct me.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think having a flat hierarchy, or even if you have hierarchy, but making sure that hierarchy is explained to everybody and everybody understands is vital in making sure that the teams thrive. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So that's an amazing point as well. So now we are discussing about how we can be an effective team member. Any other views on it? Like how you can contribute to your team, what you can do it on a personal level so you can contribute better. I see someone has unmuted. If you want to share your thoughts, please go ahead. You can share it in chat as well. So now we are discussing about how to thrive on new teams and how individual skills that we can develop. So Asma, please go ahead to the next slide. So as an individual, we can understand the goal that our team has set. And then the next slide where we can be reliable and accountable. And we also can be flexible and adaptable. So including these in our own skill set will help our team to achieve our goals faster and better. Next thing that we can do is to contribute to the learning and growth by sharing our feedbacks and asking questions. We can also treat mistakes that our team make as a whole or our individuals make individually as part of learning. And we can treat failure as an occasion to learn and grow, as it was discussed in the previous session. One more thing that can be done is to break it down. If you're given a task, break it down and understand how that task was done in the past. Understand what led to the success of the task, what led to the failure of the task, and learn from it. We can also see the future and understand the goal of that task that you're performing. Through this, if you use that as a guideline to your present activities, you will be much more effective team member. So could you move on to the next slide, please? Correct. Self-accountability also is a great skill that we can have. So now I would like to have a really long discussion on think of a time when you worked in a team and what role did you play and how do you plan to work on it. You can also include the skills that you utilize there to be an effective team member, or if you are the leader there, what skills you utilize so that your team can be successful. You can share that as well. Please feel free to unmute and share your thoughts. We'll wait for one more minute and then we'll move on with Asma's presentation.
Yeah, so can I go on?
Yes, Lasha.
A time that I can remember of recent was having to work with a technological startup, in its ideation phase, bootstrapping with no funding. And, I was going to work as a product management intern. And because of the environment, it was just growing. There were no funds. Everybody had to just commit their best to get it to the next level. So I had to embrace adaptability by working in roles that I do not necessarily have to work in, just to ensure the team's success. So that's my experience. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's so great. Basically, it demonstrates adaptability. At times, we can't get everything that we expected. So we'll have to be adaptable and change into that positions of our team members as well. Yes, Umar, you can go ahead.
Well, right now in part of a project, 24 hours working as a team, all of us. My session was before you, there's going to be someone before after you. So everybody working as a team, and it's expected who will come, how many people will come, what sort of experiences we'll be having. But that's the fun part of futures, that you never know what might turn up. So when I did my session, this last one, I had no clue what sort of people would turn up, what sort of, results would come up, but it's been amazing. Same over here, adaptability and plus, let's not go into things with our assumptions in our mind. Keep an open mind. It's amazing what things would come up. Thank you.
Yes, that's so great, because even me coming to it, there was this unpredictability factor, I would say, or whatever the correct word for it is. So coming together as a team, we supported each other in a presentation. And that's one thing we should have as a team as well. Supporting each other in the time of crisis, not necessarily in time of crisis as well, both in generally as well. So thank you so much, Umar, for sharing. Now I'd like to hand over to Asma to continue the presentation.
Thank you, my awesome colleagues, Sarika and Laughter. And these were like the young leaders, let's say, presenting. I'm so proud to work with you all today and the collaboration, let's say, and as Omar said, as a teamwork to come up with this presentation and collaborative work. So I'll handle the last part of the presentation about preparing for the future. As you know, preparing for the future is really vital. And as my previous colleagues said, Laughter and Omar, and we spoke in the previous session also with Lourdes about to be prepared. Preparedness means that I have to identify the current skills I need to develop, as Laughter said. So it's like a recap now on what we spoke about earlier. We need to engage in active learning as futurists, people who look at the future. We need always to have an open mindset and open horizons when we come to be agile and thinking about the future. Always when we discuss in such open areas like the Teach the Future activities, we don't look at right or wrong, rather than trying to understand each other perspectives and point of view, and always be actively learning from all, let's say, the media and the knowledge and the magazines and website that we see. Most importantly, we need to separate the noise when we look at information, rather than the quality of information that would provide us with more insights and learnings. And then we talk about practice through real life applications. We wouldn't learn in theory only, rather than we would always learn when we look at things from a mindset of application. And as in the previous session with Omar, what they said is, we look at the failure. Now, learning from the failure is one point, but when we applied it and we learn from it, we come out stronger. And then we need to utilize the resources and tools. Sometimes tools is not in one person's hand, rather than it comes with the collaboration. So just as we are in the setup today, we're learning from each other, we are looking at each other, we're facilitating through a certain technology under the umbrella of the Young Voices Teach the Future. And this day, we need to utilize the tool and collaborate to each other to come up with a certain outcome and be able to provide fruitful results that would assist each other. And it's very vital to network and ask for mentorship. And this is the essence of learning about the future and becoming really agile when it comes to having a futuristic skill. We look at networks in terms of learning from each other, networking with each other, collaborating, and then we seek at the mentorship. What people who are like older than me or like more experienced than me did in this field, and how can I learn from it and have like a certain shortcut to help me like become better and more resilient toward like achieving my goals and having a future agile mindset. And then always we have to reflect and adapt. That this is really important, because in every step there is new learning lessons, and as we grow up we learn more and more, and then we have to adapt to the new situations that we live in. And we have to embrace the diverse experiences, because each one of us, we come with a certain strength. This is why it's important that we celebrate each other's skills, diversity, learning experience, and we exchange this knowledge to become better and better. So now I would like to discuss, and based on the time that we have, we will have like some question, and we will have a breakout rooms. So the first discussion would be, what future skills do you find most critical for your own career aspiration and why? And if you're at school, what is the most important critical skill that you need to have and why? Amna, if you can assist me, please, into having like 2 breakouts room or 3, so they can discuss.
So the breakout rooms are open. If you receive the invite, you can join the room.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's give it a few minutes for the rest to join. Very interesting conversation and amazing thoughts. I really loved how we took it like a step further and everyone talked about their own experience when it comes to the future skills. I'm not sure with the time, Amne, do we still have time or we can conclude?
We don't have time. We have our next facilitator waiting, so let's head towards the conclusion.
All right, thank you so much. So basically, just to conclude that, it was really amazing to speak to all of you. We talked about today about the future skills and how it's important to have the right mind skills. We talked about agility, technological skills, cognitive skills, and many others. I really enjoyed my time with my colleagues, Laughter and Sorika. It was really amazing, and hopefully we can meet up soon. Enjoy the rest of the conversation and happy World Futures Day. See you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for an amazing session.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we are reaching the end of our time for this session, but we will be now progressing to the next one. I'll just quickly drop in a few things in the chat. So if you would like to receive a certificate of participation, there's a link to go ahead and access that. We also have a set of exclusive videos in the Futures Playbook video series, so you can check that out and sign up to be on the list. We would love for you to continue to be part of this conversation, so you can stay right now and be part of the next session, or if this time doesn't work for you, we still have so many sessions left for today, so we would love for you to join us again. Okay, so before I start and before I give you the stage, Dr. Ramana, I will be doing some technical stuff. I do have to stop the recording and restart it again just because we don't want any issues